Just coming through, durable goods month over month for February, 1.4%. That's higher than expected, 0.7 to the upside expected there for February. If you take out transportation, about 0.5% to the upside versus 0.3. Defense spending as well to the upside, 2.2% versus 2.4 expected there. We are getting a little bit of housing data, and then the conference board's consumer confidence index, the big one today, coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. Some Richmond Fed manufacturing data to come as well as we get going on a day where DJT could be talked about on this show quite a bit this morning. Huge move already for DJT. It's going to take a while, I think, to get used to not calling it DWAC anymore, but overall the market's positive to start things off. We did get a move downside on that number there at 8:30, still 0.4 for the NASDAQ, S&P about 0.3 this morning. A ton of things moving around here as far as individual movers. We'll touch on Micron. I don't know why I have that PLNT on there, but we'll touch on that as well, I'm sure, coming up. Tesla back to the upside this morning to the tune of 3% this morning. Cathie Wood buying up 163,000 shares of Tesla on Monday. So we'll see if that follows through at all today. It's Tuesday, March 26, 2024. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, a bit of a move to the downside there on that number initially this morning for the overall market, but we are right back to the upside now. Coming off, again, we got some consumer confidence data coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. That's going to be the big number so far. That's how the NASDAQ is setting up here in the pre-market, coming off. Nice bounce back day yesterday. If you remember, we gapped down. We got a bit of a flush out of the gate this right at the open. And then it was nothing but upside all day long. So right back to Thursday's high here in the pre-market for the Qs. On DJT day around here. Like, I'm just going to keep saying that because it's so weird that it's not DWAC anymore.
I know. I talked about it yesterday on How to Trade, that I was like feeling a little sad that it's not going to be called DWAC given all the events that have happened around that name. We have a trade here, obviously, that went over $100. But yeah, DJT, guys, mark your calendars down. It is a 6 months blackout period. So September 26th is the first day that Donald Trump can start selling some of these shares if he is so inclined. So just like we did with ARM, we're going to mark that down and trade it.
Yeah, Reddit with a huge day on Monday worth mentioning as well. Back higher again this morning. We'll touch on Reddit coming up here this morning as well. Again, a couple of notes on Tesla to start things off. There was a few positive analyst moves this morning for Tesla. Nice gap to the upside through to 178 once again. So 2 days in a row here trying to get back higher again. Cathie Wood and ARK back in there about 2 or 3 days in a row now. She's been buying up Tesla, so maybe trying to find a bit of a base here. Neil's still enjoying a vacation. Obi back in with us this morning. Good morning, guys.
Obi.
Good morning, everybody.
Obi's back in the building. It's good to have you, Obi, and good to be here with on. I think this is more like a Reddit day than a DJT day, but it's exciting because we do get a new symbol here. We're gonna have to pay for shorts, I think, for both of them. So let me know if you're thinking about that. Yes. Reddit up to $68. Yeah, it should be an exciting one. And it's funny because Sharif just mentioned similar to ARM with that lockup expiration, but then that wasn't even really that big of a day. But one thing we do remember is at 9:25, when the imbalances came out for ARM, is when we got like a $5 move down because there was a big sell. Yeah. So we're going to keep some of stuff like that in mind, but not till September, of course, when they all get locked up. But Reddit, man, up another 14%. And yeah, yesterday was the release of options.
Yeah,
for Reddit. So I remember I was mentioning in the after show, I was like, and I'm not even sure there's options out yet, but yesterday was the first day, and then they were number 30. So 30th most traded option there in the Russell 1000 yesterday was RDT on the very, very first day. So we can see retail is back in this name. They're buying them. They only did 22 million shares. So we'll see if they can do that again today. There's only 8 million outstanding. It's going to be a wild ride for some of these names. The market's starting to head down a little bit. Plus, we get another beloved Wall Street Bets name today after market. GME isn't going to be in the building, so that should be a lot of fun as well. But yeah, we're going to be all over this, man. We had DWAC yesterday for a couple bucks. At the end of the day, we'll look to see about Reddit right now. Reddit's not even pulling back. I mean, look at this. Just it's just stair-stepping all the way to the upside. We'll look. I wrote down on the sticky note, I'm just going to get it out, that let's go and look at yesterday's closing levels of like 62 bucks, something like that in there. We kept on bouncing against it and then eventually starting to gap through there. So I think on a potential flush, hard to call levels on these names, but we've seen flushes happen pretty dramatically because the bid just dries up. If most of the retail traders are playing this through options, it doesn't mean they're on the bid. That what happens is when those options go through, they start to wipe out the ask here to take out that protection. So when it falls right down, you need some equity bids here to hold it up. So we'll see if that can come through. But yeah, I'm a buyer of Reddit today.
Yeah, yesterday was absolutely wild move. I was reviewing the chart a little bit last night, and I was like, this is really, really aggressive.
Just a bit aggressive.
Yeah. Again, yeah, the options definitely are probably playing a little bit of a part in the aggressiveness of the move yesterday. I'm curious to know what it'll have in store for us today. Definitely lots of opportunity. I wasn't necessarily involved in Reddit yesterday. That's a little bit of a miss on my part. But today, we'll see if it sets up. Let's see if it has any opportunity there. It is pushing some fresh highs there, 70, maybe some psychological levels as well. We'll see. But let's see what shows up on the tape.
Yeah, more.
If you're just joining in a little bit late here, a couple of numbers came out there at 8:30 that did cause that initial move downside. The market trying to come back in a little bit right now. That's how the NASDAQ's looking anyways. 1.4% there for February durable goods. That's higher than expected. 0.07 was the number expected. Defense durable goods number as well to the upside, 2.2 versus 2.4. That's higher than it was on the last print as well, significantly. This one down here, 10 o'clock, mark that down. CB consumer confidence number. That can move the market, typically does, especially if it comes out one way or the other unexpected. So we'll get some Richmond Fed and Dallas Fed data as well coming up at 10 o'clock. So that could be the big move. As far as economic data is concerned, as I mentioned, though, market downside a little bit here coming off those numbers, it would appear at 8:30. Yeah, Sean, you were mentioning GameStop coming up tonight. Let's be honest, we're getting to the end of earnings season officially now. Progress Software, something called Encino, is reporting tonight, and McCormick also. But yeah, a lot of people focused on Trump media. You and I were just discussing this FSD note on Tesla, which is kind of interesting that south of the border it becomes a SaaS service. Essentially, you pay a monthly fee now. In Canada, we still have the opportunity, according to the website anyways, to just buy it outright.
Yeah, they dropped the price, Brenda. It was over $18,000 at the beginning of last year. Now they've dropped it to 16,000 Canadian dollars. We're talking about the full self-drive option on the cars in the States now. If you want to get an FSD option with a new Tesla, it's $199 a month. We were talking about this as kind of a steal possibly here because when you get the robotaxi capabilities, this could actually be, a big margin product that you make money on. So we'll have to wait and see how this all pans out. But on this side of the border, still a one payment structure.
More other news in EV land. The NYSE wasted no time on Fisker. Fisker is gone, if you haven't pulled it up yet. It's down on the ping sheets as of today. FSRN this morning, guys, on OTC.
All right, so here it is. So yeah, okay, so this might be exciting. So we'll wait to see about this. We here at Real Trading cannot trade these names if they're under $1. So unfortunately, Obi, this is where Fisker and my $500 or less than that has gone, I think.
To
rest.
Stock heaven.
To rest. To stock heaven.
Yes.
Or stock hell.
Yeah.
Depending on which.
Depending on how good those.
One name that I think can get to stock heaven though is, and I'm going to be buying this immediately after the show, or tonight, or tomorrow, or maybe never. We're already into Tesla, but I really like that full self-drive story there. I mean, we talked about this. Me and Sharif talked about this. You and I just talked about this as well. That I really like the service model for Wall Street. they've sort of, you can get a different multiple on your name for services, for recurring revenue. Tesla doesn't really have this as far as I know right now in too many of their products as far as I can. I mean, I'm trying to think about that. I mean, obviously in the renewable energy space, you continue to, use their charging stations and whatnot. So that's, I guess, a service there. But this is a great opportunity, I think, to get everybody. Basically, the United States is a consumption nation, and so are we here in Canada. The minute you get something that you like, see Starbucks, see Lululemon, see video games, see anything technology-based, we're always willing to pay a premium to get something that improves style of life and or is just cool. Yeah. This Tesla here, for full self-drive, if they can get people on it for $200 a month, I feel like that's a game changer. People spend $200 stupidly on ridiculous things. You've been out to dinner lately?
Yeah.
I mean, you're looking at, you have a drink, you're going on a date, it's $200.
Yeah.
Easily.
Easy.
So I just feel that, you're going to go out buy new shoes, $200. Like people are now, $200 doesn't have the same meaning. And I'm not trying to, this is not like elitist, like $200 is still a lot of money, but it's just for something to buy. Yeah. I feel like, like if I told my kid, $200 full self-drive, they'd be like, okay, let's go get a Tesla immediately, but they don't know anything about money. So I guess maybe that's a bad example. But anyways, wow, the market's coming in just a little bit here. Nice little dump off in the market right here. Italy, something about Italy and Tesla here. Tesla shares are trading higher amid suggestion Italy has approached the company about electric truck production. What are we doing over here?
Look at Apple.
Italy's just trying to bring more jobs to the country. A little bit of an underground economy over there in Italy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Let's get some more jobs here and get these Italians. I mean, they make decent cars.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? So let's see if we can get this electric truck situation going. But it says electric truck production. That's not Cybertruck. Maybe there's another truck brewing here for Tesla. But anyways, all right. Needless to say, that just dropped now. And that's nothing to do with the market.
What's going on there?
I know, that's what I'm saying. What's going on with the market? It's an Apple-related problem right now?
Crushed.
Yeah.
I looked at other names. I looked at
I don't see anything on my Benzinga. So,
right?
okay, yeah, Apple's going to downside. Do we have anything over there?
Chinese iPhone shipments, guys, just come out 33% to the downside in February. So that's the overall market move there. Apple just testing yesterday's low. So again, Chinese iPhone shipments in February down 33% month over month.
About Tesla, sell Tesla. Everything you could possibly have. Now we will sell Tesla immediately because China is a problem. Look, we've known about this. So now we're right back to 169 where we thought we were all cool about buying this stock down here. Yeah, all right. I mean, this is a very, very bad story. Obviously, there's going to be names like a Starbucks that's going to get hit. I mean, maybe not immediately, but some of these names here with a Nike, with a Starbucks, anybody that's doing business in China, I'm going to start to, I mean, they're not even moving. They're going to start to get hit in my opinion. And I'm actually surprised that a name like Tesla is not getting hit even lower right now. We may have to rethink our initial long or just get better bump prices. Like if we can get down, I'm in the middle of writing the sticky note, but I was looking at 176, 175 there for Tesla. But it's the Apple story right now as they go, wow, okay, so you're not even down that much, all right? You're down 1% here. This could be a lot worse. iPhone sales down 30% in China. That's not going to be a good sign. But hey, we talked about this already. The Chinese government has basically put a ban on Apple. They've come out and said, no longer are governments allowed to hold Apple products. And when that's going to be the case, I feel like the citizens probably follow suit, get the Huawei. And you know what? The thing about it is the Chinese government can come in and just subsidize all these Huawei phones if they wanted to anyways. And then they'd be like, okay, gun to head. Apple phone for $1,600, Huawei phone for $500. I wonder if that's a play that they could also have in their back pocket. So, I mean, it's basically any company in China is virtually state-sponsored. They can do whatever they want. I remember when NIO was down to like $1 or $2, the Chinese government came in and just pumped in tons of cash into NEO. Very similar to, I think, when Boeing was getting hit there. Donald Trump at the time came in and basically put a floor on them and said it's like a national security issue to let Boeing fail. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not being able to produce planes and everything like that anymore. So anyways, long story short, Obi, Apple could be in a little bit of trouble here.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at the chart right now. Looking left, that was a pretty strong move. It's a 30-minute chart here, so right away, where's the next kind of support level I'm seeing is like that right on top of that 169. And take a look, we come right into 169 and some change here. What's the low on that drop? 169.14, but then a little bit of a pre-market after hours level in and around 168, 167.90 it would seem. But yeah, Apple's going more red on the week as of right now with that news coming out. So let's see what we got in store for today. I was we were talking earlier about like, we got the Reddit, we got the DJT,
Yep.
we got maybe a couple other names, but I was like, I couldn't really find too many things. Earnings is kind of not really there until maybe later tonight and tomorrow. And we got a catalyst in the pre-market on Apple.
Apple
so I
moving
think,
around,
that's
baby.
That's pretty solid there. Might be poised for some
Reddit
opportunity on the day today.
66. I just want to see, what is DJT doing? People in the chat asking about it quickly. Okay, so down to 62. I say down to 62, but that's not really the case. Its only high was 64. Sorry, I thought it was 68, but that was Reddit. So down to 62 bucks right now. And yeah, what a great level here, trying to hold VWAP of 60. So there we go, guys. Just a quick check on that. I think it was only 16 or 17%, but I keep getting it confused because, as Brendan and Sharif both mentioned, we've got a couple hot names happening here today, Reddit and DJT, two names that we're not normally familiar with. One a brand new name, formerly DWAC, and then the other one Reddit, a week old.
Yeah.
So this is why you wake up, you never know what you're going to be getting involved with day to day, right? So here we go. Let's go back over to the desk. It's 8:45.
With like a DJT hat.
If they're not already being made.
Speaking of China, Alibaba higher here this morning so far. I was just reading this story. If you recall, rewind the clock to mid last year, I want to say, Alibaba came out and said they were going to split or spin off a whole bunch of different divisions of the company and IPO a few of them. So looks like plans for the latest one have come out this morning. Cainiao, it's CAINIAO. And the company's going to pick up the remaining 3.75 billion in that division itself and then IPO it later this year.
Yeah, they were looking at raising about $1 billion, Brendo, from this IPO, and to help the IPO market on the Hang Seng, which has been in a crazy state of decline. We'll have to see how this ends up going, but you'll recall last year that they're going to split their company into 6 different divisions. They were looking at IPOing some of those divisions to raise some money and to increase efficiency. So we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, just reading, they already have 64% stake in that division, so I guess they're going to pick up the rest and then spin it off. So, yeah, Alibaba a little bit higher here so far, guys.
I might feel like that was a little bit of a tease because I got all excited. I was like, oh, Alibaba's higher. I was like, yes, man. Like, I love when I see that Alibaba's higher. It's definitely going to be a lot higher than the market, and this is going to be a great day for us shareholders. And then I was just like, damn. All right, so you're still under 72 bucks. But yeah, I mean, good story. I still like the fact that we're going to be holding down here into $70. I was wondering about some of this down to 65. I think this is a buying opportunity if we get lower. It would be nice, as Brendan just mentioned there, if the Chinese government tried to play a little nicer with some of these IPOs. And we had Ant Financial. We know Alibaba has a 25 billion share buyback underneath them. So when you have a 25 billion share buyback plan, remember their accounting firm is PricewaterhouseCoopers, American firm. They're going to be in there buying this. And, you know, when you get support from the company like that, we know how huge cloud is. We can see the damage that Amazon's planning on doing with their AI and currently doing with their Claude 3. And then they also have Anthropic. Alibaba has Bert, Ernie, and all those other weird names there. I don't think they have either one of those. I think that's Baidu. But, you know, they've got something, and AI is going to rule for many of these tech companies. And I just think that some of these Chinese names are really just beat down for good reason. But at some point, I wonder if value gets unlocked in some of these names, and then there's another push. Just like energy, remember, like XLE, we've been buying XLE for almost every month. Like, we've been buying this name. We really liked energy, and now this is, you know, nearly back to highs as well. Sometimes you rotate into different things. And at some point, I believe FXI in China will battle back, and the best name for me is Alibaba. So I'm going to keep it real simple, man. I want to buy Alibaba until we get near and break that 65. I think it's well worth the shot here. A big, huge company. They're producing. They have continuous sales growth and that share buyback. And they found Jack Ma. I'm long Alibaba.
Yeah, I remember that whole thing that happened. He went missing for like what, a couple of weeks?
Maybe not even.
And
I think he was golfing.
Everyone's like, "Well, where did this guy go? What happened? The government got him.
Yeah.
There's so many conspiracies." And then he shows back up. He's like, "All right, guys,
was like,
I'm
no problem.
perfectly fine."
Wow.
Interesting, but Baba, not really too far away from the range that it's been doing. Look at this earnings, kind of straight flush the last earnings off of that, and then we made a little bit of a base right here. It would seem around that 71-ish area. We're still kind of just chopping and churning in this area, but not really a name I'm really involved with. Got a lot of others on watch today for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh my God. All right. Another one moving around here, 20% to the upside for D-Nut this morning. Krispy Kreme teaming up with McDonald's. New deal for D-Nut announced this morning. I have to mention this on two fronts. One, I went to high school with the VP and CFO of Krispy Kreme. So nice. Shout out to Jer. It's been a long time, but hope he's well.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what is trying to be achieved here by this partnership. It seems as if, two companies that sell not so healthy food are teaming up, but, who am I to judge? Anyway, this goes into the later stages of 2026, Brendo, this agreement. So it starts the second half of this year, so it doesn't take effect right away. We'll have to see if they have any novel products coming to this.
There's a little bit of a short percent on this, about 8. Depending on where you look. So worth a note, I think, guys. Active anyways here.
All right, we've got Randy. How's it going, Randy?
What's up, Randy?
I got to turn this guy into a bull. You feeling bullish today? We got full self-drive for everybody.
Here we go. Grab by the
So I didn't realize that they were going FSD was a subscription model. You can grab it for $200 a month. That's pretty good. No matter your model there. I think that's well worth it. Because if you're a cab driver, Uber, something like that, I mean, you get a huge benefit from FSD, I feel like. And then, now free for a month. I really like Elon's model. It's like the old gangster drug model. Like, first one's free. You know what I mean? So, like, you're walking around high school, and everyone, the kids that have the cigarettes, they, like, they offer you one.
Yeah,
and
try
like,
this.
Yeah, here, have a try.
All the cool kids are doing it.
I feel like that's what Krispy Kreme is doing, too. I mean, all the cool kids are driving FSD, not Randy. Wow, that was literally close up. All right, thank you, Randy. I want to get you want to come back on, like maybe Thursday afternoon or something like that? All right, we're going to get Randy back on. He was a big hit last week. I want to thank Randy for that. And did you want a coffee or no?
No.
I heard him ask you. Okay, so Krispy Kreme, look, the big thing about this is it's a good deal for them, obviously. But I haven't actually looked into what the margin or what this would look like for them. Like, for me, I feel like if you've been buying this name into support here, it's been a really good trade. The only thing is now you're into resistance. So I think it's a short in and around 1650, but honestly, I haven't really looked at this to see what this would mean for them. But up, obviously, 17% looks pretty good. Brendan mentioned the short volume there. I think this is a buy the dip. I think we'll watch for it around VWAP and see if we can get some action here for Krispy Kreme. But I just remember, and I know it's a completely different product, but like Beyond Meat went into like A&W. They went into like Tim Hortons here. They went into, I believe they even had a BLT or something like that with McDonald's, some sort of Beyond lettuce tomato thing, which is supposed to be bacon, right? So they had to play on that. And that really spiked Beyond Meat for quite a while. And then maybe that was short-lived. So I just feel like they still have to have, follow through. Obviously, McDonald's has the foot traffic. should be able to get it going. I don't know if this cuts into their retail business, which is sort of the thing. McDonald's around here already sells little donut whole things.
Yeah, they
You know, some kind of pastries.
Yeah, exactly.
When I was in Rome, they sold pistachio McFlurries. Yeah, it was really good. Yeah, they had some really fun stuff there.
I noticed that
my kids ran into one of the McDonald's because we wanted to show them it, and that we all wound up getting pistachio McFlurries. You shouldn't be in McDonald's if you're in Italy.
There might be better places.
We're just walking around. My kids were like, because they see these TikToks, you know, like unique foods in different areas, like out east right here, and probably the same for those of you in Maine or wherever, Massachusetts. They might have like a lobster roll or something like that there that we don't have here. Like I feel like we have poutine here at some McDonald's and others don't. So I don't know.
They gotta have like one McDonald's that has all the things from all over the world. That would be really cool.
Wait, trying to rush that little upgrades and downgrades screen over there? I see what you're doing over there. Yeah, a little flickering. But no, that's what would you get if you went to McDonald's?
I like the what is it, the
Shamrock Shake?
No, the McFlurry, but the one with not the Oreos, but the Rolo. Sorry, the Rolo.
Oh, the Rolo.
I like the
Rolo.
I like the Rolo. I like the M&M's one as well.
You know what they have now? I haven't had a McFlurry in a minute, but they have the Cadbury cream egg one now. I got a coffee the other day there.
Those things are addictive. Like you get the Cadbury egg.
Oh man, those mini eggs. Are you more of a mini egg guy or the actual cream egg that has the frosting inside of them and it's
mini
like?
Egg.
Me too. Yeah.
Mini eggs. I could just keep on going until I usually just keep on going until I get a stomach ache.
By the way, Apple's making a move back up to 170.30 right now, so Apple might be in and around flattish here when we open. So we'll get to that story in a minute. But yeah, a Royale with cheese is my favorite. All right, over to the green screen with Adara.
DraftKings and MGM Resorts, two gaming names here getting upgraded by Mizuho. The DraftKings upgrade is actually in the watch list. If you want to get more details on this Mizuho upgrade for DKNG, but nice look for both of these. Mizuho also upgrading Carnival in front of their earnings tomorrow morning. Clorox here also getting an upgrade from Jefferies Financial. For downgrades, UBS raising the price target for Embraer, but downgrading the stock itself. Interesting price target increase here from 21 to 28.50. So nice price target increase, but downgrade for Embraer. Stellantis getting a downgrade here from Brenberg. Mizuho downgrading Norwegian Cruise Lines in tandem with its upgrade of Carnival. So interesting cruise line pairing here from Mizuho. And last but not least, UBS downgrading PJT Partners, guys.
I'm just saying, throw it back to the
yeah, a couple of interesting names on that note.
The video.
DraftKings I saw moving around here in the pre-market, Carnival as well. We haven't mentioned it, but I mean, shout out to everyone in Baltimore. That's a scary situation with that bridge, and hopefully everyone is okay. But crazy that ship this morning. So, anyways, if you're in Baltimore, I hope everyone's well. 3% still for Tesla, back to basically highs here. It's worth noting relative volume already pushing 3 on Tesla. Maybe Kathy Wood is in there already buying this thing up again today.
And, it's not just that they're changing FSD to a SaaS. No, there is specific instructions by Elon that any new Tesla bought from a Tesla dealership has to be accompanied with a Tesla employee showing exactly how to the new owner exactly how FSD works. So they got to take them around, show them a tour, show them exactly how it operates. Because when you buy a Tesla, even if you don't get FSD, you get a trial version. I don't know if it's a month or 3 months or something like that. So specifically, he said it's mandatory in North America to install and activate FSD and take customers on a short test ride before handing over the car. Specific here, Brendo.
Yeah, a lot to digest this morning. Semiconductors back to the upside a little bit here. Micron all-time highs at the close yesterday, so a lot to get into. Why don't we touch on the futures here to kick things off?
Yes, sir. 52.78. That's where we closed out yesterday. The overnight high right at 5,300. So let's go ahead and say 5,300 as that level of support that we talked about yesterday. To the downside, 50.50. That is the support level that we're looking at. That takes us back to the 8th all the way to the 14th.
This portion of the show brought to you by our friends over at VinFast, electrifying the Bangkok International Motor Show 2024, marking the company's grand entry into Thailand, discovered their complete EV lineup from the agile VF3 to the commanding VF9 and the groundbreaking VF Wild electric pickup tailored for Thai roads and right-hand drive vehicles. Join their momentous launch event as they drive Thailand toward a greener future, March 27th through to April 7th. VinFast powering your sustainable journey. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Super easy. Go to watchlist.tradertv.live. Use the pop-up, or you can scan that QR code too. It'll take you right there. Enter your email address, and then you get that delivered right to your inbox every single day. Hey, guess what? Tesla is top of the watch list. We just talked about it, but rewind, do it again.
Okay, all right, here one more time. FSD is now a SaaS, $199 a month in the States. If you're north of the border, you can still get it for 16,000 Canadian. And he's instructing all his employees to take new customers out on test drives using FSD to kind of promote the product.
If you zoom out a little bit on the daily chart, you can see why I think Kathy Wood was in there for the past couple of days. If you missed it, 163,000 shares picked up by ARK yesterday, guys, for Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, honestly, I mean, Kathy Wood we've already talked about this. She sold Coinbase the day before it went up 10%. I'm not worried about, her buying yesterday, her buying today, or anything like that. I mean, the story for Tesla is going to have to be a long-term one. I mean, you're not buying it down here at 178, worried about, okay. Hello?
I'll let you know.
Okay. All right. Wrong number. Okay. All right. So
Nice.
yeah. All right. So let's just see what happens here. I mean, I honestly, I think this is a great win. I've already sort of talked about this. I've used different analogies. I really would be excited if I was a Tesla owner. I know, shout out to Chef Joe and to everybody there that's in the chat that have talked about full self-drive and how important some of that is. Shout out to everybody out there that uses full self-drive, and a shout out to everybody that's excited to start using it for the first time. I mean, I don't own a Tesla, but this would be kind of cool. Now that I realize you don't have to put out that 16 to 20 grand up front to get FSD, and now you're going to get it for a little bit, right? A month. We're not sure about the time on that one. I believe it was a month. So we'll wait to see what this means for the stock. It's up 3 and a bit percentage points. The market's fallen down here, so I'm pretty sure that the sticky no level here that I'm going to be looking at, that I've written down as the number one trade idea today, and it's just going to be a Tesla long. I wrote down 176 long only. Like, I don't see myself shorting this name today. I really like it. You could even get out for a possible 180 break there. FSD for all, I believe, is huge, and we have a little bit of a talk there. There's Miss Wood right there. It's probably because I tagged her. She probably wanted to make sure I tagged the right account and stuff. But anyways, there we go. So I like the long down here to 176. I mean, yesterday's closing price up at 173. Yeah, so 173, 174. I just feel like if I could put on whatever amount of shares you're looking for, I would say you'd put on like 75% or so of your total that you're looking for down here, like 176, if you get a dip. Now, the reason why I say that is I've been sitting here before thinking that Tesla had good catalysts. We've gone one way. Sometimes you can go the other way. So just like this shot up yesterday from 169 all the way to 175, it did drop within the next half hour all the way back into basically open prices again. So if that happens today for Tesla and we make that huge move up, I'll punch the long 180s. Right? But then if we can fall back into, at that point, 177, wherever VWAP's going to be, then I want to buy that again. So there's two ways to play this. Either we get this long at 176, or we play that 180 break and then just play it back to VWAP in a place where I think that we can find some safety. So I like Tesla. I'm only looking long, but you know what happens when you're only looking one way? Look right, see left. I mean, there's just one of those things where I was so bearish. Was it bearish yesterday on Intel? Right. And we had a good move early, and then within 20 minutes, it flipped the script on us.
Yeah.
So we got to be a little careful. But for me, man, Tesla's a long, and that's the only way I'm looking today, and I'm probably not going to change that.
Yeah, I think yesterday was definitely a good lesson for me, I was like, yeah, those chips selling off, bad news. I got really anchored to the short idea, fought the trend, but luckily followed relatively close to my 3-strike rule and kind of just pieced off after getting stopped out 3 times. But yeah, no, Tesla on watch. Let's see if that FSD news brings in any sort of strength there. We are kind of testing some of these weak highs, some previous levels as well, 183, 60s-ish. You can see that we kind of on the flush down here. We attempted to try to push above that 184, can't really get close enough, and then we pretty much sell off to 160s and going sideways off of there. That's what the action's been showing. Yeah, let's see what we get from here. This base right here, I'm curious, 160 half, eh? All right, so let's take a look at the 3-hour real quick. 160 half, do we have any sort of level there that could be significant for a bounce?
160?
No, I'm not saying we're going to get there. I'm just saying, looking left, is that any sort of like a base that we can trust to take the move a little bit higher? But maybe, potentially. It's an earnings area low roughly from April. When is this? A little bit after earnings. So maybe, let's see if we can push some of these highs. 180, definitely very interesting. 184 area as well. Let's see if Tesla has any sort of strength today. Can it get past some of those levels looking left?
All right, let's go on to DJT, about to, or trying to anyways, test highs here. Back to 62.5, which has been a little bit of a problem spot here so far in the pre-market anyway. DWAC is no longer, if you're just joining. Officially now, DJT, Trump Media and Technology Group, set to debut this morning.
Yeah, and this latest bump up in the price of DJT has bumped up Donald Trump's net worth by a cool $4 billion in addition to what he already had. No, he owns about 80 million shares of this company, which comes to about 58% of the total float. You know, yesterday it was trading at $49.95 a share. We'll have to wait and see what it closes out today. The blackout period, make sure to mark this down in your calendar, September 26th, Donald Trump barred from selling any DJT shares until that date, Brendan.
Just be aware as well, if this does get going and there's halts involved even, there are warrants. DJTWW is the warrant for this thing.
Shout out to Dan Emmons right here. Come over to my screen. He was just asking us, why is our feed this way? I didn't even realize that we had subtitles here. That's really cool, man. So that's happening real time. That is sick. But anyways, I just messaged him. We do have multiple feeds. So this would be the mobile feed going vertical this way. So just to be better looking on said devices, whether or not you turn your iPad one way, your phone the other, et cetera, et cetera. And then I just tagged you with the current link as well. So we have this feed that you're watching now, many people, or you click on this and then I just posted our normal feed as well. So yeah, kind of cool. All these different options that we have available for everybody. Look, Donald Trump is obviously pretty shrewd businessman here, especially with some of these stocks. I guarantee you he's selling well before September 26th or whatever that is. His shares are probably in somebody else's name doing something else, you know, silently selling. I don't know that to be a fact. I would just think that, you know, maybe something's there with that. Like, did Junior get some shares and maybe he's allowed to sell? Did, you know, the alligators on his estate get some shares? Who knows? Are they crocodiles in Florida or alligators? Anyways, here we go. Nice move to the upside. I wrote down, honestly, on the sticky note, I'm long only this name today too. I will pay for shorts. I don't know, I have to go find out how much they are. But I just wrote down here, even let's watch and have fun on high breaks, going long on high breaks, looking like 65 as of now. So I don't really, you know, yesterday we went long at 50. This is going to be DWAC yesterday. So we went long at 50. We got out 51, then 51.50. Then we wound up getting out 50 half basically for flat. And now today it's just going to go. So 3.5 million shares. I'm pretty excited to see this name today. I just want to take high breaks. Right now it's 65. I don't want to do it in the pre-market because of the flush possibilities. I'd rather wait for there to be a little bit of liquidity in here. So DJT today is a long. I just, I mean, it will be, the better trades will probably be shorts. It's just a matter of trying to catch the short. how many times are you going to get run over, before you do catch that eventual top? So I think stay here with us, watch it. I'll try to be catching some of the tops for breakouts, and then also looking to see if we can get some exhaustion candles and potentially short this name. But for me, much more nervous hands if I ever had to go short this name. So I would be very, very weary of that one. I'm going long through 65. I'd just rather it break at 9:30 than now.
You tell me after I just borrowed shorts.
Yeah, you should be paying for shorts. That's what I said. I think it's going to be a monster.
No, I like the name definitely in play today. I'm going to be a little patient for some structure to build, maybe some opening range stuff, or maybe the first 15 minutes. Let's see what kind of structure builds off of it. Is it a sell the news or sell the news event? I guess we've been waiting for this merger for a couple of years now. I remember when DWAC actually came out as a SPAC. That was a wild ride. Let's see what we have in store. I think I'm going to be patient to see how the open kind of structures out, and then we can see if a play sets up off of the said structure.
Back.
Let's go to RDDT. Huge day yesterday to start the week as we get options are in the building for Reddit. Back to basically highs here, pre-market highs, just rejected once again at 68.30. So this is now officially a social media story.
Yeah, Brendo, like you said, options activity really helped push this one through yesterday, so we'll keep eyes on that. I mean, it was up over 5% in the pre-market. Traded this one on How to Trade yesterday, nicely through that $52 level. We'll keep eyes on it. It keeps doing well, and so far so good.
Yeah, pushing 1.6 million, almost 2. To start things off here, we're only at 9.10 this morning, guys, for Reddit.
All right. Yeah, we talked about this earlier, and again, another name that's on the sticky note. Pretty much all these top names will be on there today because I just think they're going to be, that's what I meant to do. When we threw it back, I was like, what do I have to do? I have to go get paid for shorts. But okay, so now we're on Reddit, so I'll remember that as well. Look, yesterday was the first options day. It was number 30. We talked about that in the Russell 1000, the number 30 for volume traded on its very first day. Obviously, and look, kudos to my guy over there in the toque. Fabian nailed this one. He was talking about it, said the degens are going to be in here buying this thing up. So I hope he's one of those degens because this has been a monster move here for Reddit. I mean, great IPO. Honestly, I mean, it came in. You mentioned a $45 level there. That held beautifully. We got as low as 44 in the pre-market, but
that looked like that underwriter bid right there at 45.
Yeah, you were mentioning that yesterday. So a great little bid down there. We do know that this name came public at $34. So wow, I mean, what a win for any of those traders. Obviously, they're going to have time. They're going to have to hold it for 90 days. But the idea is so far so good here for Reddit. Only has 8 million shares out. I like this name, and honestly, I wrote down, let's buy this into yesterday. So I still think you could flush. I mean, you had yesterday, even though there was big movements all day yesterday, you did have opportunities, even straight off the open here, where it was really choppy yesterday. So you had a nice move. You opened up at 45. You went to 47. Then you came all the way back to 45. Then something got underneath it, so you know what. And then it got really going into 10 o'clock. Fell back again. So you get a 52 back to 49. That's another $3 move. That's 8% back in. Kept going. But look at that. There's the 200 period hold. The bottom line is VWAP held the whole way. So VWAP held the whole way. Nice moves up. We did get a couple flushes. So let's wait to see if that can happen again. VWAP right now is at 66. There's our 200 period that held yesterday. That's now at $63. I feel like flushes in this name need to be bought up until the Redditors go away. And it doesn't seem to be they're going anywhere. Up another 12% here. Play on, playa. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
I love the game. I see people in the chat talking, giving their opinions on Reddit. They believe in it. They don't believe in it. Here's my opinion. It doesn't matter what my opinion is. The market doesn't care. Is the setup in your playbook? Is it setting up? Take the trade. move on to the next one. Reddit is moving. We had that base off that 45. I still remember, it's like engraved in my head, that 5,000 lots at that 45 on the first day, and I was trying to short into it in anticipation of the break.
Yeah.
Come in next day, it holds right above it. Come in next day, does R-vol when you're trading below it, rips right up, holds it off the open, and then we get this crazy move to the upside, and now we're testing 67. So Reddit definitely on the move on watch today. Let's see if we can carry forward this some of this momentum. Are we going to take a little bit of a pullback? Day one high is around that 57.58 level, 57.72 here, 57.78 roughly. So if we do pull back, let's see if we can break some of these levels, get down to there, or if we pull up, that 70 looking nice as well. Fresh levels, some psych levels as well. I like 75. It had a crazy move yesterday, 44 closing into 61. Let's see what Reddit has in store for us today.
I just want to show one thing here quickly. You know, when you're trading these stocks, these are kind of like casino type stocks. You're going to have your stop order. Like I put this poll out yesterday, just 300 votes, but more, 65% are not holding DWAC. But if I flip this around and said, are we trading DWAC, and you're an active trader, these numbers would probably be flipped around, right? So I just want to say, like, if you are here trading some of these names, just understand that you need to have stops, you need to have areas, and these are names that will do one of two things. They're either going to wipe out your account or make your account. I mean, it's kind of like one or the other. If you're using normal share size. So my suggestion is make some good money, make some smart trades, but I wouldn't be like pushing here unless for some reason you really think you have an edge. So I would, that's kind of my thing here. These stocks are also brand new to the market. Anything can happen at any time. So just be very, very careful with all of these names. More importantly, the two that we've just mentioned there with DJT and Reddit.
That's so crazy. We're just watching this coverage of that bridge in Baltimore. Crazy. Let's go to Micron here. All-time highs at the close yesterday. We're obviously higher again today. This is a weekly chart so far for MU. So you got to go all the way back to the beginning of the month, really, for when this thing actually broke out. Got above $100 and never looked back.
No, Brendo, it hasn't, and it looks to do really well. Mizuho commenting on this name, maintaining their outperform rating, increasing the price target from 124 to 130. You'll recall that Jensen Huang really kind of did this company a real service by showing the big H100 GPU. Included in that, obviously, was Micron's DRAM, which comes with every H100. We'll have to see if it's attached to the Blackwell GPU.
Yeah.
New one.
I was just noticing, I flipped over here to NVIDIA as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're working on 12 weeks in a row. 12 weeks in a row. Higher.
In 12 weeks in a row. What's up, Ty? How's it going? Hey, good. Let's kill it today. I asked Ty, I said, what are we trading today? He goes, have you heard of Tesla? I said, yeah, a little bit. Okay, so real quick here about everything. NVIDIA and Micron. I don't have either of these names on my watch list today, but we'll be trading all of them. So, yeah, man, 12 straight weeks, working on its 12 straight weeks. It's been 11 straight weeks to the upside, and now you're working on 12. And honestly, this name just needs to be bought on dips. I'm tired of guessing, I should buy DraftKings, I should buy Palantir. I bought Snow yesterday. You know what? I feel like as long as you're buying NVIDIA on dips, you'll probably be okay for a little while. These guys are the leader of the pack. They're breaking out. Isn't that so crazy? I remember seeing a meme when it was Steve Urkel or something like that. It was I bought NVIDIA at 760, and it's because it flushed down that day to 740 or something, and everyone was that was the top. I mean, now it's 950, 960, 970, looking to go higher. I mean, it's PE compared to some of its fellow partners or other AI names, still pretty low. The earnings are only getting higher. Blackwell is a monster, apparently. I'm just talking out of my you-know-what, because I'm just talking whatever Jensen's saying right now. And I just wonder at some point if that purple juice will eventually run thin. But I mean, as long as people are drinking it, this stock is a long. And I would just look at some of these bottoms. You know, we had a great day yesterday in the name, huge bump up there right off the open, but then again, gave you opportunities. Off the open, boom, up 10 bucks, all the way down $20. Yesterday we touched 930, only to go back up to 968 a half hour later. I mean, this looks like a buy area to me, Obi, down in and around 940, 950. I'm a buyer down there all day, every day. And then we'll go over here as well. AMD, I'm a short. You know, this has been a name that's been hit. Micron we have on there. I don't know if you want to talk about Micron. I see you have it up, so I'll pass for now. But Micron's rocking, NVIDIA's rocking. AMD and Intel, don't come knocking because they're going to the downside right now. 181 as a possible short for AMD. That's what I would look at, some of these pre-market highs and a level that we couldn't get by yesterday afternoon. So 181 short on AMD as the market is still under VWAP, under the 200 period and under the 50. I'm looking short right now on weaker names, but AMD is still better than the market, so let's dance with the devil at some point. I don't have any of them written on here. Like, honestly, I really like Tesla. We'll get to Amazon at some point, and honestly, I like that DraftKings upgrade. So we'll slow down on some of the chip names today, but we are going to be trading them. Like, one of them will be probably my biggest winner or loser today. We'll wait for it.
I like those rhymes there, Sean with the bars.
Yeah. Sometimes I can spit hot fire, you know.
But taking a look at these bars here on Micron. Earnings day one, we saw how strong it was in the after hours and then consolidates on the day. And then we're getting a bit of continuation as of yesterday. Let's see how far this move can go on Micron. 120's coming in. Is this the high, all-time high?
Yes, I believe.
I don't think so. One second.
I think there was a level up there. Was it 130?
Whoa,
Hold on, I have a better chart here for you.
Yeah. Let's see that chart.
It is easily.
Okay, right. We are pushing those all-time highs there.
Yeah. So no pushing. We're way through.
Yeah.
So
we could be printing some fresh prices today if we continue.
Obi, that was that earnings report day.
Yeah.
So as soon as we took out 97, man, she gone. So what are you looking for? Dip buys?
It's continuation. Yeah, dip buys, continuation. That's what it's showing. It's like stepping up, right? Like it's like a bit of a stair step. Boom, one, and then it looks like potentially we might be making that second step, but we'll see. We got to let that kind of form, I think. But definitely looking interesting on Micron. When with the AI and chips with the dip.
Yeah, you're a guac guy.
Yeah, I think it's a good look for this as a continuation. But again, not the main one on watch today, as we have got a lot of other names definitely in play.
All right, we'll wrap things up here with DraftKings. Sharif and I were just noting this thing on a higher time frame. Looks great as well. Back to highs, just below $50 here, recent highs anyways. Mizuho today with a nice note, really positive note on DraftKings, initiating coverage at a buy, price target of 58 for Mizuho.
Yeah, they like the company's revenue growth potential here, Brendo, saying they're going to expand into new jurisdictions. They're spending a lot less on customer acquisition costs. There was a lot of advertising. There was a lot of promotional, gambling, lines. Let's call them that. You can tell I don't gamble. They like the company's financial health, and they like the possible return. They're saying it could increase free cash flow over 90% in the future. I just wanted to mention, Brendo, before we go, that we're going to be talking about breakout trades all week. Today, Adair and I will be talking about chart pattern breakouts on how to trade, so catch us at 11.
That we do not have DJT shares available short.
We don't?
No.
I thought I read the proof.
I didn't see them available, so I'm going to keep trying them. So I don't know. You have asked Brancos because they might have been available and then gone.
Okay.
So you could have a limited amount, so you might be the guy that has them right there. All right, so I wrote down DraftKings. I really like the upgrade here. I like that it's pushing a key $50 level. So we had some talks there about DraftKings here today. I just think the more states, the more AI coming through, only helps names like this. This is obviously a technology name through and through, right? I mean, sure, it's a gambling name, but it's an app. It's so easy to use, easy to fund. Customer acquisition starting to get cheaper is what the note says. So I like that. To me, that's the only cost of business right now is the customer acquisition. The AI, the development of the app, that's cheap for them. It's only going to improve. Like when, for example, if I'm betting on Green Bay Packer games. It will then hopefully, and it already does this, it will show me more, only failing if you're trying to lose. Okay, so the thing is that what you can do is you can get now suggested different lines to you, different parlays, different options, different in-game bets. I really like this. I called this a transformative business, and I thought the best buying opportunity, and I said this to Adara, was when this was down at $10. It based out down here. This is actually where I bought this name, but I got out up here at $36, $37, thinking it was well overcooked. We made a move back up here to 34, then we fell into 26. Probably right there, that was the level that, was key for me. When we fell back in, we got out. At that point, it was probably a 50-period moving average or something like that. Now it's just way up and all the way up. So I like a dip buy in this name, similar to Uber. I think DraftKings is a pretty monster buy here. Let's go for DraftKings. No, so what I was talking about for DJT was just that we don't have any shares to borrow. So I would, even though I'm going long, I'm not going short. I mean, there goes 65 right now. So here goes DJT trying to take out the day's high right now. So for everybody, there it goes, 66. I wrote down go long on day high breaks. So there it is right there. That's $1, $2 in the money now. It's going to be $3 in the money very, very soon. We could sound like an auctioneer right here. Who needs 3? Who needs 4? Going to $4, $5, $6. Who wants $6.50? Maybe 7 for you, Obi. There goes DJT straight up there to the upside. So again, another one that we called, but I said, let's hope this breaks at what time? 9:30. But now it's breaking into what is probably a decent size and balance. Damn you, Donald. Damn you. Because there it goes to the upside right now. Great trade. Anybody that's long, DJT, man. It's Sticky No Nation. There it is, man. We said play the high break. The volume's there now. We should have done it as well. 4 million shares. Congratulations for anybody long this name. It looks like it's going to work. To answer everyone's question about the short float, you want to have that optionality of going short if something happens. Randy, stay out of this. You want to make sure you have that optionality of going short. Because the next thing you know, you're long 100 shares, you put out an offer of 100, then you try to get out, you can't punch short because you don't have the shares. So that's it. But wow, there it goes, man, $68. We nailed this one, but unfortunately, our P&L won't reflect that because we don't have any shares. So let me go in, try to get another float on that one. Short, what do you think about DraftKings?
DraftKings, again, on watch today. I do have a couple of plans for it. Let's see what we got in store. We're building in towards that 49. We saw what happened a couple of days ago with that strong wick into that 49. But I'm looking for a potential continuation. Let's see if that'll come in. If that comes in, I'll be looking at some of these weekly highs from last Thursday and Friday to see if we can get past them, as we did kind of hold that bit of strength that did give us that continuation pop that we've been having off of this consolidation breakout that we had off of this earnings reaction high, right? Earnings reaction high being that 45.70-ish, pushing up. Let's look for that continuation potentially into that 50 level. If not, I think a clearly defined kind of level, just short term, is right here. You got that little bit of a low there, and then another low from yesterday in and around that 46 and change. Holy, there goes 70.
Well, what did we think was going to happen? You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
Yeah, there it goes. $70 now.
Pre-market trade?
Huge. Yeah. So there goes DJT right now. It just keeps on going. Remember, I don't know if people thought I was joking when I was saying $7, $8 gone. I mean, there it is right now. That's $7 off that pre-market high break of 65. So this name is gone right now into the cipher, as we said. So there it is. So I just got them. So mine got approved as well. So yours probably are approved. So they are available. You won't even believe how much they cost. 3 cents. That's like
for those shorts?
Yeah. 3 cents per share. The spread is 75 cents. So all I could do is I could just close the gap on both sides and maybe make $50 or whatever and just pay for that on 100 shares. But okay, so let's wait to see here what happens with DJT. It just had that huge move. And so these are kind of the moves that you're looking for, that top wick like that. So despite you wanting to only go long here today, like that's a spot where if you're able to see that, you could have maybe punched short and now use 71 or something as your top. I would never sit around and try to get out at past highs. That's a punch long area, and if you're short into that area right now, you better be covering soon, because I don't know what's going to happen here at open, but hey, everybody trade their own book. That's about all I can say. I like Amazon as well. We didn't get to that. Amazon's on the sticky note, but it is dropping in a little bit here, which is kind of strange. The market's making moves, but Amazon is making a move lower. I like their prescription drug business into New York there today, but Amazon's pushing lower. I know I'm almost like there's something happening right now to Amazon, as that's getting into 180 now, like very quickly. Apple's another name on our watch today as well. That's back in. We're going to leave that alone because there's a news story there. But get ready for the countdown. The countdown is now on, like Donkey Kong. We're going to be watching out for that one too, with DraftKings here today into 48 and trying to go higher. All right, 3, Tesla 2, and 1. All right, there we go. We are now open. Thank you, Miss Adara, for that one. As Apple's dancing around, DraftKings doing its own thing as well. Let's see what's going on with DJTJ. And there it is right now. A nice move up to $74 for... I was going to say DWAC again, but for DJT, nice move to the upside right now and still pumping higher, man. That is the stock that everyone's going to be looking at today. 74 down to 70 goes DJT. Reddit as well, 66, 67. Watching out for some of these plays as we go. But I'm looking at Tesla breaking 180. That could come into play as well, or a dip back into VWAP here for Tesla. We like the story here. Let's not leave the stock.
Yeah, I'm, like I said, I'm going to be waiting, but yeah, this DJT blasting to the upside, 80 incoming, 78 halves right now, 78 halves, just a couple of points away from that 80 mark. A couple people talking about how this can just keep on blasting. Are we going to see 100 today? Who knows, but that 75 as of right now is testing on DJT. Reddit, kind of a pullback right there, 68 highs, pulling back in towards this 66. So a bit of just a chop on the Reddit. I think all eyes are on this Truth Social there, Sean. Apple taking a little bit of a flush. We broke that 170. Amazon, yeah, I did notice that Amazon right off the, not even off the open, going into the open, a little bit of a flush. Yeah, look at that 75 pullback right there into that 73s. Yeah, some aggressive action, right? Let it wash. I'm just going to stay patient. Yeah, sure, there could have been a little bit of a scalp, but I might not have the mental capital right now to play that kind of a move. Wow, that 75. Did not want that 75 back into 70.
Did not want any of that smoke.
All right. What a short. Nice. So about a 5.6 point
look at Tesla
off that 75 hold that we had for a couple of seconds there. 78 being those highs. What do you got going on?
Yeah, we got Tesla long 178, but wow, that DJT was quite the flush, dude, on that one, as you just mentioned that. We hit the dollar club, but it's more like $7, more like $10 from that top. Everybody excited off the open. We knew that something like that would happen, and then you guys were like
halting down,
halting to the downside. Watch out, DJT is now halting. Clip it. Right now, DJT halting to the downside, $66. Let's see what happens. Clip that, baby. Right now, DJT is now halted. So there it is, halted to the downside. I could have gone short there. We could have gone short there on the halt. There was a lot of prints at 98. I chose not violence.
Yeah.
I chose chill. Let's see where this opens. Right now, tap 65. It's DJT, baby, and it's downside. So what does that mean now? People turn their attention over to Reddit? Maybe so. But Reddit's, you know what?
800 left on the ass.
Kathy, what up, girl? There it goes. It's Tesla. We rocking with that one. This is, ho-hum. All this stuff happening. Hey, guys, look over here. DJT. Slap Tesla. $1 in the money. Nice move to the upside right there. Let's see what happens here with TSLA. We like that full self-drive story, that is for sure. All right, NVIDIA. I mean, we're just doing what we're doing. This is what we do every day. Join us, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Sometimes we're blessed with Obi. Sometimes we have Neil. Blessed with Neil, I mean. Or are you?
I'm blessed with you guys.
Well, thank you, Obi.
whenever I'm
And
here.
it's
Thank
our pleasure to be able to have this show with you. Okay, there goes Tesla now breaking $1 higher. Hey, man, it's what we thought was going to happen. But sometimes we're right, sometimes we're wrong. But we're not wrong about DraftKings, as that is gone potentially for DraftKings up to 49. We were looking at 50 right there for that one. NVIDIA, talk about a 50 number, that came into 54, but that's again, you know, probably pretty weak sauce on the volume there. Would have been hard to stand in front of that one. So we're going to watch out for NVIDIA. And by the way, ciao, Tesla. Nice to see you over there as my Italian friends want to build that electric truck. And why not? As we're trying to get upside there through 180 for Tesla. Let's see if we can get that thing humming. We're also going to buy some more through 180. We're long at 178, by the way. That's AMD. We're looking at 180 right there. Tesla is right here. Up to 180 is what we're looking at. We just took a piece out at 179. But what did we think about AMD here? As DJT's tap is now $66 right now. AMD really working high side right now. And are you on anything right now?
I'm watching this Reddit. There was like 800 lots on the ask. 80. There it is again. 66s. The guy was at a different price just a second ago. It's a little lower, and we did drop down. But we were holding some of these pre-market levels, 62, 63. I did almost kind of push in an execution there, but when it popped right back up, I'm like, all right, well, maybe I missed that one by a couple of points. Potentially, but let's see where we go. 65 coming in. Where did that guy go on with the 800 shares? Spoofy Man, 66 is.
Oh no, there's a Spoofy Man?
Spoofy Man?
Say less.
There is a Spoofy Man. I mean, all right, so when will Truth Social open? All right, so 32, 32.
We are monstrous over here.
So initial hold about 5 minutes, so we're looking at 37.32 for it to open. So only about a couple minutes left, actually a minute and 20 seconds, minute 30 seconds left as we're just about to push that 36-minute mark here on the trading session. So let's see how Reddit opens up. Definitely a crazy open. If you had those shorts, if you saw that we couldn't really get past those 70s.
It's a good idea when your number one idea is blasting right now. Full self-drive for all. The emperor has spoken. Up there to 181.50 right now. Man, are we cruising right now. We are in full self-drive mode right now. Let's go, man. Let's just keep on offering some of these out as we get up to 181 and change. Wow, there's a 78 buy. There's a 180 buy. Let's go over and see what Adair is up to.
CISS, C3 Eyes is the name of the company. This one is a penny stock, now up about 50%. They do have a catalyst as well. They had earnings, a pretty nice increase year over year, including over $10 million sales increase year over year. So CISS on watch, guys.
Thank you. CISS, interesting name. Okay, we're still watching out for everything here. Tesla has fallen back in, so the emperor has no clothing. And we'll have to wait to see what happens here as we break back a little bit below 180. Let's take a piece out at 180 again if we're able to get this. And then we'll watch and see what happens because we still want to buy. I still want to buy 178. It's the market. There we go. Take another piece out. That's probably going to be bad. All right, so we got another piece out for flat there. Right now, DJT should be opened up momentarily. Let me see what the time was.
Right now.
Wow. Okay.
Right now, there it is.
Oh, that was really good timing.
Yeah,
I actually had no idea.
37.30.
Here we go through 70 and then right back in again. 68, 68.50. What a good open that was as the apes, I guess, or can we call it that on DJT, starting to go back up to the upside right now. Back in through 70. We just touched it. We fell back out. There it goes. I would say see you later to 70. Let's see if that happens one more time. We did get a little bit of reserve. There it is. Yeah, so there it goes. I didn't think that was going to hold. I was wondering why that faded back there. That was probably a good buy on that fade back to 68.50. But there it goes. Wow. See you later, man. That 80 is probably going to retest. So $78. Look out for an upside halt. So again, remember that I said we chose non-violence? Well, we were almost going to go short on that first halt down. Generally, halts to the downside when it's your very first halt will create that extra bit of panic. Put some sell orders in there on open. No. Opposite there for DJT. Reddit. Okay, so Reddit's been actually like relaxing here. No, I mean, nice little base there at 64. Yeah. We did talk about trying to play it off VWAP. Right now we're under VWAP, so something to look at there. DJT now bouncing back into that halt level again. Remember, we halted here at 66-ish, so we just fell right back into that level again. Another halt on this name, and we'll get back to it. But let's just look for other names that are potentially moving now. We always want to look at NVIDIA. Yeah, here comes NVIDIA falling. So what's AMD doing right now? Falling. Okay, so we like this. At 10 o'clock, we have consumer confidence coming out. Tesla upside again. I'm going to take this another $1 on Tesla and just get out. This has been a nice move upside. We're long 178, man. It's at 181 right now to start the day. Like, giddy up, Elon. This was a good move for us. Really happy with it. We did take out a 10% lot, as you can see that we're doing. There it is. There's another one right there. Spin the money for us. This is going to be a good day. So far, so good here as we're starting to sort of feel out this market a little bit. Let's see if Apple, are you still waiting?
Yeah, I'm still waiting.
Good. Don't worry about it.
This is pretty
interrupt
choppy.
If you get a fill of something you like.
Sure, yeah. No, I can talk about a couple other names.
Go ahead,
as well.
Sure, yeah.
Softy kind of coming into the downside. We saw what Google was doing yesterday. We did push past that 150 on Google. People in the chat talking about DNUT. They were like, okay, can you guys give a little bit of an update on DNUT? Let's see what DNUT is up to.
Can we go to Adara first?
Yeah, sure. Let's go to Adara first.
You keep an eye on CGC. Bit of a weaker day yesterday for some of these cannabis-related names, but looks like they're seeing a little bit of strength today. Yesterday it did come out as well in a poll that apparently 3 in 5 Americans want Congress to pass marijuana banking reform, as reported by this American Bankers Association poll. So a little bit of news there. Lots of information online, though. Lots of people tweeting and buzzing about CGC. So keep an eye on this and all of the other cannabis-related names, guys.
Man, oh man. All right. Let's go back to what you're talking about.
I think somebody in the chat was talking about just an update on Krispy Kreme. Had some Arvol on that McDonald's collab news in the morning. It hasn't really gone anywhere. A bit of a shake and bake off the open. 15 kind of interesting, but this pre-market range was still well within that range there. So DNUT not really doing too much. Off the open, I think I'm gonna wait a little bit here. I did write it down. I did not know this news earlier. A little miss on my part, but I did write it down as a little bit of an interesting play. When it's I like the catalysts that are associated with a large. Oh, there goes Reddit. Oh, holy. Okay, associated with a larger market cap kind of.
You in that line?
News. Reddit. Absolutely blasting. So that 64-65 hold was probably the place to buy. We're pushing highs right here, 69s coming in on Reddit. Here we go.
On Reddit?
Yes, sir.
So DJT and Reddit are the same price then? Because I was looking at DJT there, and you're like 69 inbound. We just took out 69 for DJT, and now we're at 70 as well for that name. But man, we are now $2, $4 in the money from the bottom. I just said to my guy Ty over there, I hope he was doing okay, because I was like, what's good, my guy? And then there was Tesla. Tesla also the #1 damn idea on the sticky note. That's a chicken dinner winner. So if you don't want chicken for your lunch, don't have it here. But take your Tesla winnings and go grab yourself a nice brisket. I think Randy and I may be going to go get that at some point. There's this place that Randy was talking about, so we're going to go there. And today we'll pay because of Tesla. So nice little move to the upside right there. He was clouting with his XOM profits. Great call on XOM by my guy Randy. In the back. All right, I'm waiting for 182.30s, day high, get me out of some more of Tesla, and then as Russell Wilson said for 1 year, let's ride, nation. And that is the Denver Broncos. And there it is right there. It's a $4 winner from the bottom. All right, do we want to go long Reddit? Are you long Reddit? Yes, you are. Yep. All right, my guy over here. Let's see what happens. Reddit up to 70. I like that punch. I know you're long right here at 69er. Let's go Reddit to the upside for my guy. I like this trade.
Yeah, that 70 potentially coming in with that strength.
Oh, hell yeah. It's brisket
Randy.
time, baby. Pretty soon we're doing it.
You buy it?
Yeah, Tesla right now, we're $4. It's a nice move upside right there.
Yeah,
You're still
Tesla's
buying,
going.
though. All right, let's go. What did you want to say? Nice trade by Reddit over there for my guy.
Yeah,
it's another one.
I was saying I wanted that 64, 65 hold. I kind of hesitated a little bit on that hold. I really like that. And yeah, we're pushing that 70. Let's see how far we can get past this 70 point here. 71 coming in.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to stay a little patient with this one. Got to pull it up on some charts here.
He flies high, no lie. He's balling. OB. Man.
Yeah, so Reddit 71 halves. There's some size at 72s as well. Let's see, 72s, or actually, never mind. That size kind of went away. A lot of spoofiness happening here on some of these names here. Again, a lot of interest as well. 72s. Let's see if we can get to 72. If we can break 72 half, let's see if we can get to 75s there. 73s potentially coming in. There's 140 lots at 75 already that I can see. 72 kind of bright now. A little bit of a micro pullback. Let's see. 72 halves on the ask, and they get taken out. 73 incoming. 73. Let's see if 73 breaks now. No real size there. 73 is right there. Can we get that? 73 not really printing as of right now. And I do feel like an option here.
You don't even
no, not right now. I'm
Good,
just
good.
reading the tape. I'll get out on what I see on the tape there. 73 breaking right now. So a little bit of a potentially hidden size there on that initial test. A bit of a reserve as well. 74 incoming. Let's see if we can get that nice psychological 75. Watching this tape here. I don't have all the tape that I would ideally like to have, that I have back at my desk, so I don't have the full scope of what I'm comfortable with. But that 75 incoming, a move like this, kind of strong there. 75 potential, 148 lots right there on that 75. Let's see if we can go to that one. Let's see what we do with that 75 level there, Sean. Pretty nice. Let's see if it'll take me there.
We don't have any problems with any of those.
I am out of that one. I tried to get out of the 74. I posted, but I couldn't. But like it might have been too early. It could still go.
Missed it.
Sorry. It could still go, right? It could still go. That was pretty clean through the 70, and like you don't even need to take the 70 break when you see it hold above that kind of thing. There it goes back down to the downside. I gotta make sure I don't have any other orders kind of sitting there. Let's see, what did it? It says cancel less aggressive. Okay, never mind.
You're out.
All right, cool. Yeah, no, I'm out. Quick little tape scalp into that 75 psychological level. Could have been much bigger, yes. Trying to manage my risk, yes. 75 rejection on Reddit. Oh boy, I like psychological levels.
Oh,
let's see if we can build some structure and get back
$3.
Get back on there. I just took the trade, Sean.
That's what I'm saying.
I just took the trade. I mean, it was a quick tape read, right? We saw the aggression. Yeah. We saw it holding on the bid. We saw it smashing through some reserves. I'm like, until I see some change in behavior.
Neil could stay on vacation?
I mean, that's up to Neil.
Right now, we got $6 in the money.
This could still go. I got to stay watching this, you know. But that DJT holding up that 70 as well, holding above that VWAP. So pretty nice move. Quick little scalp. I do. No regrets, but a little bit of looking back, and I was like, that 64 hold, I did almost punch in, but I was like, I don't want to risk 65s to 62s. I liked 62s. Like, look, DWAC. Sean, I had two levels written down for DWAC. It was 62 and 57, and we already held those in the pre-market. So I was like, if I'm getting long 64, 65s, I only feel comfortable risking down to 62. But that momentum push into that 70 off of a pre-market high break, I like that as well. But got to size down for that, definitely.
Dude,
not as
good
trade. As the dip trade, in my opinion.
It's a great trade.
Thank you.
Don't worry about it at all. I mean, you made an amazing trade right there. We are going to also be $5 in the money on this Tesla trade right now. And I got to give a big shout out because you all know him, you all love him, and he's got the trophy today. It's Brankles in the back right now.
Brankles, let's go.
I'm coming for you. FYI on that one. All right, so let's go, Brankles. Good job on that, man. That's a good thing about being on the floor. We have guys trading everything there behind us. Good job there on Brankles. We've got Tesla over here. Tesla put us in second place, but the pole position right now with my guy Brankles over there. Let's go back over and look at some other names. We still will be on that top. DJT right now is taking out highs. Donald J. Trump.
Oh, look at that size on the ask.
What is this stock? actually
$800.
called, actually? Is it just
Truth
Truth
Social.
Social? Is that what they've... no, they've got a Trump Media and Technology Corp.
Okay.
Is what eSignal has this as.
There goes
Trump
75.
Media.
Boom. It goes a point. It goes to almost a point and a half to the
Dude,
75
come to the screen
break.
right here because this is immediate,
Wow.
actionable events happening right now with DJT, Donald Trump Technology Corp, making the move to the upside right now. Donald Trump Technology, that's just so hilarious. Like, imagine there was like a Joe Biden Technology Corp coming out soon, and then you'd have like a Kamala Harris one.
Yeah.
What are we even talking about as we go? If there was a
Branko's
Trudeau
in the
one,
back saying it would be an abacus.
yeah, okay, Branko's is hilarious. Break.
I love that. That's awesome.
Branko's flowing, man. You give this guy a mic and he doesn't stop. This guy Branko's over there. Okay, good call on that. All right, we're making new highs right now. So this was its past high, 80. Are we just going long 80 here or what? We saw a pretty dramatic flush off of this level. I think it might be worth a try to go long 80. But the question
boy.
is how far do you cross up on that kind of a play right now? I'm going to try it a little bit. I'm only going to try to cross up 40 cents or so. Let's see what happens here. Breaking through 80. We do have size at 78. Here we go. I feel like if and when we get this short, we want to get out if we break back down below like $77. So let's wait to see if we get this long. It's coming up to 80 bucks. It is Donald Trump Media Corp starting to go haywire right now. What's up, A?
Another possible sympathy play here, Rumble, RUM up almost 8% now. Really strong volume. We just got our highest volume candle of the day. They also have earnings tomorrow after close. That could also be what's motivating Rumble here, RUM to the upside. Also worth noting as well, I'm just seeing this come in from The Information reporting that Apple, some of its Apple Vision Pros will have 10-cent apps available on them. So not much movement there for TME or AAPL off of that news, but keep that in mind. Apple and 10-cent collaboration potentially for some of these Vision Pro apps as per The Information, guys.
Thank you.
Just quickly, DJT did fall down in there, so our 80 is not valid yet. Could possibly come in. New trade position, though, for us. So let's just do this. We are now long Amazon, but understanding that Amazon's going the opposite way of the market, not the way we thought. I thought Amazon was a break of 180 today. It happened in the pre-market. Sorry, not a break, a support of 180. We didn't trade it. It was really choppy off the open. We were focused, obviously, I think, in the right spot here with Tesla, $6 in the money on that one, or not on this position, on our bottom position. But we'll try this against 179. We're trying the long here on Amazon. Flatten it out if it breaks 178 or 179 to the downside.
Sean, there is a name that is up just over 20%.
Okay.
On the
Krispy
day,
Kreme?
off the open.
And
He was one of the names on my list to trade today.
Oh, right.
But I was like, if CGC can do such and such, maybe eyes on, and look at it right off the open, having over what is this? Let's measure this range here from the low to making fresh highs right now. Almost 26.5%. From $6 all the way to seven and some change, and really pushing right now. So we saw that bid happen a couple days ago on Canopy. Again, I think the news was Germany legalization, something like that, and then we catch a little bit of a relief pullback, and coming in today, that $6 level holding quite well, and aggressive buying to the upside on CGC. Does it have more news today? I have no idea, but it seems like the most latest news would have been off of that legalization or exception from Germany. I think that's what the news was. But yeah, let's take a look at some of these levels. I liked this $8 level to come look at, and yeah, it seems like it's going to rip right up there. I was like, maybe if it can get there slowly today, or maybe in a couple of days, maybe we can look for a potential trade off this 8. But clearly, yesterday's low, bit of a lick grab of both yesterday's low and pre-market, and holds some of these levels as well from that first day right there. So that's 6 and change. We're pushing up a full point on CGC. Let me know in the chat.
Patty, you long
Let us
Tesla?
know in the chat, better yet, if you
Long
guys
Tesla?
have been trading CGC today. Wild, crazy move. Or have you guys been trading Reddit or DJT? Or Tesla. A lot of opportunity in this market.
It's too
for
high
those that are looking, it would seem.
By the way, Amazon right now, I was talking with Patty Ice here about Tesla, asking him if he's long. We're now $3 in the money on a 180 break, let alone the 178 that we had.
Nice.
Tesla, Moon City right now. And by the way, not just because I have you here.
Yes.
We're long Amazon. It's working. Let's see if Amazon.
I'm looking at the Amazon as well. As soon as you kind of pointed it out, I do have a couple of levels on. I do like the long. Let's see if that comes in off this 179 area. Yesterday's high.
If it breaks, we're out. It's coming back in.
Is 179-ish area.
Let's go find out what Adara has to say here as Tesla making moves and Amazon going the other way.
This part of the show brought to you by VinFast. VinFast electrifies Bangkok International Motor Show 2024, marking our grand entry into Thailand. Discover our complete EV lineup, from the agile VF3 to the commanding VF9 and the groundbreaking VF Wild electric pickup. Tailored for Thai roads, our right-hand drive vehicles are here. Join us for this momentous launch as we drive Thailand towards a greener future. March 27th to April 7th, VinFast. Powering your sustainable journey.
And I was just said it will be, damn, I hate losing. It looks like we will lose here as I don't like not understanding kind of sometimes what's happening. There goes Amazon. Okay, so remember we told you about what our weak spot is to try to get back into names over and over and over again. We're not going to do that. We were lucky enough to get one out there on Amazon and no more. So let's slow the boat down a little bit here on AMZN and not continue fighting this long until we either get into better levels, which, 178, it's just not the news I thought it would be. I thought this was good news. I thought Amazon had that chance at 180 right there to break it and to go higher on that new business sort of throughout New York City, New York State with the prescription model. We'll wait to see what's happening right there. So we'll be wrong on that catalyst and apparently pretty right on this one. Although we don't want to be too wrong if it doesn't go back to the upside. What about just a 183 out here? I feel pretty happy if we were able to do that there on Tesla, and then we'll look for something else. We're up 6% already here on TSLA. Let's put something at 183 and get out. I'm happy with this move. I feel like this is a good play back in. We've seen 183s before right here. That high's basically been 185 on a zoomed in level. We're about to get out right now. That's 180. Just wait for a break there maybe. All right, let's cancel. We'll cancel that. We're going to wait. Let's wait to see if Tesla can really make this day go. And of course, there goes Amazon. We were long at 179.12, and we got out on a 178 break, 179 break lower. So debating getting back into that one, but we don't want to throw good money after bad. That is for sure. So let's hold out on that one. NVIDIA pushing back. Is that what's happening here? Yeah, 950 again. So there's 950 again for NVIDIA. Wow, do we like that or what? Again, a pretty dangerous play against that level because we know that when and if it breaks, you are probably going to get a 48. So watch out for your size there as NVIDIA down to 950, looking like a good dip buy opportunity down there, I'd say.
Yeah, this Micron breaking out of yesterday's highs. We talked about that bit of stair-stepping action, and it had a bit of decent strength yesterday. 121.40 was yesterday's high, and so I did get a little bit into that break involved. Let's see if this has any real continuation through previous day break. We saw that stair step up, earnings kind of ripped up, consolidated for a few days, and now we're having another potential push back up as of yesterday. Right, let's see how far today's action goes through yesterday's high. 121.75 coming in, 122. Let's see what we do if we can even get up there into that 122 level here on Micron. If it'll give it to us right there. Bit of a push. You can see it right here. A nice little trend to the upside, pushing past yesterday's highs. Definitely doing some RVOL, not too crazy. Yesterday it definitely was. Today just a little bit of a technical breakthrough. Let's see if we kind of sustain or we don't. Who knows? I'm just going to try to stay as nimble as possible.
180.50. Tesla is pulling back a little bit here. I was going to try to go long in and around 180.50. We do have in 2 minutes consumer confidence coming through, so it would not surprise me at all if that comes out slightly affected here into this market. We've had some good numbers come through, so I could see this definitely making a move as consumer confidence coming out very, very soon. So in only under 2 minutes, we'll go over to Adara, and she will have that live for you as we'll get that going. So, all right, that's consumer confidence. We'll wait for that to come out. Tesla, we're trying to buy a little bit of that bottom. Let's just check in on Apple before we go over there. So a nice bounce again, like that 169, that came into play pretty much in the pre-market, and we bounced off of, I guess, 170. I mean, that low is really 169.80 there. So something to look at again here for Apple back into 170 if we do get a potential flush. Another name that we liked early. This is a good day for us, despite that Amazon, which is now higher than where we had it. Like, come on, my guy, just believe in some of these things, honestly. DraftKings is right now to VWAP, so I kind of like that play as well, bouncing in and around off VWAP here down to 48.50 or so. I think DraftKings is a buy. Let's just wait to see if that is the case here as DJT moving around again as well. Just let me know when we want to go to Adara, because we should probably have this number live. So it's 9:59.20 right now. Here's DJT still trying to take 80. So, yeah, 30 seconds until the number. Just let me know in my ear, and we will go over to Miss Adara. Okay, let's go over. All right, let's go now.
Waiting on this consumer confidence number, the CB consumer confidence. Previous was 106.7, forecast is 106.5, so slightly lower expected than the previous. We did already get those Richmond Manufacturing Index here, so Richmond Manufacturing Index coming at -11, so lower than the forecast of -4. Richmond Fed Manufacturing Shipments Index coming in -14, so slightly lower than the expected -13. Just waiting here for this consumer confidence number. Here, we also did just get the Richmond Fed Services Index, -7 versus -12 expected. So let's see if we have this consumer confidence coming in. For now, we're going to check right back that in a second. Right now, we're having this buy in a little bit of a range, slightly positive on the day here. Lots of names to talk about, including Reddit and DJT, from its merger with DWAC yesterday. So nice look here. DJT first day trading, Reddit also very strong. We'll try to come back for that CB consumer confidence number if we get it, because I'm not seeing it right now, unfortunately. Krispy Kreme, another one to take a look at, though. DNUT, another individual mover, up about 18% after announcing an extended partnership with McDonald's. We also have DraftKings here, up 3.5% after an upgrade from Mizuho and a price target increase from Susquehanna. And we do have the consumer confidence, sorry for the wait there, guys, coming in at 104.7, so slightly lower here than the forecast of 106.5. Slight uptick here for the SPY that I'm seeing off of that number, but that is the consumer confidence. That's the big numbers we're getting today, guys.
Yeah, it sounds like 104 versus 106 there on the consumer confidence. So starting to move a little bit higher. Look at this, man. So stupid. How's Amazon starting to go higher now? We had dropped out of that at 179, unfortunately. Damn you. Starting to get going there a little bit for Amazon, back up to the upside. And then DraftKings, now that the number's out, we can probably start to buy a little bit of this one. I was waiting at 84, 85. I like DKNG here. I'm still a little bit upset about Amazon, of course, because we did have that and then we didn't. And now that name is blasting pretty significantly higher. Oh, that sucks, man. That could have been the one there for me. Obi was Amazon.
I like that 179.
Yeah.
I thank you for pointing it out. I did get along on on the right side of that move. I was like, I want to see how far below it can get through that 179. And then when we reclaim right away, I'm like, all right, well, it seems like 179 might want to hold for now. But let's see how long it actually does. Micron kind of right back up there. It did dip. I got stopped out when it pushed back through that 121, and then I'm like, all right, well, I just pointed out that it has been trending a little bit, right? So when it comes right back in, I'm like, all right, well, I think a little bit better price to buy may or may not be near that low of trend, but yeah, let's see how well it kind of works here. I do have VWAP here all the way down at 120. I don't know if we're going to get all the way down there, but Micron quite strong, and Let's take a quick look at the NVIDIA and some of these other chip names. NVIDIA is a little bit sideways. They're not really doing too much. ARM, though, ARM pushing for that 145, quite strong to the upside, is ARM off of the open there, pushing past yesterday's highs as well. So maybe a little similar story to what's kind of happening here on Micron. But yeah, it's interesting. That stair-step bid, I don't know too much about it, but I have seen that kind of happen on charts here and there, but I don't know if it's necessarily the best intraday. It seems like it's much cleaner to take it on a multi-day thing. But DJT here coming right back in on that VWAP here that I have on that 68. So I'm going to stay a little bit more patient. This name did halt down once, so it has shown us that it does have the ability to halt. Let's see if it kind of has anything more spicy for us in store going on into the day, right? If it can trap some players, I definitely want to get involved. But right now, we're just building some of this chart here. 121 halves testing on Micron, 121.75. So let's see if this strength kind of comes in there. 122 potentially Micron with the bid. Let's see if we can get that continuation of that strength that we've been seeing over the past couple of days. I guess that's what I'm kind of looking for here. I'm going to take a little bit of a measured move to the upside if that's the case.
I like that. All right, so just quickly here, DraftKings, we went in and got an 84 fill there. So I'm just going to try to play it. If we can get any more long down here, near 48.70, that's kind of somewhere, and then 48.50. If we lose 50 cents, then we'll be out of that one. Great call on the Amazon as that's continuing to go higher. I'm going to play it off the short against 180 now, just because, I mean, again, I hate doing this. Like, we wanted the long early, and then it didn't work. So now we're backing away from it and trying to go short. Possibly not the right play there on Amazon. So let's wait to see what does wind up happening here with AMZN. It looks like it's trying to go a little bit lower here. Higher into that 180. So we'll wait and see if that is going to be a play for us or not. Amazon into 180, trying to get that short. DraftKings starting to go. I mean, we're looking for a 49 break. Obviously, to the upside, we're long here at 87. So anything in and around there would be good for me on that. So we'll wait to see if that can happen. Here comes Amazon. I'm going to take a little bit more. I want really a 75 fill if we can get that against 180. The market is going higher and higher right now. So we are trading against that VWAP right there. Let's see what happens into 180. I did mark down a long 180, but I was just... We had a lot of shares down there. We should have probably held them, but we'll get stopped out on the low side of this. And then Tesla trying to move as well, back down a little bit. So what was hot early, kind of giving way to some of these other names. You mentioned ARM, and then DJT's back to 71. Yeah. And then Reddit right now. Oh, wow. Reddit had a 75 top. I know you were involved. Yep. But yeah, wow. That was that 75 was top.
A little bit of a psychological level as well. We talked about that. I really like those psychological levels. And if you get that confluence with the tape at some of those levels, I'm out of that Micron scalp, it could still continue to go. But if we're going to pull back into trend, I don't want to hold it a full point against me. I just want to we'll churn it out. We'll churn it out. I'm not really holding. I'm not really holding a core right now. I do have to get better at that. And I saw you yesterday. You were holding a core and churning out that intel. I do have to kind of develop that skill there, Sean. So I am, like I said again, I'm glad I'm sitting right beside you and seeing you kind of work in and out of those cores. That intel was pretty nice there yesterday. I was looking back at that chart. I was talking to Sean. He was saying that he's just going with the flow. You're just like a going with the flow kind of with the tape kind of guy. I really like that. I respect that.
I think sometimes it's hard to fight the trend. I've been doing that a lot. 22. And sometimes it's better to be relaxed. Obviously, we've changed sometimes. I feel like it's just trade your plan, and then deal with what happens, after that. Disney, good look there. So we're still short Amazon. We didn't get our full position up there. Let me take a little bit more on Amazon. Oh, Disney's pulling back. Okay, that kind of sucks. Our out was going to be 120. We got as high as 119.78. I think we'll take some shares out regardless here after hours, after the show for Disney. I mean, honestly, this name is up 45%. not since the beginning of the year. No, it was $90 up to 120. So from the bottom here in October, that's a huge move for Disney. So let's respect that and see what we can do with that name. All right, so we're getting close right now to getting some more good trade there as you held that long, man, and that's part of my problem.
Oh, which one?
Amazon. Like, I had too many shares down there, so when it broke,
I could have held that at Micron long. There's a 400 lot bidder that's chasing it up, and it doesn't want to fill him.
why doesn't DraftKings
on Micron? Okay, well, I think it might have gone filled right there as soon as I might have said that, but it did not quite catch that. Like I said, back at the desk, I got a few tapes with some filters. So if anybody's getting filled on size, there he is on with much less size. Maybe it's the same guy, 200 lots. But yeah, no, if anybody gets filled with some size, I do kind of have a quick, I have the option, again, thanks to the software,
we'll have to get
look at that size that did fill at that level. 122 halves coming in, so it didn't necessarily pull back as much as I kind of thought it might be, and that was an assumption that I made. Clearly not the best, but nice strong trend here happening on Micron chips with the pop. Are any of the other chips moving like this? I don't think so. It's just Micron, and like I said, that distinct kind of behavior, that stair-stepping pattern. But yeah, I got out right underneath that 121 nines. I think I got out, but it goes to 122 halves, and that's perfectly fine. What is the next trade? I'm potentially looking for this to pull back into that trend and see if it holds once again. Maybe it's an algo. Maybe it's something else. Maybe it's just a bidder. Who knows? But if it's going to hold, I do want to keep an eye on that one. Yesterday we were fighting that trend on the market. Market is up off the open. I'm looking to go long right now. But yeah, let's see. Something that isn't really going long right now is Nvidia, and I guess a little bit of softy as well. Downside? Nvidia is to the downside, yeah, Sean. It is the first two 15-minute candles here. I'll pull up the chart while I'm talking about it here.
We didn't break right 950 yet, though.
Yeah, no, we didn't break 950. We're holding that 950 quite well. But yeah, look, this is on the 3-minute chart. But take a look at the 15. A little bit of wiki action off of that 50 level, 950, 1 wick, 2 wick, and now we're coming in right back in with almost 5 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to print. We saw that there was some strength in and around this area, just around that 50 mark yesterday as well. And looking left, that was what was this on Friday? So was this last week's high? So previous week high, holding as of right now on Nvidia, so that could be a potential bit of a level there. What is this at that 47? So we did hold that 47 yesterday off of this wick, and then now we're coming in and holding this 950. Where do we go? I have no idea, but it seems like we are pushing for a potential continuation relative to what we did, where we closed last week, well within that area, as we only got about 10 points off of that. Remember, it's a $900 ticker, it's almost $1,000 ticker. So what is 10 points, right? So we'll let it kind of cook and see what it does with that 950. And as I was talking about that 950 breaks as of right now. So yeah, that 950, let's see if that 947 previous week high, actually I want to pull up the tape and see if we can see anything interesting show up at that 957 Nvidia. Might have to, the thing is, like, to trade this name, I have to find a sniping location to be precise. I don't want to take too wide of a risk on this name. So that 947, let's see if that'll come in here on Nvidia. And if it does come in, what will be in store for us on the tape there on Nvidia here? Let me pull up the tapes on this one as well, the book, sorry, so you guys can take a quick look alongside. Here comes the 947. So this is that previous week high. So we're looking at it together. Do we see anything? The first initial test bids up about half a point there. So yeah, let's see if we hold or if we just crush it. There we go, 948, 947 held quite well as of right now. We tested that 947, couldn't even print 947, and then we pop back up 3 points. What a scalp. What a scalp off of previous week high. Quick 3-4 points. A lot of size can be used, I think. You can see the kind of size that's going through the book on that kind of quick scalp trade off of previous week high test. when we're flushing down and just a quick little bounce. Can we go back through? Sure, yeah, I have no idea. We can just continue to go back through, but that quick little pop up off of that initial test, I like that look as well. What are you guys trading in the chat? Let us know. I know there's a lot of hot names on the board. Point us in the direction of some hot names, and we're more than willing to look at some of those here. Micron pulling back into that 122. Let's see where we go from here. Can we hold trend? Do we revert back down to VWAP? Where is VWAP here? I got 120.60s on my chart here. 120.60s is that VWAP on Micron, breaking through previous day high. Not a bad look there.
NVIDIA really wants to go, huh? It's down now to 947 and going a little bit lower. And that is so we were basically flat on Amazon all of a sudden. We did not get filled. We were bidding 179.43s. It went down to 179.45 and bounced. We did get some good fills down there, though, on Amazon. So we basically had a whole bunch here at 50. So we're pretty happy with the way that's been, but still could always be happier as we sit here and talk about that. So Tesla back to $2 in the money. Amazon, we're going to re-short a little bit up here if we're able to at some of these levels. But yeah, we did have a pretty big winner there. DraftKings, unfortunately, we got filled down here at 65, saw some pressure, got a little bit out, but for nothing really. 67, 70s, still down. So we will be failed out there on DraftKings because that's a losing trade right there for me. But you know, we didn't have a lot on board. We tried to play VWAP, it didn't hold. We got out at 48.50. So flush, unfortunately, that one down the toilet. Here comes Amazon into 180. Let's see if that can hold. Now could hold. We'll see. Right now for Amazon, a little bit of a downside push here that we've already taken advantage of, but we're taking a little bit more now and seeing if we can get those out. So right now, Amazon hopefully flushing back in. We're just short here at 73. To me, well worth the risk. We've seen this name drop in before. We're short against 80. So we just got basically buyers at 50. That should give us 1-to-1, but we're hoping for a little bit of a downside push. The market's trying to get going again here, so that's a little bit of a problem. But for right now, we're flat on Tesla as it tries to come back in, and $3 again on this name, man. Tesla really making moves here, and we're pretty happy with that. Needless to say, Tesla going upside.
Yeah, that 947 on NVIDIA holding as of right now. Again, like I said, previous week high. Again, I'm going to stay a little patient. Let's see what it does. There it goes. It goes breaking through that 947 right away. So as of right now, we'll let it kind of chop around and build up. I was reading the chat because I did ask what you guys were looking at, and people were pointing out different tickers. I looked through a few of them, and I liked a couple. I liked a couple of them right here. I think somebody pointed out VKTX, Viking Therapeutics. Again, this is a ticker that does move around every now and then, a repeat offender in my book on VKTX. Some strong moves, so I'm guessing this had some sort of catalyst today or something. Positive results in the study for potential obesity drug. Okay, so some maybe potentially Ozempic-related stuff, body weight loss compared to placebo. Clinical trial showed up to 5.3% weight loss. Okay, so is that statistically significant? I have no idea. I did not read the report, but we are catching a bid and some nice volume off the open as well. Let's take a quick look left on this chart to see if we are testing some interesting levels. So post earnings, you had a nice little multi-day, multi-week bid. Some strength here, maybe some more news, more biotech news that might have came out. I do not know. I do not remember. But looking left, a little bit of a failure to follow through past this 99.40s being the high on VKTX, and we are pushing back up, attempting for some of those highs on this news today on VKTX. So let's see if we can get back up there. I want to see if I can throw in an alert right here. That 100, so that 99.42, right? So that that all anticipated 100 level, nice and shiny, might be coming in if we can get all the way up to 99.40s, but 86 is what we're trading at right now. So might be a little bit of a stretch, but I got that in there for later if that's willing to come in. That 947 still holding as of right now here on NVIDIA. I'm going to take a closer look at this chart on some multiple time frames right now.
All right. We're doing it. Are you out of Amazon? No, you're still going to hold it. Okay, so for me on Amazon, I mean, here we go. We got this short again. We just kept shorting it off of VWAP, and we keep saying this, and Obi does a great job of this as well. You know, talking about like what levels we're interested in and why we're in some of these names. And I mean, honestly, when 179 broke there, that pretty much sucked, but it gave us an opportunity. We started the short way too early, but it came into VWAP. That's where we put on the trades, and it's a good one here as we bounce back up. But we got those levels we talked about, man. We got those low 40s. We actually got a 41 fill, so all good. There we go. We'll take a little bit more out here at 53 as that goes. And guess what, guys? Day's high right now for this guy. It's Tesla, and it is still motoring. The number one, like sometimes you only need one trade, man, and I wish we only had one trade, to be honest with you, because we did wind up losing on that DraftKings trade. But yeah, Tesla still motoring to the high side, the same levels. We tried to buy this dip. We were literally at VWAP here. It came within probably 20 or 30 pennies of filling us down there, but hey, trade the names that you believe in, and hopefully something good will happen. And I mean, it is happening for us today on Tesla. Congratulations to everybody out there that's on that name. It looks like DJT, and again, congratulations to everybody on this name too. This has been a great day to trade this, I feel like. Look at the holds. I mean, you've really held down here, 68, 69 bucks, holding VWAP, now starting to go back to the upside. So maybe potentially not as scary here as we may have initially thought with DJT. But again, nice moves to the upside. And, you know, for its first day, I know it's DWAC, but, you know, up 47%. Great day, needless to say, here for DJT. The other one that's been sort of, you pretty much had the best move. I mean, all day, that's really the only move other than the sell. Now you're looking like you want to get going again.
The short was nice.
The short was great. Yeah, breaking through 70 might happen again right now. Let's go over to the desk for a dare, and I might take the 70 break.
See that bounce?
IWM has been chopping and churning around this 206.50 area for the last 20 or so minutes, so not too much happening right now in the Russell 2000. It is up about 0.5%, so slightly up on the day here, but lots of small cap runners to talk about, including MESO. This is Mesoblast. It has run before, as you can see here from the daily chart, and they did get some FDA notification that they have what seems to be sufficient data to support its treatment for children with graft versus host disease. So nice move up here for MESO on an FDA note. We also have a move up here for STOK. This is Stoke Therapeutics. They had a couple of different catalysts here. Earnings last night, during which they also announced that they had some positive data for their Dravet syndrome treatment. This morning, they had a slew of analyst moves after that earnings announcement, including an upgrade to buy from TD Cowen. So STOK, Stoke Therapeutics, trying to pick up a little bit here on volume. And last but not least, Nuvation Bio, NUVB. This is another biotech pharmaceutical related name. Last night, they announced the agreement to acquire Anhart Therapeutics. This morning, they get an upgrade from BTIG with a $5 price target. So nice look here for NUVB, and nice look for a lot of these small cap pharmaceutical names, guys.
Okay, did you find any levels there? You're still long that Amazon. I like that.
NVIDIA, we were just talking about that. NVIDIA, that 947, I think that was a nice spot to take a quick scalp on. Talked about it, and I was like, okay, well, when it did come down there, I'm like, all right, that's a little bit of that's a little wide of a risk that I'm not really willing to take. And then it rips through that 950, 952 testing there, or 952 is just under testing off of that bounce of previous week high. So I was just like, all right, well, that's gone. I missed that scalp. But next trade, let's see if we can get a little bit of consolidation. Maybe we do build up above previous week high. You know what? The trade might not be over. But there goes Micron, and look at the strength. It keeps on pulling back. I want to put like a moving average on this thing here. If it's going to sustain then we might have something on our hands. I did get out a little bit too early there on this underneath that 122, but that's perfectly fine. Let's see if we can get another opportunity to get involved here on the micron. Let's go down to a 1 minute.
The micron.
Real quick.
Excuse me. In front of it there.
Yeah, a little bit of a trend here. So you know what? I don't have moving averages on this one, but just to give a rough outline of the trend from the morning session right there, let's just take this one. Okay, so a little bit cleaner there. Just to point out, it's going a little sideways off of that trend here. I do have it on some moving averages on this other screen here on my charts. But yeah, going a little bit sideways as of right now. Still holding. If you're looking at the 5 minute here, let's see if it's holding any sort of moving average right there. It is holding the moving average 8 EMA on the 5 minute chart. Micron as of right now, but if you go down a couple time frames into the 2 or the 3 or the 1, that moving average is definitely broken as of right now. Oh boy, is that previous week high a level to get long off of?
What are these guys talking about? Reddit over here?
I have no idea. We're getting a lot of...
oh, yeah, there's the 70 break. Oh, I forgot to put that order in. No. Okay, it goes up to $71 right there. We should have taken that. That's my bad. I was just like, what is everyone talking about? Reddit? Okay, so there it is, breaking above. Look at it sort of stacking up on the offer a little bit there. How high did we get? Maybe it's a 71 break that we want to get going here right now. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, VERI spiking up on volume here. Veritone, this one has run in the past, specifically the last couple of days. Today they launched this Ask Very, which is this, I guess, intelligent speaking conversational AI. So nice move up here for VERI, continuing to make new highs of day, guys.
Veritone, okay, VERI. There goes Reddit, by the way. I mean, some of these names are really starting to get spicy, man. Yeah. I mean, that Reddit break of 70 immediately down to 68 right now. I'm going to take a long at 71, but not until then. Very, making that move higher right now. Okay, more AI names, again, without knowing too much about the stock. We always want to say, look out for possible levels where we've had some areas of interest before. This would be $6, and you're actually getting into one right now. So again, only up 11%. Obviously, we can get this name going, but thanks to Adara for that news piece. Very right now, making that move up 12% and looking like a clean one. We're bidding, I just didn't notice now. We have the 50 period right here. Let's put some more bids. Let's put a bid at 57 or so. We are now above, the 57 is the 50 period. Okay, so we'll put a bid down there, see if we can get that on Amazon to the downside. We're still watching out for 180. If that breaks, I only have 2 stops in right now. That's, I have a bid in to go, this is not a stop, I have a bid in to go more on Tesla, but I'm not sure we're going to get back to VWAP, but we are going to bid that. And then we do have some offers to get out if Amazon breaks above 80. So we have that order out as well. And then I have the Reddit punch long at 71. If we take that wick out, then I feel like we could get that. So let's wait to see if that comes through right now for us. So that's that kind of a trade right there. Amazon just comes in, gives us the 50 period. So we're feeling a lot better about our trade now than we were before. As here comes Amazon, we are still bidding 44s. And then we'll bid lower, see how low Amazon can go. And yeah, NVIDIA's holding under 950, man. I really like that short, actually. So that makes me think that if Amazon's going to be a short, then it's, brother, sister, sibling. AMD should be the one to get down as well. But wait a minute, AMD's down 0.31. What was NVIDIA down right there? Was NVIDIA down more? No, 0.1. Okay, it just seems like it. All right, so yeah, still some relative strength, though, I feel like. Not against the market, but still some strength with NVIDIA. The one that you had, Micron, was definitely the leader of that pack, I would say. All right, so it looks like that was a good out on Amazon because it came right back. So Intel as well. Look, I want to talk about leadership. What the hell is Intel doing? Intel's actually green. So when have we seen NVIDIA the other way against Intel? So right now, maybe a fade of Intel up here at 42.20, but Intel's taken our lunch the last couple of days. Yeah. So maybe we'll stay away from that one, but Intel definitely a nice move there. With Micron, I just want to make sure we're correct about that. How much is that up? 3%? Yeah, 3.5%. So, all right. Tesla long.
I was looking at Intel as well. I'm just like, okay, yesterday I kind of held that short in and around that 42 for pretty much a good chunk of the day. And coming in today, it only gets about 20 pennies off of that level, and we're still chopping and trending. Yeah, definitely not. I agree with you there. Not worth not worth the effort of the struggle. I remember writing down, okay, there goes that 947, and then Micron with a little bit of a pullback there. Is it the chips with the dip? Is it time for that salsa? I don't know, but let's see how far NVIDIA can go below VWAP with this kind of sell-off there. Bitcoin also pulling back as well. And,
370.
The Spider's holding that 520 high from yesterday, so I usually say SPY is my compass. It's holding previous day highs. I like that. Let's see what we kind of do with that. NQs coming right back down. So that we keep seeing this over and over again, every about 100 points. Yesterday it was what, 18.5 to 18.6. Today, we're still in that zone, 18.6. We get a little bit of a wiki action into that 18.6, and then we flush back in. So that definitely will catch a little bit of catch longs a little bit offside there potentially. And yeah, so we are getting an aggressive sell-off. Look at that break of trend on Micron. Hello, are we going to get a reversion trade here? Where is VWAP? We're already there, so I missed out on that one. GG's. 122, 121 halves into 120. What is this VWAP? 120.76. Okay, so VWAP. Let's see if anything's interesting on VWAP on Micron, as it did have some strength there. As I say that, I put it on the NY. Let me just pull that back up again. Where's that chart? Okay, cool. Here is VWAP. Was there size there just a second ago? I have my filter in. Yeah, I do have my filter in. All right, cool. 120.70s I have as VWAP right now. 120.76 to be specific there. Let's see what Micron will do in and around this area. We're bidding about 10, 15 pennies above that price as of right now. So nothing real crazy showing up or showing itself on the tape or the book here at this level. So maybe nothing to consider. Again, with the market flushing this aggressively, let's see if we can catch a bid where there were some buyers in the pre-market and off the open as well. So in and around this 18,550 we saw yesterday. This is yesterday's action, right? Yeah, this is yesterday's action right here. We saw a similar kind of push in towards that 18.6. Couldn't quite get up there, but that 18.5 held quite well. And I was saying in my journal last night, I was like, Intel was a little bit of an over trading on my part. Other vehicles might be a little bit better to take the move on the chips, and that's what I realized. And I was like, all right, well, look at what is moving in the direction you want to go on in the chips. All right, Micron breaking out previous day high. I like that one. But now that we're pulling back and the NQ making some fresh intraday lows there, intraday trading session lows on the NQs there. Let's see what we do in and around some of these levels. I got nothing else on watch. What is the next trade? I have no idea. I am patiently waiting. What is Reddit up to? Missed the reversion on Micron. We'll be a little patient. Let's see if VWAP catches a bid in and around any of those levels. Let's see if the opening, I guess, what is this? This is a 1 minute, right? 15-minute high. But I will continue after we come back from Madeira at the big desk.
Oh, crypto.
Just a quick update. We just got those Dallas Fed Services Index numbers. So the index itself coming negative 5.5, so slightly higher than the forecast negative 6. Also higher is the Services Revenue Index 4 versus the forecast of negative 2. In terms of crypto itself, interesting story coming out from later in the day yesterday. SEC seeking a just under $2 billion fine for Ripple in their final judgment, basically motivated by the idea that they want to deter other companies from, I guess, behaving in the way that Ripple has. And they're saying that Ripple has not taken steps to adequately rectify its behavior, such as providing information to past institutional investors. So basically saying a lack of transparency and hoping to curb future groups here is why the SEC is seeking this $2 billion fine. against Ripple, and Ripple has until late April to respond. So just an update there with some SEC regulations and Bitcoin. In terms of Bitcoin itself, slightly below the 70,000 area, definitely cooling off after that strength yesterday and over the weekend. Right now we are at just below 70,000 here, 69.5 area, up just under 1% in the day. Ethereum also cooling off from its move up, about 3.5 thousand here for ETH. A little bit of weakness though in some of these other crypto names. BNB to the downside, Solana to the downside, Ripple to the downside, Avalanche down about 4%, but Shiba Inu up about 2.5%, guys. And we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV, capital letters. Use the link in the description to go to checkout.
Oh boy, is that reversion on Micron coming in quite hot. We're all the way back down to 120s from that 122. So yeah, decent reasons to sell up here when we kind of cannot continue that morning momentum. That reversion coming in nice and hot. Back, what is the opening price here on Micron? 119 is the opening price. We got about 200 lots on the ask. On the bid. Right there, as you can see, at that 120. Let's see what we do if we can get back through that opening price at that 119. Maybe some potential players underwater if somebody's still holding all the way back down. But yeah, let's see that 120 as of right now. This pre-market, bit of a pre-market level as well on top of that 120. Nice whole level as well. Let's see what we do with this size. Does it get slapped? Does it hold? Does it partially fill? A lot of things can happen. Let's continue to watch. What do you got going on, Sean? Oh, nice short.
Yeah, I mean, we banked on Amazon. So Amazon came weighted, man. I mean, it did exactly what we thought it would, honestly. Like, it hit VWAP. We knew it was weak against the market. Like, if there is any kind of trade that I should be making every day, it's this one. We always talk about going counter. So we got to stay with. Like, if the market is at some of these levels, we've talked about 18.6 over and over and over again. Those were the levels there. We came back into it. We were playing the short. You know, you look smart when you go long and it rips up there for sure. And you look dumb when you get out at the bottom. But again, it comes into some levels. So we just took advantage of it here. So we only have about 25% left. Could still, you know, get going back up to the upside. So we'll look to see if that one can work out for us. I do want to buy some Google on dips. Unfortunately, I missed that right into VWAP right there, so I actually have a bid now to go long at 60s, maybe even 70s right there. So a dip bit back in for Google. Kind of feel bad about that. The market did make a move back in, broke through pre-market lows. I was sort of thinking when we had like just such an immense amount of volume there and then we kind of cooled off that potentially there could have been a bottom there. So we did take another out on Amazon and then we are waiting for more Tesla, but that's not till right here. So we're bidding 181.15. It came, I mean, that 200 period VWAP keeps changing. We got as low as 38 right there. So we became within, you know, again, pennies of getting longer. And we're going to try that and then get out if it breaks too much below 181. I don't really, you know, the market is below and starting to get lower now and probably wants to test red. And we already talked about 18.6. So that's a level that, you know, looking for a downside push here, I feel pretty comfortable. Shout out to Dan Emmons. He was putting some stuff in the chat about some levels the last couple of days that he was looking at. I mean, there's 18.6. So 18.7 is all-time highs. I didn't think we were getting there today. So we like that short. I just feel like there's room into here, 18.5 for sure, 18.4, and then that's where I feel like the buyers will come in. So I really feel like you still have 50 handles down to the downside, and then if that doesn't hold, then another 50 there before maybe you have to start covering. But, you know, that's if you're a bear. I don't know. Right now, we'll just continue to trade the names that we have on board here and continue to look for some better opportunities. FSR, what was it? N? I think FSRN. That's what it was, 4 cents. So not really moving. You know, again, a lot of traders won't, I haven't checked my account, but a lot of traders won't have their shares in their account yet, but maybe you did. It opened up down here 3, up to 5, back to 3 again. So, you know, we've seen stocks go from here to there. See Hertz and a few other names that have gone. We've seen Luckin Coffee, LKNCY, I think came down here at a couple bucks. It's $25. So it is where stocks go to die, but we'll have to wait to see what happens on that one. Amazon did make a little bit of a move back. So yeah, we'll cover some more here. My next bid on Amazon is until 179, but let's put something at like 179.35. So if that does dip in, we'll be able to catch something on that side of things. So one more dip potential there. It doesn't look like Tesla's going to go. And then RDDT right now as well. Okay, flat as whatever day rate here. I mean, it's might be one of the flatter symbols right now that we could possibly look at. So DJT's the other big guy today, and that's been pretty flat as well. So pretty uneventful in the last half hour or so on both those names, but lots of trading to happen as this day gets going. So yeah, we're in Amazon short, Tesla long, and that's it for me right now.
Yeah, we got a super chat in the chat. Willis Addison, grateful 730% on Tesla swing calls. Damn, congratulations, dude. Boom, day over. Yeah, I think that definitely calls for a little bit of a break there. But yeah, nice trade. 730% on Tesla swing calls. That's wild.
Yeah, I mean, he probably. I mean, that could either be the 180 long that we had, or it could be the 178 long that we had.
What were your strikes? That was that's pretty nice, man.
I mean, we did bought that 178 off the open. That was a little bit of risk, but that was into that bottom of 177.50, and then we had the 180 break as well as we wait for another day high. But yeah, man, congratulations. I mean, that's honestly that's what trading's all about: is take the risk and get rewarded for that. When you're trading options, you got to have those. You were like, wow, about 70%. You got to have those because I don't know if you've traded options before. You get down to zero. Like some will yeah. So.
It's a good way to limit your risk, I think, if you are trading options, because
right, you
how
know
much
your
you're going to
worst
lose.
case scenario.
You know how much you're going to lose, right? And if you can take an options position, being like, I'm willing to accept 100% of this loss. That's how strongly I think about this trade. Just like how we're like, if I'm getting in here and I'm risking here, I've accepted that. I've accepted the risk. I'm like, if I lose that much, I'm willing to lose that much. And I think options create a really great way to kind of manage that risk and be like, all right, well, if I'm going to put X amount of my buying power, I'm willing to lose, sure, 100% of it on that trade, but I think that's a great way to manage the risk in certain types of specific scenarios there on that. But yeah, Reddit, oh boy, look at that, coming right back in, 64, Quadunk, what's happening over here? Let's take a look at our friend DJT as well. Bit of hype tickers on
Reddit
the day.
that's going, yeah.
Reddit's the only one. Wow, nice little VWAP hold on the digital world there as well. Nvidia still holding that 940.
Maybe we want to look for some buy opportunities for Reddit. I mean, it's coming into that 62 that we talked about from a holding yesterday. Yeah, coming right into that level and actually bouncing right off of that 63.50 here for Reddit. Let's take a shot right now. See if we can get a bid. We're bidding right now. So there it is. So we're long Reddit. All right, we're long Reddit against 62. Let's see what happens. Let's go over to Adara.
Much like the SPY right now, a little bit flat to mixed movement here on the sector watch. We talked a lot about some of these Reddit and DJT type names, but let's talk about some of the ones on the S&P. So we do have some movement up here in producer manufacturing, pretty strong here. Health services getting a little bit of a boost. We have energy minerals, though, to the downside on some weaker oil prices here. A little bit of mixed sentiment in consumer services. Disney here, actually to the downside. Just be aware, James Gorman is talking about their board fight right now, so be aware if you are involved in DIS. We also do have utilities a little bit weaker here. And of course, we have to talk about some of these tech services names. A lot of these chips definitely still on watch. NVIDIA a little bit weaker here, but Micron, MU, still strong off the continued earnings momentum. So that's definitely one to watch. Broadcom getting a little bit of a buy here as well. So a little bit of tech strength, overall mixed picture for the market.
Yeah, a lot of those top constituents kind of flat there. You see that? A little grayed out.
I did not look.
What were you looking at?
$3 in the money right now on Reddit. So there it goes, man. We took some out at 65.50, and here we damn well go. So let's go, man. I mean, this is another good one. Let's see if it can hold. I don't know. We're out of 2/3 already. Like that went up in the money. We took $2 and change on that. We just waited for a pretty even level at 65.50. That's where we put the order. So long at 63.60. So I guess $1.80. We took there. Let's see. I mean, VWAP's up there at 68. If we're able to get that, then I would feel pretty happy with that trade. So let's put an offer right now. VWAP is 68. That little bottom shelf is 67.75. So let's go 67.75. We'll put the offer there for Reddit. If it spikes up, great. We got it. If not, it's all good. And we'll just trade it accordingly, hopefully. Okay. Yeah, thanks. We'll see what happens now. All right. Amazon with a nice little fade back as well. Spin it. I was saying, I feel like I make more money once I can see clearly now. What happened? Oh. All right. And what I mean by that is once you can see some defined levels a little bit, and then I just feel like it's also patience, Obi, because we wrote down here on the sticky note, Reddit 62. So that came in, and we like that when that happens. So that was a nice little play for us right there. Here's Reddit right now. Good little level there at 63. We take that long, and then boom goes the dynamite. Yo, what up, Randy? The trade here, that number one P&L name for me is Tesla, as we continue to go to the upside right there with Tesla. So ignite that FSD, baby, and let's get going to the upside. 178 long, 180 long. We're still holding a piece for the dream right there. That's that. And then Reddit, we just got a dip buy opportunity in Reddit. That's a nice one. Randy, are you a Redditor? Please go to the double screen. Yes. All right. Or do not go to the double screen. There it is. Okay, there it is. Hey, what's up? I like that. That little zooming in and out. Yeah. So what, you're there for cars? Action? I guess everything. Yeah, there's some pretty hot...
the world of information.
Right, we were talking about that with crypto and some of the degens there involved with crypto. And then Wall Street Bets, of course, is a big one there. And I do know it's whatever you're looking for information on, there must be some great forums for EVs.
Not on Reddit?
No, I mean, I don't know what to go on.
It's the World Forum. Anything
I have it downloaded.
You want to talk about.
Get on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but for what? I don't know. For my stocks, I don't really use Reddit for that.
I don't really use Reddit for stocks, but if I have any questions, if I want to learn about something, it's
get on there.
Yeah, definitely Reddit. I want to know what people are saying, their experiences, Yeah,
troubleshooting things.
Get on Reddit.
Get on Reddit. Okay, we will. We'll find some. What do they call them? Forums.
Forums.
Yeah. We'll find some forums. So what are you on there for? Video gaming, gaming?
I'm usually if
video gaming.
I think a big I want to see if I'm interested in a product or something.
Okay.
I'd be all right. Well, I don't know much about this. What are people saying on Reddit? Are people, because usually people might be experts in their field or internet experts, but I got to use a little bit of discretion to kind of parse through that information. Again, you got to have checks and balances to protect the mental, right? But again, still a great place to checks
and balances
acquire.
To protect the mental.
Yeah, of course.
Because on Reddit,
on just life,
everything. Yeah,
just
life.
Yeah,
Yeah. Tesla now $3.
Reddit's a great place for.
I'm gonna head on Reddit.
Yeah, try it out.
I'll let you know. Yeah, good for communities and stuff like that. So yeah, okay. Everyone talking in my ear now. Okay. All right. Now Tesla days high. So when that's going to be your play, you're going to be pretty happy with that one. Tesla days high and still going. So let's see what happens right there. Amazon pulling back. And then Reddit still $2, man. Reddit seems to have wanting to base out here. If it does drop in, watch out for this break. We don't want to give it back, but let's hold it. 61.50 downside. We're already out of 2/3. We talked about that. For $2. That just happened within a minute and a bit. So we definitely want to take that profit, but then we also are available to hold for that play. So we'll wait there. Tesla's still going, so I don't know why I'm looking at that. DraftKings, we screwed that one up. Oh, wow, you're into the 200 period right now. All right, well, 200 period, along with a bouncing level that's already bounced off of 48.20. This is not a horrible level right now for DraftKings. IMO. Is that something they use on Reddit? IMO? Short form?
I use it in
not
chats.
at all. What an idiot I am.
Like a chat. No, it's
TLDR.
Yeah. Too long, didn't read.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah. Nice.
You know what? 2B8, TBH,
Yeah.
TBH,
Yeah.
IFYK. If you know, you know. I say some of those things. My now that I'm texting with, BRB. Shut up, Fabian. Okay, so the thing is that honestly, no. Now that my kids are like, I'm asking like, what do you want for dinner? They just respond, IDK. You know, thanks.
Yeah.
Or
That's really efficient.
where are you? I'm home, RN. You know, right now.
right now.
I'm home right now. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, it's like they have all, like they'll tell you everything, but then right at the end they'll slip in a little thing like that. You know, or if I ask them, oh, you want burger? Yeah, shaking my head, no. So they'll ask me, the only SMH I know is the chip names. You know what I'm saying?
Hey.
Right there. But no, or if you ask them a question that they agree with, it's just a Y or an N. You know, like, what do you want for dinner?
Okay.
IDK. We're having burgers for dinner. Why? Like a Y. Yes. You know, right there. Anyways, shout out to all the youngins and you yourself, Obi. But right now, it's $6 from the bottom, and it is an awesome one for Tesla because we don't have any offers out, and we still climbing, baby. If you're wondering, hey, where do we get these trades from? It's Sticky Note Nation time, and there it is right there. The number one trade idea is Tesla as we continue to go to the high side right now. We'll ease up on Amazon a little bit. We've already we just got another fill there. We're into like maybe 15% of what we had left, so let's wait for a 179 take to the downside. It's a good day today for us here today. I have some very happy news to make, an announcement. Branko's still pole position, but we've got Yannick in the back taking spot 2 right now. So a shout out to Yanni Rami back there.
Buddy.
Another name.
He's not at his desk right now.
He's not at his desk, so all right. Good. Yeah, exactly. Eat that sandwich.
Nice.
Take some time off. You know, relax. But it's Yannick right now. You know, we're still on the podium, but we got to get going right now. But congratulations to everybody in the back, man. That's what we're talking about. Congratulations to you as well, Obi, today. Let's just keep on making that money and get going higher. Obi, well green as well, man. A lot of traders trading really well today, so congrats for you, Obi. But yeah, we had some big players make some big moves, obviously, there, and as did you, man. So congrats, Obi. Let's just keep this going, man. This has been
lots of opportunities.
Lots of opportunities today, man. Just keep it going, guys.
Got to keep the head in the game. Got to take it, you know, trade by trade. Setup by setup, and then just kind of when one thing is done, move on to the next. Because I think that if I stick around on one name and fight it for too long, it's not really worth it with the kind of opportunity that this market is giving.
$4
thing that I kind of realized, getting stuck on that bias short on Intel yesterday. If you guys saw, ample opportunity. Not a time to get stuck on one idea or one kind of trade. If it's not working, get out and move on to the next one, I think is what I realized when doing my review of things that moved and things that are moving last night on in these markets, right? So let's see what the NQ is up to here. NQ is pushing back down, potentially fresh lows. Let's see how far it can get to. Globex session lows. I don't know if this is the actual low, but here what we can say what this is right here. This is 23. So that's what? That's like midnight, right? It's 1 hour.
What are we talking about?
I always forget. 9:45. Yeah, it's 1 hour behind, right? Yeah. So if this is 23, then that would be like 24. So yeah, around midnight was a low, around 18,520 is just underneath that level there. 18,517, I guess, is that previous kind of low where we did kind of bid up off of on the NQs. Let's see if we can get down there. But before that, we're going to pass it over to Dara at the big desk.
DXY more or less flat on the day. We had a bit of a move back down, but we've recovered basically trading flat here at 104.20, the same area we had a little bit of chop and turn about a month ago. So returning to a previous area for the DXY. We did get a couple numbers today, including durable goods orders month over month. These were coming slightly higher than expected, 1.4% to the upside versus 1.2% to the upside expected. We also had consumer confidence coming in lower than the estimate here, so 104.7 versus 106.9 expected. Not too much major data coming up in the rest of the week, with the exception of the PCE coming on Friday during the holiday trading day, so we will not be here with the markets when we get that PCE data on Friday. We also do, though, have the GDP quarter-over-quarter number coming on Thursday as well. So a little bit coming up on watch. Not too much tomorrow, though, so a little bit of a data break before those two major numbers we're getting Thursday and Friday. We also do have here the JPY to the USD, so the Japanese yen here, gaining a little bit on the USD for the third day straight amidst some intervention discussions for potentially the Japanese government looking to intervene with the yen here. So a bit of a move up continuing for the JPY to USD, guys.
Thank you, Derek.
Finally into RDDT here, and we'll see what happens now. Holding 1/3. So I'm just... I tweet these things out, so we'll put that out there with our sticky note, and here it goes. We are waiting for Reddit at $68, so if that does come to the upside, we will get out of that one as well. So yeah, so far, man, it's always a good day when you can put that green number on the board. So again, it's a good day around here. I think I've told you guys that, and again, let's just keep the momentum going, keep the positive vibes, baby, and let's go. Just to check in on Google, so we're gonna wait for Reddit. I think we can. Why can't we get that? We're almost there right now on Reddit. So Google, I'm going to cancel that bid because we are down there on that. Let's see if Reddit can go. Can we get Reddit right now? Right up to $67. I'm at $67.75 to see if we can get a 50 period. I feel like a break of the 200 and we're good to go, baby. We're now 3. It's not $1. It's not $2. We're $3 in the money on Reddit. We're $4 in the money on Tesla. And we're unfortunately 40 cents in the money on Amazon. So today's a kind of a props day. But once you have days like this, what often happens, especially when it gets near 11 o'clock, I know it happens to a lot of people around here, they're wondering, hey guys, what's for lunch? Oh my God, there goes Reddit right now. Reddit won't be eating our lunch today. We'll be taking lunch from them. Thank you so much, Reddit. Nice upside move here for RDDT, but we'll make this real quick because it's often chicken breast. And then today, if you had a couple chicken dinner winners, then potentially you're hungry for that chicken breast. And today, you are in damn well luck. It's grilled orange Szechuan though. Ooh, yeah, nice. Branko's liking that one. Szechuan chicken breast with warm, lightly couscous. I don't know what that means. I think it means just warm, lightly couscous. I'm not reading that incorrectly. With steamed vegetables. So we're all good to go as somebody is phoning me. And when that happens on the show, you go directly to voicemail hell. So there he goes into voicemail. And no one ever leaves me it because it's probably the Chinese government calling me like they always are, wondering if my passport needs to be renewed. Okay, here we go. It's a nice upside movement. Bang, there it is. Let's go. That's 5 spot right there on Reddit. We put that in our pocket and puff, puff, pass for that. We go long at 63 and out at 68. That's a oh hell yeah for that one. Thank you so much, Reddit. As yeah, man, we're moving on up to the east side.
Nice. Yeah, Reddit.
Although I live west of Yonge. Are you an east or west of Yonge kind of guy?
I am east. I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, that's okay.
What do you mean? Like, where do I live?
Yeah.
East.
And do you prefer east or west?
I like the east side.
Okay, you're an east side guy.
East side?
East side is the best side.
All right.
Although clearly not.
119 on that Micron holding as of right now. That was the opening price, so I am kind of watching that closely. Let's see how well that holds. Again, opening price, a bit of a pre-market lows as well on that move. So let's see how well that 119 can potentially hold here. A little bit of a push in on AMD as well. Let's see how well this one kind of works. See if we can get that push back into that VWAP as well. On cue with the bounce, let's see if we can get back to that 18.6, right? We've been, cool whip.
Cool whip.
Right, that's where I get that from.
Whopper Wednesday. You ever seen the Whopper Wednesday?
Yeah, I've seen that one as well. I like that.
Whopper
you got any, what are your ideas for the midday there? You got any trades that you're looking for the midday session?
No, but we have a great midday session because it's, I'm always looking for trades, baby. I mean, the thing is like, Yeah, I'm looking for everything. I'm looking for every single thing. But no, we'll talk about that in a minute. We're $4 in the money on Tesla. We do have breakout trading here today. So all week there's going to be some kind of form of breakout trading strategies. So pay attention to that. I mean, the breakout trades have been huge lately. We had one yesterday on Reddit that I know Sharif had. We had a couple there today that I've had. We had Tesla breaking out through 180. For me, though, maybe we'll hop in, but we'll be here all day anyways. You need catalysts. So we'll find out what they're talking about. Breakout trades for me have to be catalyst based, as I'm sure they do for many of you as well. So yeah, shout out to Sharif and Adara putting in the work on the midday. So big shout out to those two. And yeah, big shout out to everybody watching. I just want to say, you know, from my heart to yours. That's really cheesy. But hit the like button, hit the subscribe. I mean, I don't know today, man. We just moved up the leaderboard there with that Tesla now $4 in the money with Amazon and with that Reddit play. I mean, whether or not you're hitting Reddit with this guy, how many? You took $3.
It's like two and a half, I think.
He took $2.50. We just took 4.5, 2.5. You know, different style, but same game. Trade these names, man. We're giving you a whole bunch of everything. This guy's long Amazon, I'm short Amazon. We're in AMD, we're in DraftKings today. We're in Tesla. I mean, no matter what you're trading, I hope that Trader TV Live has something for you. So again, thank you so much and get ready for Learn to Trade on the Midday show.
Yes, sir. Only about a few more minutes there. And I think Sharif was talking about chart patterns, right? Something about chart patterns today. All right. I like that look right there. I am a little bit of a technical leaning kind of guy myself, a little bit more than the fundamentals. I'm not too familiar with the fundamental side of things. That's something I do have to kind of improve on, but I do kind of lean a lot harder on the technicals and price action. And the tape, of course. That's kind of what I like to do. Price action trader. I think that's a good way to summarize it. I am a price action trader, is what I like to tell myself. But price action is king, and gives a lot of I guess clues, directions. Still learning how to read it properly again. But yes. Let's see what we do with that. That 119 holding on Micron as well. AMD with a little bit of a bounce as well, with the market pushing right back up. Let's see how far we can get. Let's see if we can get back into that VWAP area here. It seems like we keep on magneting back into that VWAP level on AMD. Let's see if we can get back that far.
Okay.
Only about 2 minutes left.
I mean.
Yeah. So
these guys.
What's your
these guys are loving TikTok over here, by the way.
Yeah, I see. There's a party going on that side right now. But what's your favorite chart pattern, if you have one, Sean?
Of all time?
Sure. Yeah. Just overall, what's your favorite chart pattern, if you have one?
That's a good question. Let me sleep on that one. I actually have never thought of like the exact pattern that I like. For me, I tend to think that the best trades have come from like breakout trades with a catalyst.
Yeah.
So like not just sitting there waiting for like, I'll show you an example here on something that didn't work today. Would have been DraftKings. So we marked down $50 for DraftKings. You see, like, so I like the long, but then it's just fading in. And it's like, I find that sometimes it's tough to play initial trades. I was going to say dips into VWAP, but then you really got to wait for those trades to develop. But yeah, like if that would have broke 50, then I really think that would have been something that I would have really, really liked. And I feel like the same way here, maybe possibly. This is a good idea here. If Amazon can get back up and sort of take out this high with the 200 period, I kind of like that. Kind of a breakout as well. But a great question, Obi, and one that I will think about and get back to you potentially.
I like those breakouts as well. I think breakouts pretty solid. I mean, I took a breakout on Micron.
Do you have a specific one that you want to set up? Let's do it in the after show.
Yeah, sure.
We got to go. It's 11 o'clock right now, so thanks, Obi, for another great day. We'll go over there. Good trade on Reddit, obviously, as me and this guy both have Amazon right now. But as you can see at the bottom, we have the bearded wonder, Sharif, with Adara, and it's Learn to Trade. Let's kick it over to my left.
See you guys.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to come on over. We already have the OG Goes by the name of Darwin. What's up, Darwin? What's going, my man? We got Charles Koopmans. Hello. Like bingo in the past. He says, hold on. Ram says, wait. Pump the brakes. I don't know why, Mom. Sharif's mom is here. Yes, what up, Sharif's mom? Welcome to the show. We got Chase Bands. Yo, what's up, my man? Chase those bands. Today's a good day to make some bands. We got Darren in the chat. We got Chiron. We got Chase Bands again. Tesla crazy. Yeah, it's been crazy. Katina Man in a $4 banger on that at the 10 EMA right now, trying to hold 183. I think we're having trouble. They're getting there. Okay. You can do it, YouTube. You can do it. Hold my beer in the chat. It's up to you, my man. We'll wait. Killer Cam, 1020, what's up? Raoul, what's up? Pillsbury, there we go. Success is inevitable. Bristol, we got Andrew Chow. We got Bears versus Bulls, world's greatest moderator. Diamond Realty in Miami, one of the OGs. Shout out to you, my man. We got Charles Butler, Callum, Mitchell Miller, the Fawns, Lambo Trade Extraordinaire, Joe Schmo, Diet Soda, Benton C. We got 1320 Wolf, Wrath Kid, Colin Cloakin, Fabrio, we got Matthew, we got Maxi, we got Jeremy, we got Jesus Garcia, and Sebastian. Good morning, Adair.
Good morning. I really want to call out this amazing chat here from Romeo Cruz. Sharif going for that Money Hero title today. So that was a reference to yesterday with that Money Hero, and I was like, Sharif's the Money Hero.
What is happening in that stock?
We'll find out. Let's look at MNY, yeah. Also, I love that Romeo Cruz. Thank you so much for that one. Put a smile on my face. It's doing typical small cap things where
second day move.
They kind of fall a little bit to the downside there.
Exactly.
But yeah, how has your day been?
It's not bad. We've had a couple of good trades. I've had bad trades on Apple. Haven't been able to trade Apple, funny enough, but I had a couple of good ones, so I'll go over those first. NVDL took that bad boy long for a nice winner there off the bottom as NVIDIA tries to hold that 940 area. Softy as well was a good trade. Softy right off that 423 hold. Let me show you that, and then we'll get right into the lesson. MSFT. This one was a nice hold off the bottom there, a double bottom at 423. Kind of paper-handed this one, though. It took big size at this level, so took it all out there for a nice 40-penny winner. Not the greatest morning, but not bad either. Hopefully, we'll have some better trades. The one that I'm looking at right now, though, is Meta at 510. How many 510 rejections are we going to get at Meta on Meta? And I told Adara this right when I sat down. I'm like, right when she sat down, I'm like, 510 Meta, 510 Meta. And yeah, it did it again. It rejected off 510 for a third time on the day. We had two initial rejections there at the open and just got another one right now, I think right at 11. So $1.20 off that level. So we'll keep eyes on some Mag 7 names. We'll talk more about Reddit, Donald J. Trump, as well as some others. Let's talk, though, about the lesson of the day, which is chart pattern breakouts. We're talking about breakouts all week, guys. So make sure to join us from now until Thursday. We'll be talking about breakout trades. So today, we're going to unveil the mystery about chart pattern breakouts. So the world of technical analysis is filled with patterns, and some of the most valuable for traders are chart pattern breakouts. These patterns act like road signs, essentially hinting at potential price moves. Let's delve into the exciting world and learn how to ID these patterns. So let's talk right about what chart patterns are. Chart pattern primer, baby. Imagine price movements forming recognizable shapes on a chart. These chart patterns and some common examples, which we'll include later, like triangles, flags, pennants, head and shoulders, cup and handles, you name it. Those are what we're talking about when we talk about chart patterns. Each pattern suggests a potential trading scenario after the breakout occurs. And that's what we're talking about here. Once the pattern has been completed and the breakout takes place, that is what we're talking about. And here are some examples of the cup and handle, pennant, triangle on this chart. So we got the triangle, the symmetrical triangle, and you know that it is a continuation pattern from the week we did on chart patterns. So whatever trend precedes the symmetrical triangle, it's going to continue in that direction. So if it was a downtrend that preceded, as you can see here on whatever this axis bank is, it ended up continuing downward and broke the downtrend line. The bullish pennant is a continuation pattern as well. So if you had a strong uptrend preceding the pennant, you're likely going to continue in that direction of the trend. And the cup and handle, also a bullish pattern, continuation pattern. So typically an uptrend that precedes that whole rounded bottom consolidation cup kind of handle type thing, and it ends up moving higher if the trend that preceded it was an uptrend. So those are some examples. Let's talk about the breakout. We're going to break down the breakout. It's a bit of a mouthful. So a breakout happens when the price decisively moves through the boundaries. The boundaries are the boundaries of the chart pattern that we're talking about. Okay? This signals a possible change in the prevailing trend. Here's a breakdown for bullish and bearish breakouts. So the first one, the bullish breakout. The price closes above the trend line in these cases. Obviously, it's a bullish breakout, so you're looking for a close above the trend line, whatever that is on the pattern that you're looking at, like a triangle or a pennant. This suggests buyers are overpowering sellers and potentially leading to a price increase. Conversely, for bearish breakouts, the price closes below the trend line of a pattern, like a head and shoulders, for example. This indicates sellers are starting to gain control of the price, hinting at a potential price decrease. And here's a case in point, right? So you have a bullish breakout continuation. It's a symmetrical triangle, and preceding it was an uptrend. So what ends up happening, you have a break and a close above the upper trend line. So that's what we're looking for. So one thing we need to keep eyes on, number one, what is the trend preceding the chart pattern that forms? That's step number one. Step number two, what is the chart pattern that is forming? Because there's different categorizations of chart patterns. There is continuation patterns, reversal patterns as well. So we want to keep an eye on those to see which pattern is forming so we can anticipate what the price action will be subsequent. Okay? And here is a head and shoulders breakdown. So we've talked about the neckline, right? You make the left shoulder, there's your head, there's your right shoulder. And as we talked about, wait for that neckline breakdown. There you go. This one, you have a closing print clearly below the trend, and it ends up continuing downward. Thank you for Adair for adding all these examples, by the way. So not all breakdowns are created equal, though. So while breakouts are valuable, breakouts, not breakdowns, while breakouts are valuable signals, it is important to be cautious. So we want to be cautious when we're taking any trades, that goes without saying. So it's false breakouts, and we talked a little bit about that already, right? False breakouts can occur when the price flirts with a pattern boundary, but then reverses direction. Here's how to be a savvy trader and figure out if it's going to reverse on you or not. So confirmation is key. So look for additional confirmatory indicators like a surge in trading volume alongside the breakout. We talked a lot about that yesterday, looking for that key move with the volume in addition to price to confirm that the breakout is kosher and not a form of bamboozlement. High volume suggests more conviction behind the price movement. That goes without saying. The more people that are interested, the more volume there's going to be because there's going to be more buy orders. Conversely, as well for the bearish breakdowns, the more volume there is on that red candle, the more shorts, the more bearish traders are participating in the name. And keep your eye, obviously, on candle power. We talked a lot about this yesterday. When you're breaking above or below the trend lines on the chart pattern, are you doing so on a daily close, a weekly close, or is it an intraday look? Is it the 4 hour? Is it the 1 hour? Again, all these techniques are fractal, meaning they can be used on multiple time frames. However, the lower down you go on the time frame, the higher the failure rate is with these. So if you get a close on the daily or the weekly, it weighs more. It is worth more than a close on the hourly or the half hour or whatever. Okay? Keep that in mind always. It's a ubiquitous rule for technical analysis. And here's an example of a breakout with strong volume. So you have lower high, lower high, lower high with lower lows as well. And then you get that vicious break above the trend line on volume. So we were talking about looking for that above average volume and ways in which you can do that. A cursory view of the daily and comparing it to other volume bars alongside the same look there is all that's really needed. You don't have to go in and look at the 1 year volume average, a 5 year, etc. You can just look at your chart, just like we see here, see that this breakout was on above average volume. That should add the check beside its name, okay? So here's how we take action with these breakout techniques. All right, so once you've confirmed the breakout, here are some tips for entering and exiting the trade. So like we talked about yesterday, entering the trade, there's going to be one of two ways. One, you can... AMD apparently is going nuts. The Katina man said yes. So AMD, big move off that 176.50. It just pumped into 181 and a quarter. It's doing the dance with no pants right now at 181, Katina man. And we could, like, up 1.25%. I have nothing on my blotter to account for the move up. Neither does Adara.
It's going by itself. I don't know.
Yeah, I see you, Quantrain. I see you. He's telling me about AMD as well. Yeah, look, guys, I didn't get that Apple headline about that 30% decrease in Chinese iPhone sales. That didn't come on my blotter, so I'm not saying that that's not accurate, but I don't see a lot of stuff that other people are seeing on my blotter, so don't take what I'm saying here with a whole lot, because I don't see any reason AMD should be moving. The second we get more information, we'll pass that on to you, okay? But right now, it's coming into that 181 area. It's fighting with 181 at the moment. AMD is what we're talking about. All right, going back to the lesson at hand, we talked yesterday about the two strategies for taking the breakout trade. One, you can take the breakout of the actual level. The example we gave yesterday, Apple 200. You could be one of those people that sits at $200.01 or sits right at $200, whatever you want to be. You take the break when it happens. There's another group of people who says, no, let the 200 break go. Let me confirm that it's not going to be a fake out, that 200 gets taken, and then what I'll do is I'll wait for a retracement if one comes. That's the big caveat here. If one comes, you may not get a retracement, and that's the bad side of it. The good side of waiting is that you confirm that 200 is in fact a level, it is in fact a breakout, and is not a fake out breakout. The bad side about taking 200 right away is that you get the better price. That's a good thing, but the bad thing is you subject yourself to a possible fake out. So two different schools of thought. Figure out which one you fit better into and have at it. AMD is going, guys. There we go. 181 got taken. Here comes 182 on AMD. I'm looking at it from the side screen here. 181.80 HOD. I'm still seeing nothing on it. Again, once we get something for you guys, we will let you know. But anyway, AMD up big. Okay. Yeah, I know. Sorry to have to do the lesson, but this is part of the job, okay? Stop loss protection, very important as well. So where are you going to place your stop? Always use stop loss orders, goes without saying. For breakouts, you can consider placing it below the broken trend line, right? Or for the bearish trade for the shorts, you place it above the broken trend line for resistance. So that's what you're doing there. So below support for the long, above resistance for the short. If it makes a higher high, your short likely is incorrect. If it makes a lower low, your long likely is incorrect. That's why we say for longs, place it below support. For shorts, place it above resistance. And take profit wisely, guys, right? We're not in the holding game. We're intraday day traders or swing traders, right? So holding forever and ever, amen, is not part of the game here. We want to take profit. Profit taking crucial. So look for potential resistance levels above a bullish breakout. So if you're taking that 200 long on Apple, it's a blue sky setup. You don't know where to take profits. So you're going to have to look at, different increments, $10 increments, whatever, $5 increments, figure it out. But if there is a definable resistance level above your breakout level, look to take profits there. So if you broke down below, let's just say you broke down below 900 and you took on NVIDIA, and then we reclaimed 900, you took the 900 breakout. Well, we know 1,000 is likely the resistance level for NVIDIA, so you may want to wet your beak on some profits at that 1,000. Just giving you a random example. The point is to look to take profits wisely, look to take for the long, just in front of resistance. If you're taking a short trade, look to take it right in front of support, okay? And remember, chart patterns are probabilistic tools, right? They're not a crystal ball. Conduct thorough research, both technical and fundamental, and manage your risk wisely. Never invest more than you can afford to lose. I can't believe I had to go and give that example yesterday about my friends looking to take out loans to get into NVIDIA, but needless to say, chill out with that. Bonus tip, combine chart patterns with other technical indicators like moving averages, relative strength index, moving average convergence divergence. We talked a lot about this last week when we talked about the diversion trade. Keep your eye on that, okay? And so that is the lesson of the day. We're talking about chart pattern breakouts. Adara.
Nice. Yeah, I think they're really cool. And I think it's important to kind of understand how chart patterns work and in what ways they behave so you can understand these breakouts. Now, of course, things aren't always going to go according to plan. And with that in mind, we must mention, AMD. I was going to try to come up with some transition, but we had this general move down, then it burst to the upside. Also, I'm not seeing any news on this. Here's my Benzinga Pro. I have AMD typed in, so if I see anything on AMD, it will spring up instantly, but I'm not seeing anything right now. So I will let everyone know if I see anything on this name. We just dropped with the viciousness as well on AMD, so to say AMD is a little bit directionally confused would be accurate, and maybe an understatement. But also shout out to Sean, apparently taking this one short.
Yep.
Says Sean. So Sean short AMD. I'm sure he's AM destroying this one, and he certainly is right now with that big push to the downside. Also, thank you so much, Papa Powell, for the $199 super chat. $95 million buy in DJT at 68. Holy moly, fam. Let's take a look at DJT.
A pause call.
Hey, you need to stop calling me like all the time, Papa Powell. We have things to do, okay? You're gonna be speaking on Friday when everyone's having Good Friday, so deal with it then. Bye.
Yeah, stop calling, bro.
We mean it.
Go ahead.
Okay. There we go. All good. But yeah, this is. I mean, also look at the sea of green in the level 2, because wow. Massive sea of green here on the level 2, but we're kind of oscillating here below VWAP. This to me looks like one of Sharif's patented flat bottom breaks.
Oof.
At VWAP, and it was up on the day too, so it's not always the case, right, that we'll have these, but lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, quadunk, to use another Sharifism. We pop back into VWAP. Yeah, this is quite a look, but I totally see what you mean. There was certainly a lot of strength there on this chart earlier, and certainly lots of opportunities. And with that in mind, let's bring up this one as well, Reddit, RDDT. I always forget this one's on the NY, because to me, I always think Reddit and I go NY. Like, it makes more sense to me that, there's certain things don't make sense. This is a social media related play, so I did think it was going to be in the NASDAQ, but alas, it does not. Shout out to Obi for killing this trade earlier. Sean also killing this one. So everybody on the big desk killing this one, using the force there to trade that Reddit. But yeah, this is, honestly, don't have a huge read on this chart, which is kind of languishing here below VWAP, darting in and around that 9 EMA. So you're going to have to wait and see what happens. Still up 10% of the day. Reddit does not want to quit. You say Reddit and forget it. Reddit's like, no, I can't. We'll continue to go to the upside. So dancing right now around 65. Highest print of the day, 74.80. So, whew. Nice look. Also, I just wanted to quickly talk about this trade. Thank you to Sharif for pointing this one out to me. I took a meta short here at this 510 failed break, because as Sharif pointed out, Meta could not break 510. Well, I was in this. We kind of scuffled around 510, and it was like, not really. So, I mean, it ended up working out. I ended up reversing, though, and going long, because we were actually holding this area pretty nicely, and it became kind of rangy, and we know when I see ranges. The little light bulb in my brain goes, so we're going to try to take this. We're only giving this like 30 pennies. So if we break below that 508.70 area decisively, I'm going to have to get out. I've watched this bounce off that level a couple times though. So there's some kind of trampoline-like effect at that level. So I'm comfortable staying in this for now. Pitchbull asking me if there's any news on PLTR. I don't remember hearing anything earlier, and I don't see anything right now on my blotter. But if I see anything, of course, everyone shall be apprised of the info. What are you looking at?
I'm in the Cybertruck, already wet my beak through the break of 183, but we're having trouble breaking through one. There's a hidden seller on Tesla at 183. There's not enough size on the book there to justify holding up, especially with the amount of size coming in there on the tape. We'll see if this one can hold up at this level. Already took the majority of the position. Now I'm looking for a 183 break. It's curling, right? Higher lows, higher highs. Now it's been bouncing off the 20 period the majority of the morning. If we can make it possibly back here, mean revert 182.50, 183.50, 184-ish on TSLA. It's up 6%, guys. So it's not a bad look. Here comes 183 and again, and we reject off 183 again. So there's clearly something afoot with that whole dollar level. We'll see if we can get that break. I'm going to try to pack my patience here and see if we can move higher on the day. We already have a 184.25 HOD at the moment on TSLA. So we'll have to see if this one can make its way back. back. VWAP is hanging south of 182. It's at, let's just say 181.60 or thereabouts. So my line in the sand on this one, if it doesn't break 183 on this attempt, I'll try again, but it'll have to stay above 182.75. So if it breaks below 75, we're going to cut it. And here comes 75, and then it popped right back up above 75. I was just about to hit the flat button, I swear. And then it popped up another 20 cents. But I think we're going to have trouble here with the whole dollar level, especially with this market, you know, not really pumping to the high side, rejecting off that 18,575. That's where we closed out yesterday on the NQ. So it'll be nice if we could break above that level, go green, or sorry, that's not, what am I talking about here? That's yesterday's level, excuse me. I've got my, I'm all in 6s and 7s here, as the British likes to say. I got that level a little wrong. Anyway, that's fine. Let's watch Tesla here for that 183 break. Again, we come into 183, and again, we find a seller, a hidden seller hanging out at that whole dollar level. When do we break? We're not getting one print. There we go. Finally, 183.01. Let's see if we can continue. Nice, Tesla. All right, let's head to the high side. Try to stay above 183 now, Tesla. To caress and serenade the stock to do what I want, man. Let's go, baby. Let's head up into that 183.50, and then we'll look to take it out. All right, the future coming in to that volume weighted average price on the NQ March contract, June contract, 18,567 or thereabouts is where VWAP is. We rejected off at once on the 5-minute look. Let's see if we can break it now, Daryl.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just awkwardly languaging here because this meta situation got a little bit dicey. I wasn't able to get out until around VWAP, and I literally, everything was keyed correctly. I was waiting, Meta. I was Meta, why am I not out? And then I had a resting order to buy. Now, of course, that fills. But I like this too because we have had this kind of bounce off of VWAP. I'm gonna give this into 508s, but yeah, the spread with Meta, as I mentioned, is why this is a stock I trade a little bit more hesitantly, but I do like the range we have going on this. I think the biggest issue is I should have, especially if I wasn't getting out, I should have just kept in and seen waited to see what we do at VWAP, because we're holding VWAP pretty well. We haven't gone below 508, right? So I think the management here was a little bit questionable, but also, Meta, why are you holding me hostage? If I want to leave the trade, let me leave the trade.
Honestly.
But yeah, all jokes aside, did not love what happened there, but if we give up VWAP, I will be having to give up the ghost on Meta for now. But yeah, thanks again to Sheree for putting out this short, because I had a lot of fun trading this range area earlier.
Short, by the way.
Pardon?
I should have taken that with you.
No, because it was kind of bamboozling though, because we also did have the higher lows, but you're right, the failure of the 510 was the thing that was really singing there in Meta. So yeah, I had to look at other stocks though as well, because I didn't mention this before. I have this weird thing, I don't know what to call it, where right when I start the day, I will just start, whatever stock I start trading, I feel like I need to be married to it for the next half hour. That's not a thing. So I'm trying to be a little bit more, kind of diverse and trading other stocks other than just the first one I start trading. That being said, we're still in Meta, but NVIDIA riding this 90 EMA to the upside. I like this. Oh, it tells me levels from yesterday. I love that. I like this 90 EMA bounce off this 946 areas into 948s. I heard Obi talking about 947 NVIDIA earlier today. That was the level I was looking at yesterday. So if that's still in stir, that's something I might play around with as well. Also, Tesla is still really interesting. I totally, because I know you had that long there because it had these little marches to the upside. It's certainly trying to decide, if it would like to full self-drive or half self-drive at this level, but we're going to have to see certainly a self-driving stock, that is for darn sure. But right now, I really think we need to manage Meta, because apparently Meta has no patience or no qualms about just keeping you hostage in there. So got to keep an eye on her and that spread. How are you? You're still looking at the Cybertruck?
No, out of that. So broke right as it broke 75. We did what we said we'd do. We took it out. Now it's breaking down, coming right into that 20 period. So if it doesn't hold at the 20 period, which is at 182.25, then I'll be looking for VWAP, which is at 181, say in 2/3 or thereabouts. So we'll look for Tesla. I mean, I'm not married to Tesla. If Tesla ends up, starting to do the consolidation dance here, we'll look at some other names like Google, like Amazon. They're both coming up to the upside right now. Look at Google at high days, right? 150, 154. This is a fantastic look here on GOOGL. It hasn't been the biggest mover. I mean, what was the closing print? The closing print was just south of, 150, 07. So we're about $1.50 off yesterday's close. The low of day was 149.98. So we barely broke that 150 area. So good look here on GOOGL. Amazon also curling up. I know the Katina man was short this name, and I think OB, I don't know if one was short, one was long. It's into a 180 at the moment, looking for that 180.45 or thereabouts. That's HOD. So we'll see if this one can continue to curl. It's putting in a lot of higher lows, and breaking through that flat top at 179.80 or 179.90 thereabouts. We'll keep eyes on that. What are you looking at?
I'm still looking at Meta. I'm still monitoring Meta, babysitting her, because that spread I trust not at all. So we're going to have to see. I don't want to get stuck with Zuck again, because we did get a little Stuckerberg, as I said, trying to extricate myself from this long earlier, because we did have an order ready and it just swooped even lower. I did add a little bit, and this was conscious because we were holding up pretty well at this level right now. We have not decisively dipped below that 508. We did a little bit. We came right back, so we're gonna have to wait and see here. I think this could be a continued move to the downside.
Down.
I definitely think Sharif's earlier inclinations in the short in this, which is again, shout out to Sharif, because that was why initially I was inspired to look at this short. I think this is less of a range trade than I wanted it to be. Long story short. Pun slightly intended. But we're gonna have to see here. I do have a beak wetter set at 508.80. Should we get there? Nice. I hope we do, not hopium, just chart patterns. That was a level we like to kind of bump our heads up against earlier. Then we used it as support. So I like resistance becoming support, but I recognize it can become resistance again. So we have to be ready, be nimble, and be quick and take advantage of these trades. Also, Tesla. Tesla.
No, it's coming down, Adara. Broke 182. So Tesla finding some, let's say, midday weakness here. But keep your eye on that 181, I'm going to say in 2/3. So look at that mid-60s area, because that's where the volume-weighted average price is. Both attempts at VWAP earlier, the first one at 10:30, the second one at 10:30, the first one at 10:05, all got held up. So we never broke below VWAP. That is, essentially, since the opening bell, we haven't been below the volume-weighted average price. So this will be an interesting area here if we break down below that level on TSLA. We're getting a lot closer. We're mid-90s at the moment. So, I'm about to sneeze.
Bless you. Bless you.
Thank you. I'm muted for the Chilean Nightmare's ears. Yes. He gave me the thumbs up. Yes, I got you, Fabian. I got Ram when I'm slurping. I got you guys when I'm sneezing. Shout out to the undefeated production team. Here comes that 181 2/3 on TSLA. Do we hold up at these levels? A lot of interest in Tesla today, up well over 6% at the highs, but now giving back a little bit here. And we haven't looked at any small cap gappers. Look at that in a hot second. I'm keeping my eye on NVIDIA 950 though, before we get to the small cap gappers. We had a nice trade on NVIDIA down at 940. Not NVIDIA, it was NVDL we traded today positively. And it was off that double bottom at 940, held that for a little bit as it moved into like that 942, 943 area. But where this 950 area has been interesting. Initially because, we were wicking off it in the morning, so that IB low area was wicking off 950, and then we gave up the ghost. It looks like really gave up the ghost right at 1025 there. There's that monster candle that prints initially at 950.41 and closes at 942.62. That's all in one 5-minute candle. This is actually what precipitated me to get into NVDL. This hammer candle here, usually when you see these candles after a big, huge red candle like that, it is usually a reversal candle, at least on the micro time frame. And this way it ended up panning out because it moved up a couple of bucks. But I'm digressing. I got eyes out on 950 on NVDA. That is also the closing print from yesterday. Even better, the $50 level, the closing print. VWAP is also at that 950. Pivot points, if you like pivots is hanging out in the high 950s, just below 951. So a lot of stuff pointing at that 950 level on NVDA, and that's what we like around here. We like confluence, baby, when a lot of the technical indicators, and even better, if the price is all pointing in that direction. 950 NVDA, have eyes on that level. One way or the other, it should set up for an interesting trade. Back to TSLA, because we're looking at that. We're awfully close now to the volume-weighted average price. But like we were talking about when we talked about in the lesson taking these trades, there's some people who are going to wait at VWAP, and there's some other people who are going to wait for VWAP to actually be the level that they think it is and wait for the curl up. implicit in that statement is you miss some. You miss some of the entry. You get a worse entry by waiting. That goes without saying. We're at VWAP right now. We just broke through the $0.50 level. I'm talking about Tesla, 180, 150. We just broke through that. My friend Neil likes to say, getting it on the back end. And by that, he means when it's a big downtrend, you need to prove to me that you're going to hold up at these levels vis-a-vis a couple of green candles. We'll wait for those to come in. Neil just posted, did you see his pirate ship in the chat? Looked like he's having a good old time down there. Shout out to the Neil.
Yeah, no, shout out to Neil and his pirate ship. He looks very happy. Pleased as punch in Florida there, as he should be, because I'm sure it's warm and not rainy, as is the inclination right now in Toronto.
Is it raining outside?
I think it was.
Ooh.
Yeah, I believe it was. But yeah, still in Meta, and Meta is doing a grand sum of nothing.
Uh-oh.
It's always fun when you're just kind of in a trade and you're like, do I leave? Do I go? There's no reason to leave.
Tesla's
but also we're kind of doing nothing, right? So we're going to see. I'm actually going to change my area of exit, though, because I've noticed where we're popping up to. And I think that this is maybe a bit more realistic. So I have a beak winner still at my 508.80, but I'm going to get the other half out at 508.49 because we pumped up to that area really nicely. Very specific level, yes, but I'm just trying to get better at these micro scalps. And with that in mind, thank you so much to Kyle Burdett for the insight here, talking about he was referencing Sean's AMD short and saying that, like, you know, when you look at these, looking at the SPY volume to kind of use as the impetus for some of these shorter term trades. So I thought that was really cool. AMD?
What's going on over there,
Sean's celebrating his AM dollar club.
I like that.
He's go AMD, go Sean. He looks very pleased as punch there. Just chilling, waiting with his trades. So yeah, you can see Sean and Obi again in about 2.5 hours and the afternoon show. So there's Sean, and shout out Sean. And yeah, like lots of times in the market, I'm still in Meta. Sean's still on the screen.
Researching the podcast.
Researching the podcast, yeah. I have some notes with that too. I will send you everything, but that's neither here nor there. Check out the podcast every Saturday morning at 10 a.m.
Bang.
But yeah, still in Meta. Meta's doing nothing. There's 1230 Wolf, I believe, mentioning Google here in the chat. Google's a nice look, but here's what makes me nervous about Google as a long. Look at this topping tail candle on the 3. We push up into 151.60s, which is like the high of day, 150, 158. Then we kind of push lower, right? So I want to see a nice, decided 9 EMA bounce until I decide to, hop into Google and decide to search for an entry point here. And I say that because we were riding the 9 EMA really nicely earlier, so I don't want to go until I see a continuation of that trend. That being said, I think the upward movement is really nice, but I mean, even in the 5-minute candle, you can see this topping tail candle kind of moment we have here, right? If we follow this on the 5 with a green candle even, that might be enough confluence for me, but I really want to make sure I have confluence before getting involved. And I'm pretty sure Google's about to prove me wrong here and make a fool out of me, because Google's like, oh, we're going to make a new high a day. So go Google. Also, it looks like we're out of Meta. So, we still have a little bit in Meta, I guess. But no, please as punch. We did get one of those beak wetters out of Meta there. So, happy I stuck with that trade. I do have a really bad habit of leaving trades because I get, I get bored and I'm like, oh, it's not moving fast enough for me. So happy I decided to stay with the course there, because that is a huge part of trading that I'm trying to be a little bit more aware of. So there we go. Tesla falling below VWAP here, but kind of coming to an interesting level. Shall we bounce at 180, 117?
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
Very interesting.
Also,
level.
why are AMD and Tesla within cents of each other? Like, this is so funny. So Tesla right now, 180, 150. It just bounced massively. I think this might be a long area. And AMD at 180, 131. So I mentioned this bounce area and it bounces. So like, Tesla, you listening to me now? Cool. But I think, honestly, this might have bounced too fast for me to get involved. But if we don't reject off VWAP, I think there could be some long opportunities here. Always looking for those micro ranges and micro levels. Happy I'm out of Meta, so now I can look at another trade. How are you doing?
it. Well,
I see Amazon.
Yeah, we're nicely in the money on AMZN. This is what I see on Amazon. I saw a flat top at that 179.75 area. Okay, and we had a lot of trouble breaking through that in the morning, and then we broke through it. And then we came back to it and defended it as a level of support. So that prompted me to get into the trade. I'm long 92s. I already took some profit at 80s. I'm looking for a move up. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what's realistic for AMZN on the day. It's up 0.18 when the market is up 0.3. So it's underperforming the market. I'm thinking maybe like that $0.50, that $0.25, if it makes its way up there, we'll take some out up at that level next. So we'll see on AMZN what it does on the day. So yeah, okay, Tesla. It did that aggressive dip at the volume weighted average price. It broke VWAP aggressively. Let's call a spade here, man. It broke VWAP, but look where the closing print is. It's north of VWAP on the 5-minute chart. This is not me making stuff up. This is literally what happened. The opening print on Tesla was at 181.87. The closing print was 181.72, okay? So that's 15 cents off each other. Look how low this candle goes. This goes to 181.15, right? So, well, if this 5-minute candle here makes a new high, say above 182, I'm probably just going to get long Tesla again because that's a VWAP hold. I mean, for real. And then you get a 5-minute candle to make a new high. So that's what I'll be looking there. And in addition to that, this is a hammer candle if I've ever seen one, okay? I'm not saying that it's going to end up going higher, but I'm seeing all the right things. Check mark, check mark, check mark. Great. Now we have to actually see the move manifest. So we're going to pack our patience, see what we can get on TSLA, if we can get that nice move up. Amazon, all right. Okay, go Amazon. Nicely in the money here, about what are we in the money about? Almost 30 pennies in the money right now on AMZN as it breaks through 180.15. Let's see if we can get something at the $0.25 right there. All right, here comes the $0.25. I'm going to flatten out near the $0.25 area or thereabouts. Here comes 20. We've got 22s on the ask, and I'm going to cut it right there. So that's a nice trade for me. Let's see if this one can continue to go. I'm pleased as punch about this trade. Again, none of these trades are really big money makers, but I'm just trying to get the reps in, and then maybe we'll increase share size in a month or two. But right now, just trying to get the proper reps in and to do things the right way. So nice move right now on AMZN. Now we have to flip back to Tesla because we're done with this trade. Now Tesla, as I finished yapping about, if this gets above 182 on a 5-minute close, I'm going long. Oh, sorry, I told someone I'd look at Reddit. Sorry about that. Let me pull up this side chart over here, and we'll talk about RDDT. So you saw the monsters this morning. You saw the Katina man with like a $500 winner on Reddit. The OB1 Kenobi, he had a $400. I'm kidding, of course. They had big bangers on Reddit today, and I got to tell you, this is the trade, and I looked over to Sean and I said, nice trade. I don't know if he knows why I said to him, nice trade, but it's this over here. I love dip trades. And look at this opening print at 9:30. Look at the low, 623.20. Look at this candle over here at 10:40. Low, I said 623. I meant 63.31. That's a low on this candle over here, 63.31. On this candle, it's 63.21. They came in within 10 cents of each other on a 60 some odd dollar name. So this one, I was actually looking at that when it happened, but I never actually got to putting the order out. I love this level. It's a great double bottom trade. In addition to that, look at the institutional print at 8 a.m. around that same area as well. So you could see that there was a lot of action taking place at that 63 or thereabouts level on RDDT. Anyway, breaking through the volume weighted average price right now with a viciousness. Look at all these topping tail candles. Into 70 though, that should warn you that there is a big seller or a person instituting a short into that $10 level owing to these topping tail candles initially there. That usually means prices are trying to move up and the sellers or the short sellers say, no, you don't. And they get in short or sell at 70. So keep eyes on 7-0. It was a level that proved itself to be important before. My guess is it probably proves itself to be important again if we are to be able to make it up. Right now, this candle, the high on this candle right now is 69. So we'll see if we can make our way up to 7-0 on Reddit.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I'm a little bit speechless because we had some moments occur. Long AMD, I had a resting order here. I like this range. I get in, it drops, we get out. Clean, not fun, but clean. Tesla is where things got messless.
What happened?
So I got involved in this short. I was just really trying to take it because as you said, that 182 level was going to be key, right? So we were going to get at 182s. We couldn't get out. Then it turns out I actually bought into this. So as I got out, I actually added, to the long side. I'm going to stay in this though because I do like that 180 area, or 182 area. So if we keep bouncing off 182, I really have no reason to leave. I'm going to be getting out around this 182.40 area. I wish I had a better plan for this. I probably should have just punched out of this immediately. So, but I see you were also in the Cybertruck and you have a plan. And so I feel like your Cybertruck journey will be a lot less bumpy than mine has already been today. But yeah, shout out to Sharif, shout out to anybody in this Tesla trade and trading in general today. It has been a whirlwind journey. And yeah, basically the impetus for the short though I want to talk about is because I like that we had this area earlier as support, and when I got it, we actually did resist it pretty well. It ended up being, as Sharif put out, they're kind of a hammer candle though. So we rejected it, and then turns out we were just revving to go long. So I think I'm gonna have to get out of the long here. So this has been quite the journey in Tesla, very humbling, and yeah, this is what a stock. We call it stressful for a reason, right? That's what I'm going to say here. We call it stressful for a reason. It wasn't Tesla. It did chop me up. By far my weakest name of the day, because AMD was pretty proud of the risk management on, because I took a really small position to begin with. Instead of continuing to chop in this range, which I thought we kind of would have the propensity to do, instead we fell to the downside. This 90 EMA area could be interesting, but right now I think I'm probably done with AMD. Shout out to Sean though. Sean, are you still in the AMD short? Yeah. Sean's still in the AMD short, so shout out to Sean there. Meta actually also ranging in a way that's really interesting. Look at this little VWAP bounces up into 508.60. Now, I know
show her chart.
I'm not a huge fan of, like I said, of the spread on Meta, but if Meta's gonna show itself to me and be like, hey, Adara, this is what I'm doing, this is what I'm about, I can't really say no. I might have to slide into Meta's DMs, because to me, this range is the most consistent thing I'm really finding amongst these mega cap names. I want to wait to see it happen one more time, because I don't want to go short and then we end up continuing to push to the upside, right? I do like this little perch that we have on VWAP here, so I think I'm going to try to get involved around 508.15. No, I'm tired of talking. Let's get into it. Let's get into the nitty gritty. If we break decisively below 508, I'm outie, and I'm going to be taking profits around 508.60, because that to me has been a pretty clear area. Just really, again, trying not to find trades where there are none, and just sticking with the trades that are presenting themselves to me, saying, hey, Adara, come join. So this is what I like right now with M to the E to the T to the A. Keeping an eye on AMD, sort of, and of course, Tesla is never far out of sight. What are you looking at?
Nothing, just looking at Google right now. It's coming into 152, so 151.98. Right now is the HOD, keeping an eye on that. Let's see what Google does on the day. I think it's one of the strongest names. Well, Tesla is the strongest name. 5 and a 5th, followed by Google. I actually mean Google at 1 1/4. We'll see now if we can break that 152. I mean, I don't think 152 is a specific level. It's the whole dollar level. So that's what I'll be looking at. I'm at a Tesla. I'm not going to trade Tesla and Apple today. I found them hard to trade. Well, I had a decent trade on Tesla. That's maybe a bit of an overstatement, but I don't have a read on its VWAP right now. I thought we would get a nice bounce off VWAP. It's breaking decisively below the volume weighted average price. So what I'm waiting for is a 152 touch on Google.
Nice, yeah. Sorry, I completely missed the boat there. We're back in Meta. It looks like Meta has decided to break down a bit, so this is, I think, probably going to have to be my exit from this trade. As planned, we break decisively below VWAP, and I break decisively out of the trade. So there we go. All good. Not my finest hour, but I have to show Kyle Burdett mentioning apparently saying there's some decent scalp opportunities in a range for AMD in the 1 minute. And I was looking at this one on the 3, but let me take a look at this on the 1. Oh, I see what you mean. There's certainly some little rangy opportunities here, and I like this base here of that 180.80 area, right? So more or less where I got out of that long when we fell below, because I was looking kind of for previous support. I think this is something I want to stare at it a little bit longer, but I think if you take this like 180.80 to 181 like 05, that gives you about 25 cents. So I might do that still in the sim as I learn and grow, though. Hopefully not for long, because as I talked to Sharif, I have had conversations. I had a conversation with Brankles, and I'm going to be taking steps to exit the sim and paper trade. Or not paper trade, real trade. That was
live
really
trade,
baby. Live. That was the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see. Still, I will only be trading here on the how to trade, because that is just I have like a lot of stuff that I do otherwise, and I want to continue to focus my time here on Trader TV Live. But yeah, I'm considering that is something that is in the works potentially. So trying to get some last good hurrahs with the paper trade, but I think this is something I want to get involved in here. This AMD taking it with slightly less shares and trying to take this up into 181s. So I think this is, Sean's short this, and generally I feel like going counter trend, Sean trades has not always worked out well for me. I'm really just trying to scalp this, and then we'll scalp it short when we come back to the other side. So that's going to be my plan here. I like that little burst we got in AMD. Keep it coming. I want to take a little piece of victory here. I was trying to think of an AMD pun for that, but
I like it.
Yeah, hopefully we don't regret this AM decision. There we go.
Someone tagging me in the chat telling me that there's a 152.15 level on Google. Clocken tax? Okay, sure. Great name. But yeah, this is what he's talking about over here. Let's bring in the side chart. Okay, well, I'll do that in a second because 152 got taken on Google now. 152.06 HOD. Yeah, I know, bro. Honestly, this thing is headed to the high side. Great day for Google today. Uninterrupted. How many green candles in a row? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 green 5-minute candles in a row. I gotta be honest, there's one kind of doji red candle in there, but that doesn't count because there's like literally no body on that candle. Anyway, keeping an eye on Google. I don't want to punch, obviously, long 152. That's not my move here. We're going to have to wait for a dip trade of sorts. Where to get in, that's going to be a random area because we have just such a big, uninterrupted move up. It's hard to see what the levels of support are on Google here on a move down. So keeping eyes on that. We'll see what we get on Google. Let's bring in some weed names here. We haven't talked about CGC or ACB. Shout out to the weed names doing excellent today, and it's been multiple days, an election year, so we could get some weed talk with the presidential candidates. Last time around, weed was running aggressively on Kamala Harris's comments during her debate with Mike Pence and what she said about federal legalization. Weed ended up running quite aggressively after that, but that's a few years back now. Anyway, CGC up big. Last time this touched the volume weighted average price was over here at 1035, and the price was 691. Well, that seems like a really long time ago because right now the HOD on CGC is 824. We're south of 8 right now. We're at the 10-period moving average. We're trying to hold on. Let's see if we can get back above $8. This stock has done that magnetic pullback effect that the one that Knob always talks about with the 10 period. Look at the move up. It doesn't break the 10 period, save and except for one candle over here at 1035, and that's the one that touched the VWAP, right? Otherwise, all the closing prints, every single one since we've opened up at the bell, 9:30, has closed above the 10 EMA on CGC. So the dip trades have paid on this if you've taken a dip trade at the 10, right? Now, look, my platform allows me to drag my buy entry. Now, we can't do this on our thing, but look at this. So if you guys have this on your platform, drag your buy entry and move it to the 10 period as it moves. The 10 period is dynamic, right? It doesn't stand still, it moves with the price. So if you put your 10 period or your dip trade at the 10 period right now, it's at 782, but the next 5-minute candle could be 790. Just giving you a random example. Anyway, so keep your eye on CGC. Really good trade today, up 27.75%, but not to be outdone. Well, maybe outdone by percentage-wise, but certainly not chart pattern-wise. ACB, Aurora Cannabis, Canadian cannabis name. It's done the exact same thing with the 10 period that CGC did. The 10 period is the green solid line on my chart. Look at this. There hasn't been one print that goes below the 10 period on my chart. Forget about the closing print. This hasn't even broken below the 10 period since the open. So great name on the day. Closed out yesterday at $4.14. It printed $4.89 right now. The low of days just south of 4 at $3.92. So it's been a great look for ACB. Now, keep in mind that we do have some possible resistance at that $5 area, not just because it's the whole dollar area, but because yesterday we did a dance with $5, albeit in the pre. It was in the pre-market. Now, I usually look at pre-market prints with a little bit more suspicion. Definitely don't give them the type of weight and credence that after the bell print gets. But anyway, $5 likely to be a local resistance level on ACB. Keep your eye on that. And if you want to get shorts, I'm not telling you it's going to be a short, but if you want to secure the shorts, maybe go for that at the moment. Let's look at DJT. Big move up for this name today. Closed out yesterday just south of $50. The high a day is 79.38. We've retraced though, and we look like we might be trying to hold, I guess, this pre-market top. So in the pre on DJT, we had a bit of a top of $65 or thereabout, owing to this area over here at 6 to 630, and then the institutional prints got into 65 as well. Then look at this print over here at 850 and then again at 910, all topping out at 65. And then over here, once we broke the volume weighted average price at around 1105, 1110, look where the bottom is. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Right at that $65, $66 area. And now again, we're finding support yet again at 65, 66-ish area. So we'll see if this pre-market top over here acts as a level of resistance for DJT. You're likely going to have to give this one some space with the stop. And by that I mean, a 10, 20, even 30 penny stop here may not do it. And if it does, you may have to get into the same trade multiple times in order to let it manifest because, well, number one, it's spready. Number two, it's moving dollars at a time, guys, right? And if that's the case, well, then usually, that's a bad recipe for a tight stop. So we'll keep eyes on DJT. A lot of great names. We haven't even talked about VERI or MESO. We'll talk about those later, but there's a lot more small caps that are absolutely in play that have all the check marks beside their name above the pre-market high, definable pre-market high, trading above the volume weighted average price. All those check marks that we look for on these small cap gappers. So we'll have eyes on that. But as I see it, the future right back into 15,575, the volume weighted average price. But we've been doing the wick shimmy dance. Look at all these wicks in the VWAP here, all of which have been rejected on the NQ June contract. We are putting in some higher lows, albeit, not by much. But let's keep an eye here to see if we can reclaim VWAP and make it into 600.
Yeah, this has been what a market. So many different levels, so many different things that are moving today. AMD, I was microscoping on this 1 minute chart. Triangles galore. We ended up, I have to say, I was pretty proud of the initial kind of movements on here. So I basically got in around 180.80s, I think 180.88. Then I added at 181. Then I took some out at 180.16. The plan was to keep doing that. Then we pushed up with the viciousness. We decisively broke above 810 and I got out. 181.10. So that's where I got out. Also, though, it is worth noting, I did accidentally fat finger some of this out earlier, just to be upfront about that. But we're getting slightly better about the fat finger, so small victories. Slightly down in this name, but only way to go is up. And I do feel a little bit better about the trading every day. These 1 minute scalps did make me feel alive a little bit here at AMD. So that's the type of stuff I want to be doing. 1 minute chart, super tight scalps, taking 20, 30 pennies if I can, with slightly larger size and good risk management. So hopefully we can see that continue in the day. That's going to be my goal. And that's hopium that I'm okay taking because it's stuff that's all controllable by me, right? I just being more comfortable in the levels I'm getting in at and having ranges and having a bit more of a plan and making sure the size is working accordingly. So that's my little take on AMD. Also, super chat here from Papa Powell once again hitting up the chat. Thank you very much. 199 super chat. Watch Kreme for a swing. Most undervalued pot stock with a little 4-leaf clover emoji. So let's see what kind of luck we get in Kron, C-R-O-N. Oh, this is nice. Volume's not bad either. 2.81 mil volume. Yeah, Sharif just said a lot of really valuable stuff there about these weed-related stocks. Basically, they tend to move a lot of news. So we did have that Germany legalization or partial legalization of cannabis on Friday that seems to have given a lot of these names a nice move up. Also, I'll say as well, a lot of these do get mentioned quite a lot on Twitter. So you have some of that social media hype continuing to push these ones to the upside. So let's take a look at the daily chart as well on Kron, because you did mention a swing trade. Yeah, I see what you mean. Like there's, I think, a very clear support area you could potentially look at this 230. And this is, we're talking about this less as a small cap and more as a weed stock. But one thing to keep in mind as well with this kind of move is, unlike where we have a lot of these stocks that will kind of lay low until they have a catalyst and then spring to the upside and then hibernate again, Kreme has had kind of a steady uptrend. We have these little pops, and then we continue lower, but we're not really making lower lows. If anything, we're making higher lows. So definitely not a bad look. I do see what you mean. Again, not advice just to take on the chart, but I do think that 230 area could be interesting support. And I say that because A, it was previous resistance, and B, we kind of had that pop there and haven't seen it in a while. So I do think that area, especially given the higher highs we had up into that, could be an interesting area for a little bit of support. So thank you very much there for Papa Powell for that super chat. And I think I'm picking up what you're putting down there on CRON. And also, let's talk for a second about the bamboozlement that was Meta. I get out basically bottom wick, and then Meta's like, oh, I'm joking. We're still going to keep moving up. So that's okay, Meta. Do your thing, 21. I'm not here to judge. But bamboozlement central here on Meta. And we pop up to, this was actually going to be my area. I was going to exit that 508.60. But c'est la vie. Look at the trades you took, not what the market did to you. That's not an actual saying, but it could be. But yeah, basically just trying not to dwell on the past, moving on, looking forward and seeing what the market has next for me. Also, Obi's sitting here. I'm actually kind of looking at Amazon. He's in the Amazon right now. I'm joking. I don't know if he's in Amazon, but he's in the zone. Pardon? Oh, he just got out. Okay, nice. So Obi's saying he just got out. It might have been too early. But yeah, shout out to Obi earlier, who was definitely in the Amazon. Amazon, I know you were delivering some profits there for you as well, Sharif. So
yes, ma'am.
Amazon, an interesting one. Continuing, we had this bottom here, and this bottoming tail candle, look at this at 9.54 in the 3-minute. Then we continue to ratchet up to the upside. So nice look here. We did have this pseudo topping tail candle at 180.30, so we'll have to see what it has to do there. I think a couple bamboozling candles on Amazon, but looks like it's continuing its trek to the upside. I will be watching what it does here at this 180.70 level, because that was, I think, A, it was VWAP in the morning, and B, a massive area of support in the pre.
Obi says ARM is moving.
Obi says ARM is moving, so let's take a look at ARM. Oh! Indeed it is. ARM's an interesting one. We had, I do not want to say a flat bottom break, but we had certainly the makings of that earlier, right? We have this bottom of this 140.40 that we had in the pre, then we come back, we make this higher high, spike up into almost 145. High of day is 145 even. We come back to 140.40, make a lower high at 142.80, and then come back to test this area again. So thank you, Obi, for putting this one out to us all. Obi giving us a helping hand, or helping arm, I guess, with ARM. This is one I will be looking at. I see you have a trade.
Yes, we are short AMZN with tight. Not AMZN, because we were talking about Google. This is what I see. I see a topping tail candle, so I'm going to give this the old college try. We'll see. I'm going to give this one a tight stop, so it'll have to hold below 152.10. I've already got a beak wetter sitting just a little bit below there, so we'll see exactly what we get on Google. It's not a big trade or anything, so we'll whether we profit or lose on it, we'll wait. See here, but this is why I got in. This candle here, topping tail candle, showing me possible seller strength, right? So if the shorts are going to get in here, we'll look to take some profit. So Google short right now at this 152, owing to this topping tail candle. There is some strength, though. Let's be real about it. I've been watching the tape while Adair was dropping hot lines and looking at ARM, and there does seem to be some strength supporting this at the 152 level. So if it comes in, it comes in. If it doesn't, it doesn't. All right, let's see what else is moving on on the day. Yeah, so this one dipped aggressive. I'm talking about DJT. So this was a nice move. We were talking about this 64, 65 level being that area of support, and it comes into play. But this, I was talking about 65. You would have had to got this at 64. So I was like, all right, I'm not going to give it that much room. That'd be an entire $1 that I would have had to give it in space there for the stop, because I would have been sitting at 65 for a dip. And this one actually broke 64. It went to 63, 62. So the range is wild on these, but the general area holds, and it shoots right back up of almost $5 there from 64 into 69. So you would have been in the money super quick. However, you would have had to been able to withstand that dollar move against you, and that definitely is not my cup of tea there. The future's pumping. I'm keeping an eye on the future because it's at local highs here, 18,581. Let's flip back to see what Google is doing. What are we doing? We're still fighting at 152. An epic war here happening between buyers and sellers. We're not resolving either way. I would have to say that this is probably better for the bulls than it is for the bears because we're having trouble breaking below 152. So if this doesn't go for me, I'm only giving this 11 pennies worth of range, right? But the fact of the matter is I'm making this observation and it looks as if there's more strength bringing this one up than there is bringing it down. So it looks like we're going to get stopped out for a 10 penny loser. And here comes, and there it is. So we'll get out there as it pops right back up above 152.15. Now negative on the day, but albeit very barely negative. So we'll look to get out of negative world with this next trade.
Yeah, I'm also in negative world, so hopefully we can make that journey together to positive paradise. I don't know. But no, it's not going to be in this trade. I tried to take AMD short here. I watched a couple times for that failure of that 182 break, and AMD was like, haha, you thought. You thought you were going to do this. You were wrong. I was wrong. And then I get out and it goes back below 182. So I clearly thought incorrectly, but we tried. We had really tight risk management. We lost very little on that trade. So yeah, that was a scintilla of shares as well. So just try to what I'm trying to do is take more advantage of movement instead of just talking about a move, missing it, and then trying to make up for a trade that isn't going to be coming to fruition as much. Also, sorry, it's my chart. Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I just noticed that. I was like, ooh. But yeah, no, that Google chart is a lot nicer looking than this AMD though. But honestly, I'm really just proud of seeing the moment and trying to seize the opportunity. If we keep valuing this 182 though, I might try to do this again. But really the biggest issue that I'm trying to work on right now is mitigating the loss in the moment. You can come back to the trade later. As Obi said, where's the next trade? And right now, Tesla falling below this 181.20 area here. So this could be a bit of a tasty short. I may have missed the opportunity to jump into that Cybertruck. However, I like this chop and turn at this 180.40 area here. And Tesla has been really receptive, at least in terms of, briefly parking the Cybertruck for a charge at earlier key levels. So look, we bounce here a couple times off this 182, more or less 182. Then we pop up into it, reject it. Then we kind of chop and turn a little bit at this 182.20 before continuing to fall to the downside. So Tesla today has been pretty receptive of previous levels. So it's definitely something I don't want to miss out on. If there are some opportunities here as well. Tim is in saying, look at UPS for me. I'm short at 152. Let's take a look at UPS and see what kind of trading opportunities this one will expedite for you. Okay, this is a massive move to the downside, massive volume. All I have to say is, if you're short this, congrats to you. I don't have a huge read on this because the only read I'm seeing is down to the downside. However, one thing I will say that I like on this earlier in terms of potential areas is look at this flat bottom break-esque at 152. It's not perfect because the bottom isn't perfectly defined, but this was on the 3-minute. We had these lower highs, then we break below 152, come to top and turn a little bit, and then break once again with a viciousness. So I think this is a really nice look here for UPS. They actually had some positive catalyst earlier today that I'm seeing. They expecting revenue of 108 billion to 114 billion and free cash flow of 17 to 18 billion. They actually did trade higher earlier today and then flew to the downside. But yeah, UPS, honestly, congrats to you. No matter where you got in on this, there's a lot of good opportunities for getting in on this. In terms of areas that I'd be watching for, in terms of potential support, this 150 area, if this could resist because we did that little pop earlier of support, but if that doesn't resist, that could be an area to keep an eye on. 151, where we had this beautiful rangy chop and turn for a little while, was also an area I would watch. And then, of course, where we had that quadunk at 152. And I will pull up the daily as well for potential profit areas. Of course, just a read on the chart and not advice. But yeah, we're kind of in a key area right now around 147, just shy of 148, because look at where we had this top and turn for a while there earlier. I don't think that's a bad look. And then below that, we have this 146, where there's also a little bit of chop and turn. So I think that those would be probably my two key areas to keep an eye on. Honestly, though, this one, it's whatever the opposite of a blue sky setup, a red ground setup, a lava setup, I don't know. This one falling to the downside, but actually looking like it's trying to pick up a little bit at 148. So hope that helps. Tim is in. Certainly the shorts were in for UPS, and I'm happy you were able to take some opportunities with that stock. Philippe also asking, can we take a look at Apple, please? So yeah, we can. Or Felipe. I think Felipe. Let's look at Apple quickly, and then I will pass it off to Sharif, or the bearded wonder, as Sean called him this morning. Sharif.
I haven't been the bearded wonder since September, but we'll go with it. We'll go with it. Why not?
I just thought I saw it. I was like, oh, I like that one. But yeah, Apple. Okay, Apple's actually the type of trade I like. Because look at this VWAP bounce we have, and it's more or less range of 170.50 to 170.80. This is a nice look here in AAPL. Honestly, I would say Apple, as Sharif often calls it, the dead one, because we're just kind of chilling here, right? We had that big move down on Apple earlier and kind of chop and sure, but we cannot really, in any meaningful way, break above this 171. We tried earlier, and we just kind of continued to peter to the downside. Really strong support at 170.50, mind you, and I think if we bust the top off this 170.80 area, that could be a little bit of strength, but I would want a decisive break above 171, and then I want to see what we do with this pre-market area, 171.30. But yeah, I mean, calling Apple the dead one sometimes is inaccurate today. I would say it's very right on the nose. And I'm going to put this one up on the side chart because this range has me pleased as punch and tickled pink.
I like it.
How are you doing back in Google?
Back in Google, I'm doing a little bit better on it this time. So the short was right, but you know, it's tough. It's tough sometimes with the ones that are strong when you're trying to take a mean reversion trade. So now what I'm watching is how we do. What's going on over there, bro? Yes, I do want to see. Do it again. Oh, okay. So I thought it was live. If that goes on TikTok, someone is going to lose their life. Okay.
Oh, it's already on TikTok.
This is on
somebody's
TikTok?
losing their life.
I'm not doing the show. I'm not doing the show anymore. I'm joking. All right. No,
That was said
seriously.
so seriously. I was like, what?
No, you know I'm always joking.
I know. I'm bad at
no,
that, though.
seriously though, what I'm looking at on Google at these levels is if it holds a 10 period, right? So it's finding support at the 10 period. We kept yapping about how Google had support on the 10 period. Nary was there, candle below the 10 period. So now I'm all eyes about what we are doing on the 10 period. And somebody asked me in the chat, they're like, 10 period question mark? The 10 period exponential moving average. That's exactly what I meant. Okay, I use exponential moving averages, not simple moving averages, because they more heavily weight the recent price action. If you are investing and you are a fundamental investor, I would suggest using the simple moving average because you don't need to have more heavily weight. Wow, what the hell, Google, bro? Right back up. All right, so we took it out right there. But yeah, I was just watching. The 10-period moving average holds up on GOGL. But in any event, that's what I'm referring to when I'm talking about the 10-period. That is the exponential moving average there.
Nice. Yeah, exponential moving average. Also, an exponential appreciation for your wig that definitely was real in the chat. There's someone asking if you're going to wear that in the safari. So also some people asking to put one on me.
Wow.
So there we go. Check us out on social media. Trader TV Live. There we are on the Instagram, on the TikTok.
If that's on TikTok, I'd like that removed. So I'm just putting that out there. Okay, go ahead.
There we go. Yeah, anyways, I'm very amused by this. Also, Calperdad has a super chat for you.
Oh, what did he say?
So he says, Sharif, peach habanero marinated chicken. Oh, that sounds amazing. Cooked on charcoal is even better than my jerk chicken last week. Bang.
Nice.
That sounds amazing. Oh my gosh, that sounds so good. Enjoy your chicken.
Yes,
you know we love chicken dinner winners over here. So
thank you very much for the 5 solid super chat. Big Kyle Burdett. Ram says she did not get her chicken, Kyle, so she'd like her chicken. You know, if I don't know what arrangement you and Ram have, clearly there's something afoot. So she'd like her $20 Starbucks and her chicken too. Yeah, no problem there.
That's pretty funny. Oh, hi, sorry, I didn't realize we were still, I'm so sorry. I got like swept up in NVIDIA. We got filled in NVIDIA, so you know that kind of takes up your whole life and soul a little bit. I apologize, I apparently did not realize that. All eyes on me there, so shout out to Tupac. And I'll be getting out of this if we break below this 140. We're gonna give this like slightly less than $1. We're gonna see what we do here around like the mid 942 area. So I'm going to give this around $1, but we're going to be trying to take some profits around this 944.50 area. This is really super scalpy and super rangy as we kind of head into that into that 945 area we've been rejecting. I think we are rejecting off the 90 MA, so I intend to stay in this not very long at all. Trying to take some scalps, trying to be a little bit more micro scalpy, and I think we may have failed on this. I'm going to be really, really honest. Should have been looking at the 1 minute on this, but we're how to trade, right? So, if people can learn here from my mistakes and the fat fingers, I think please just punch, right? So, of course, the goal as well is, for profit, but we're going to mostly just be trying to learn a little bit. Every single day, we're going to get our little beak wetters ready to go. If NVIDIA would like to dip its, little beak in the pond, that would be, we'd all be really happy there. So we're going to have to see what happens there in NVIDIA. We're more or less near my point of entry. So not too much to report. Let's see what else is happening here. Apple still being the most beautiful range that I've ever seen. So I'm going to have to get involved in this short here because look at this, this bounce off of VWAP, then we come into this 170.80 and reject. I just want to wait. I want to see a test of 171. And I say that because we had a slightly higher high here, which does not give me a lot of confidence in taking the, thank gosh I did not get short there. We just pushed up here in Apple. Apple heard me talking and was like, oh, we're going to give you that test. So let's see what we do at 171. If we fail 171, it could be a short for me, but I would like Apple to be a little bit more ranging, behave a little bit nicer. It looks like also we're almost entirely extracted from NVIDIA. So happy here. We just have one partial fill yet, so we're waiting to see if the rest of that gets filled. But scintilla of shares left over here, and then VDA. Please just punch. The rest of this, though, I'm going to have to focus on a short side for NVDA because I think I did go a little bit counter trend here, trying to take that long pop where I think we have a little bit less oomph there in the NVIDIA to the downside. I really should have been focusing on this 9 EMA rejection, but right now we're going to try to take the rest of our profits and run away, get out NVIDIA before NVIDIA can smack us around a little bit because NVIDIA can be a bit of a violent stock. I can't believe it's already 12 p.m.
Yeah, I can. All right, we're talking about chart pattern breakouts. We're talking about breakout trades all week. So let's talk a little bit about this one. So the world of technical analysis is filled with patterns. Some of the most valuable for traders are chart pattern breakouts. These patterns act like roadsides hinting at a potential price move. So let's delve into this topic, see what a little bit about this. The chart pattern primer. So imagine price movements forming what we call recognizable patterns on a chart. These chart patterns and are some common examples of them are triangles, flags, pennant, head and shoulders, and cup and handle. Each pattern suggests a potential trading scenario after a breakout occurs. Here are some examples. So you have a triangle pattern on the top left. You always have to look for continuation patterns. You have to look at the trend that preceded them because most likely that they will continue in the direction of the trend. As you can see here, it's a downward trend. Likewise for the bullish pennant chart pattern, bottom left, what's the trend that precedes it? You have to look at that because that is most likely where it will continue. Likewise with the cup and handle and the channel. So these are some basic chart patterns. Here's the breakdown of the breakout. So a breakout happens when the price decisively moves through the boundaries of a chart pattern. This signals a possible change in the prevailing trend. Here's a breakdown for the bullish and bearish breakouts. So the bullish breakout, what we're looking for here is the price to close above the upper trend line of a pattern, like a triangle or a pennant, whatever it is. This will suggest to you that buyers are overpowering sellers, potentially leading to a price increase. Conversely, with bearish breakouts, what you're looking for is the price to close below the lower trend line on whatever, like a head and shoulders pattern or anything where there's a lower trend line. This indicates sellers are gaining control, hinting at a potential price decrease. Here's a bullish example. Again, the trend that precedes it is up. So typically what you have to look for is a break above the upper trend line. Wait for that confirmation and then get long. This is the exact opposite. There's a head and shoulders. You take the short through the break of the neckline. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, neckline, denoted by the lines. Pretty straightforward. So not all breakouts are created equal. While breakouts are valuable signals, it's important to be cautious. Well, because there's false breakouts. These can occur when the price flirts with a pattern boundary, but then reverses direction. Here's how to be savvy and try to avoid them. look for confirmation. Look for additional confirmation signals like a surge in volume alongside the breakout. High volume here will suggest to you more conviction behind the price move, but also look for the closing print on the daily or weekly candle to be above or below that key area of support or resistance. A close on a wider time frame more important than a close on a tighter or shorter time frame. Here's an example: lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. Then you get a break and close above that upper trend line, and then you can basically put your stop right below that trend line. That could be your line in the sand there. And here's how you take action with breakout trades. Once you've confirmed the breakout, here are some tips for entering and exiting the trade. So there's two ways to enter these breakout trades: on the breakout itself, or you wait for a pullback. By that I mean, we gave the example of 200. You take the break of 200 on Apple. You get long 200, 201, 202, whatever. Others will wait for that 200 to clear, wait for it to come back, prove itself as a level of support, and then they'll get long. Your stop loss, you always have to use a stop if you want to manage risk. Here, for the longs, you're putting the stop below support. For shorts, you're putting the stop above resistance. You also want to take profits wisely. So you have to look for potential resistance levels for the long. So anything, say, above 1,000 on NVIDIA would definitely be a resistance level. Make sure you're taking some profits in front of 1,000. Conversely, for the short, you're putting your stop above resistance, okay? And chart patterns are probabilistic tools, or not crystal balls. Make sure you're conducting thorough research and managing your risk wisely, and never investing more than you can afford to lose. All right, there it is. There's a lesson.
Yeah, thank you so much, Cherie, for delivering that lesson of the day. And I think, yeah, breakouts are certainly one where you're always going to have a different style to it, right? So some people like to play leading up into the breakouts, or right as we get, as Cherie put there very astutely. Sometimes you want to as well, wait for the test, wait for some confirmation. So lots of different ways to play it, and make sure that you're always trying to play it in the way that is the most you. And I think that's one thing as a new trader, you want to experiment within reason, within risk management, to kind of get a sense of what type of trader you are and how you'll play these breakouts. And as I say that, NVIDIA tries to take a little dip here. We're recovering at this 943. This is, I think, the base. I've been playing a bit of a range here on NVIDIA for some time. If we hold this 943, I'm going to stay in. I'm going to add a little bit to this position, just really trying to target that move up to 945. And NVIDIA apparently would like me out. So that's cool, NVIDIA. I hear you. I understand. So I'm going to have to be getting out of this. And that's the thing, too, is you really have to, take each trade as it comes. We had some nice trades in NVIDIA, then that one came and it was like, nah. Now we are slightly down in the name now, but we are down in the day. But just trying to not take it too hard. Just keep on going, keep on climbing. Apple here, finding some support at the 9 EMA at this previous area of resistance at 171. This is actually a trade that I fancy. I'm a fan. I like this. We're going to get involved in this. And we're going to get out if we break below that 170.80 area, because that was a huge area of resistance earlier. So super tight areas here. We're going to be taking some profit at 171.15, and then we'll reload if we come back. And then I like this 171.30 as an area to get the entire position out by, because look at that resistance earlier, or support earlier. Sorry, that is not something that I would like to stand in front of. But hopefully we get Tim cooking here on this AAPL trade. What are you looking at right now?
Looking at the Cybertruck, trying to hold this VWAP dip that we got to on Tesla. See if we can move into 182 or thereabouts. We're long 79s. Let's see if we can get a move up. We're dancing with 80 at the moment. I'm not sure how much how much I'm gonna give this worth of room here. Ideally, we make and break above the volume weighted average price and above the whole dollar level. That's the level that I've been looking at, that 182 level. We've had a lot of action in 182, initially as resistance, and then, initially as support, and then as resistance. So we'll see exactly what we get here on TSLA, up over 5%. But it looks like what's waking up right now is Apple, right? Kind of getting off that 170.50 or thereabouts. That's a level that closed off yesterday. So I'm going to get out of this Tesla trade, cutting me up here, multiple entries into Tesla. So that's the last time I'm going to trade Tesla on the day. Just don't have a good read on it, and that's okay. I didn't have a good read on Apple either. So now let's look at something else and see what is moving. We had a nice dip trade possibility here on Google at the 20-period moving average. And that was an interesting trade because that was the first time it had gotten to the 20-period. And now it's actually, you got two two touches at it at that 150, 160 or thereabouts. So we'll see if Google can continue to print. We had a nice short on Google. That topping tail candle came into play. It took a couple of stabs at this name to get it right, but that 150, 160 area holding up, that's a 20 period. And right now it looks as if it's coming into play. So we'll keep eyes on that. A bit of a sideways day, I'd say, a little bit today on the future. I mean, we haven't had much in the way of range, right? The highest print that we've had subsequent to the bell is 18,607, and the lowest print is 18,534. So we're within a 100 less, significantly less, I would say about maybe a 60 some odd, 70 some odd point range on the NQ. Atypical for how things have been trading lately, I'd say. You know, usually we at least get a 100-point range on the day. So we'll continue to watch that. Meta breaking down now into that 507, so that, you know, continuing to print lower. I don't really have any trades at the moment. Keeping my eye on some of this stuff. Let's see what AMD was doing. Sean was in that short earlier. Yeah, it's still printing lower at that 180, 163 area. Yeah, no trades for me at the moment. We'll keep watching for some new stuff here.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly am still looking at my little NVIDIA, but as Sharif put it, I was trying to figure out, like, why are things so hard to trade today for ranges? Because the ranges are so small, you can, like, can't even really see them. It's like a couple, like, what NVIDIA is ranging in $1.50 for NVIDIA, that's pennies. Yeah. You know what I mean? So it's a pretty small range. Apple is not a range, but that is the one. I just put it in Apple, so that's how, apparently that's how my days, maybe I need an Apple, no, I'm joking, an Apple, but yeah, I just kept the N from the NVDA there. But AAPL, we are 1 cent in the money here, and now we're 1 cent out of the money. So Apple holding up really well, though, at my point of entry, so I have no reason to leave, just chilling. Like I said, we have a hard have to leave time here at stop. The word is stop at 170.80. So that will be where we have to leave. I'm gonna have a little sip of coffee while we look at these charts. I think getting into this 171.15, like I said, that would be a dream come true. But right now, Apple does not produce dreams. It only produces nightmares and very slow moving charts. NVIDIA curling back toward that 940. So that's something I'm gonna have an eye on. Right, let's take a look at AMD again, because I was trading AMD earlier. We had, some AM disasters and some AM decisions, but if we pick up here in this 180, 160, I really like this because that was an earlier top of that baby range, and then we bounce, and we are curling currently below that area, so maybe not the level I thought it was going to be, but I have a couple levels at AMD that I found interesting. So that 180.80 area, pre-market area of interest, it comes back as well to form a little bit of a support here, and then resistance on the 3-minute chart. Then we come again and bounce off this 180.60, so that was an area I liked. Then we come up to that 182 top. Of course, we tried shorting this, didn't work out, we got out. Now, this 180.50, 182.50, look at all this chop and churn, continue to fall to the downside. So I do think there's some micro ranges there that, we could potentially play. Apple, we're now into 171, so every step counts, Apple. 2 cents in the money. Let's keep going, Apple. We're going to have to cheer Apple onto the upside. We were joking earlier about cheering on Tesla. I think sometimes these stocks just need a little motivation,
They do.
Go, Apple. Go, go, go.
Go, Apple.
Very. How is Very going?
Not bad. We're long, I believe, at 08. Just took some out there at 19s. HOD on VERI is 28. So let's see if we can touch high of day on Vari. It's been a great VWAP trade for whoever was smart enough to put a dip trade on at the volume weighted average price on VERI. I don't think this has broken VWAP since we printed that opening. That's incorrect. So 930 was over here. This one really started moving at 1010 for whatever reason. But since that time, it hasn't closed below VWAP. So we'll see. We'll see the volume weighted average price if it comes back in. Obviously, I'm going to get out because I'm long 608, but I'll be looking to re-up at that level if it comes in. Right now, VWAP on my chart's 582 or thereabouts. We're printing 618s. I'll probably look to take some out if it can break high a day. That is around that $0.25 area. Technically, the HOD is 628, but that $0.25 area likely the better level. So let's go ahead and sit at the $0.25 area. For that last out, we'll see if we can make it up there. Big Kyle says, yeah, we need about a half an hour dump, 30 minutes. I need to hear dump it and let out my best flare. Woo! Yeah, Nate is a man. I don't know what he's up to these days. I saw him on a podcast not that long ago. And he was talking up a storm about some of the old wrestling days there with Hogan and and whoever else he was hanging out with at the time. Anyway, VERI up into 620 again, so we'll look for that $0.25 print. Maybe we'll wet our beak in and around there. But that's not the only small cap gapper that's moving. We talked about ACB, we talked about CGC, and then this one we haven't mentioned at all, and it goes by the name or the ticker of MESO, Mezzo, up 61%. That's nothing to sneeze at right here, guys. And the volume, solid. 43.5 million shares. Let's give some deets on this one. So it's a $401 million market cap given the 61% pump today. And the float, large, 287 million share float. That is quite large. Let's bring in trade ideas and check out the short float, if any. Well, Trade Ideas doesn't have a short float on it, so we don't have data on that, so we'll just let that go. Let me just check quickly here. All right, so we're at 623 here on VERI. Now we're showing fours. Oh, wow, that was a quick dump. So that was another 4-cent dump. I'll just pack my patience, looking for a $0.25 pump. It got into 624, though, on VERI. MESO, though, how do you get into this one? This one's a bit of a toughie. So you have some support, I would say, at that 340 level. See, the thing with this one is you have so many topping tail candles, it's hard to base a trade off it. So you have this topping tail candle at 331, then that one at 39, and this one over here at 47s. So it's a bit tough. What has it been respecting? Well, gotta tell you, not much. It's broken through all my indicators. The one that seems to respect the most is the 10 period, the green one. It's held up there for the most part. Aggressive retracement will take it down to the 20, but it's broken all of them. Broken VWAP, broken the 10, broken the 20 at times. So hard to know exactly where to base this trade. I'm assuming some people have gotten in on like these 10-minute pullbacks. There we go, high a day right now on MESO. It's up 67% now, $3.68 HOD. This one looks like it's poised to go to 4. Let's check the daily. See, is it a former runner? Yes, it is. How do I know it's a former runner? I can just see these big gapping candles over here with huge wicks and no bodies. Well, that typically means we've had a small cap gapper type day in the past. Looks like we split the beginning of the year, 1-2 split. So we'll see if that factors in. All right, we got that print, baby, on VERI through the top side. So I'm happy about that. Still negative on the day, still trying to work out of this hole, but happy with this small cap gapper trade.
Lisa's punch for you. A verified banger trade there.
Thank you.
Look at that. So yeah, nice look on VERI. AMD, I had to switch to the 1 minute to scalp this in a way I felt more comfortable. And noticing that, I actually think that this area that we thought was forming as, when I say we, I mean me, sorry about that. I thought was forming pseudo support actually could be pseudo resistance. So I think we have a little bit less room to run in AMD than I initially deciphered. So we're gonna have to, make some AM decisions here, but we're holding up really well. Like I said, I'm getting out at this 180-120, and we haven't even gotten near there. So I'm like, AMD's behaving well on that front. Let's see if it continues to do so. But happy with that trade right now. Also, Apple finally getting a spring in its step. And when I say spring, I mean, a 10 cent move. But for Apple, which has been more than range bound all morning, I'll take what I can get. We just got our first peak wetter out of that.
Nice.
So please just punch. Thank you very much. A pretty small position. We do have a piece for the dream, which I will be setting here around, let's do like 27s, because I like to give my stocks a little wiggle room to run, because the amount of trust that I have for, in Apple is like, pretty limited. It's a slow poke, right? So I don't want to give it all the way to 170, 130, which I like because of this pre-market area. So we'll give it 170, 127. Thank you. I appreciate that. You have to keep these guys in a tight leash, AMD, how are you doing? Oh, I got some beak wetters there as well. So we still have part of this position in. We're going to get this out right now because I'm happy with this. Pleased as dang punch. Sometimes you just have to take the L's and use them to motivate yourself. And that's one thing I'm trying to learn, is because I feel like sometimes I've always been the type of person where it's like, if you feel like you can't do something, you always want to prove to yourself, like, no, you can't. Like, you got this, right? So pretty happy with that. Small victories, but sometimes the small ones are the ones that matter. They get you from point A to point B. So happy with AMD. Apple continuing to hopefully Tim Cook there. Not like Jensen Huang cooking his chip. As I didn't realize that until you told me about that. And then like that image of Jensen Huang with the chip in the oven is just fantastic.
I love it. And he's so serious too. It's like he's actually cooking up like a I don't know, a Thanksgiving dinner or something. He's
roast,
got.
yeah.
Did we show the picture before?
I'll pull it up.
Oh my
here.
goodness, it's hilarious. Yeah, he's
It's
like
amazing.
he's proud of himself. He's got like, you know, he looks like he just made a big kill and he just cooked it up on a grill. You know,
Yeah,
he's all
this is a good
serious.
face.
His eyes are wide and yeah, it's a good look. Jensen's the man. Jensen is the longest tenured Fortune 500 CEO. Look at, and there's a reason why this guy is. I think he's made the most amount of money this year. His increase in net worth, not this year, sorry, last year. The increase in his net worth, I think, was one of the biggest. I don't know.
It's pretty significant.
Yeah, it's ridiculous what he this guy packed his patience at a time where people were telling him, look, man, your GPUs are just going to be for gaming, this, that, and the other. I know he tries to brag that he reinvented the computer because he doesn't have a central processing based, model anymore. It's a GPU model, but it's hard to argue with him sometimes. Anyway, the future put in a bit of a hammer candle right here, so I may be inclined to get long, but we'll have to wait and see. Yeah. Apple at high day, by the way, 171 and a quarter. Good look for you there. Good trade, by the way. Somebody's in the money. 30 some odd pennies. Okay, on Apple, and Apple's barely had $1 range today, so good job there.
Thank you very much. I'm pretty proud of this. Pretty pleased with this punch. I will say though, I was getting a little bit too cocky. Like, oh, I gave it a couple pennies to run. We'll get filled. No, it looks like Apple needed a couple more pennies. I gave it I was going to give it 121. Or 171.27. Apple ended up chilling out at 171.25, and then the hammer candle that Sharif just mentioned came in and hammered Apple back to the downside. We're gonna give it to. We're gonna wait and see here. I have no qualms about staying in this for a little bit. We're continuing to ride this 90 EMA quite nicely. I don't want to add to this position, mind you, but I don't want to leave it yet either. I have really no impetus to leave this trade yet, and I have a huge problem with leaving trades the second they go slightly awry. We're still up on the day. If we dip below the 90 EMA, if we stop seeing that as support, that would be a reason to leave and take my 10 cents of profit and go run for the hills. But you know what? C'est la vie. I'm not going to cry over a couple spilt shares there. Really happy I was able to take this trade. And like I said, my main goals right now, I've just been working on the fat fingering, which other than a couple iffy trades earlier today has actually been getting better. So just trying to have small goals, small victories, and continuing to try to move up here. Also, Tesla short is kind of interesting to me. Tesla, I've been interested in whatever direction it will give some opportunities. I tried a short earlier and it failed, then accidentally punched into a long, which also was not the vibe. Sometimes one of those days. But also look at this area of some support we had earlier at 180.70. If we fail this, I might take this short. So Tesla, tell me what you want me to do. Tell me what you really, really want, and we'll have to see if this is the type of trade I want to be in. But yeah,
wow.
What are you looking at over
that
here?
Was a lot of Spice Girls there.
That was too much.
That was a lot. Your friend MESO, somebody was crediting you in the chat for talking about MESO, and they punched in apparently when you said so, and they're up big. I forgot who that was in the chat. Maybe just tag Adara, let her know there that she's helped you out. But MESO, 75%. I was just talking about this one, 60 some odd percent. And now we're talking about almost 76. We are talking about 76. So we'll probably be talking about 77 in a second, as this one looks like it's on its way to $4. 389, some size here at the 89 penny level, but nothing really overwhelming. I'm looking down the list here to see where the big size is sitting at, and most likely it's sitting at 4. I can't see $4 quite yet, maybe when we get a little bit closer, but MESO awfully strong, the volume on it not giving up as well. We're almost at 50 million shares done on the day. Since the bell rang, this monster is up 37%, so this was not a strictly pre-market hit and quit it type thing. No, it continued to pump after that bell started ringing at 9:30, and now we're looking at $4 even here, likely to touch up any time on the day. Now, how do we get into this? Well, I like this possible 360 area owing to the multiple attempts we had at $3.60. That is about 23 pennies off where we are right now, and that's fine with me. It doesn't have to go in a straight line. Areas of correction, the moments of correction, I should say, are absolutely healthy on a move up. So maybe we'll sit here at 361, 362, look to defend that level. It may not make it down there. So that may be a bit of a pipe dream for me to hope that it's going to come down. We'll see. Maybe the speed at which it ascended, it'll also descend with and then hold up right where I get in. So that would just be aces, trading gods, if you're listening. Right, so here comes a 70. I think we just got a 70 print here. Ooh. So we'll look to see if this one comes in to 360s. The other one, obviously, got out too early. VERI continuing to pump up. Broke high a day now. $6.35 HOD on VERI. Last out we had here was at the $0.25. This one ran up 10 more pennies after that. It was a great VWAP hold on VERA. It's been a decent day for small cappers today. Let's be real. Let me bring them in because the majority of them are all above the volume weighted average price, right? Very is above VWAP, CGC, MESO, ACB. I know two of those are weed names, but even if you include Reddit, Reddit's above VWAP. No, it's not a small cap gapper, but it's a big boy mover on the day. Even Donald John Trump at that 69.75, hanging out at the volume weighted average price. This one, though, was put in a whole bunch of lower high. Let's zoom in on that because this is actually an interesting breakout here, if this is accurate. So it looks as if we had a series of lower highs and that trend line held true from essentially 10:15 onward to this candle over here at 225. Now we're at VWAP, so we've broken the lower high trend. Right? We had some lower lows as well, but that was not the main trend. We started curling back up here. So it looks as if DJT could be back in play. Now let's keep an eye on the volume. We were talking about volume being that confirmatory tool to show that traders are involving themselves in it. It's not just a move up without the support. So we break up here. Decisions have to be made. We're curling off the bottom. We broke that down trend line of lower highs. We're coming into that $70 level. We're about 10 pennies away from it at the moment. 69, high 80s, mid 80s, whatever. So we'll see exactly what we get here on DJT. But it's been a nice recovery off that 63, 62 low of day on the newly de-SPACed True Social.
De-SPACed and de-DWACed because it's no longer DWACed, it's been un-DWACed, it is now DJT. Yesterday we were calling it DJTJ for some reason, but on the afternoon show, but DJT is the place to be. I was looking at this range earlier, I have to say. Obviously it fell off, but look at that, the little VWAP bounces here, those are kind of spicy there. Oh, I am DJT, I love this. I really like this effect, hi. But yeah, so we obviously that range broke below, it ended up becoming a bit of a quadunka flat bottom break.
It did.
But yeah, I mean, nice look here. Also, Kanye E saying, can you give a shout out to the morning stream for their abacus joke for me? Solid work. Yeah.
That was Brenkles' joke, actually.
That was a good one. Apparently, that's Brenkles' joke, so shouting that out.
Brenkles.
But yeah, thank you very much, Kanye East. Also have to shout out Maxi Jr. Apparently, he was the one who heard the MESO, the MESO on the small cap recap. So shout out to you. Happy you printed there.
Yes,
that's what we're trying to do is just show some stuff that's moving and be like, hey, that's moving, you know? So that was a very odd description, but yeah, happy to help in some way. And congrats to you on your trade. Also, I am out of both my trades now. Apple I got out of because, like I said, if we couldn't hold that area where I initially took profits there, I was getting out. So we did get out. We're actually still holding the 90 MA. It might have been a little bit hasty. If we keep bouncing, I'll get back in. But Apple seems like it's dwindling a little bit at that previous area of support. That 171.30, really struggling. So Apple not being able to break 171.30 does not instill me with a ton of confidence, or even really a skosh confidence, but we'll have to see what happens there. Also, I briefly attempted a Tesla short. I'm going to show in the 1 minute because that was my impetus for getting in. I got in, then I was like, Adara, this is probably maybe going to be a long. We're riding that 90 MA really nicely. In the end, we did end up riding the 90 MA really nicely, and it was a long. I got out almost top wick, but I got out right when we got to that 181, so we gave it a couple, about like 30 pennies there. It didn't end up working out, but risk management, sometimes knowing when to hold them and knowing when to fold them, that's like the biggest part, and that's something I'm working on. It's not just staring at a stock, star stock, being like, why can't I leave? Sometimes you have to leave when you need to leave. And so that happy I'm trying to learn and work on that right now. NVIDIA curling up back above that 945. If we get into 947s, I might get interested in this name again. I know Obi was mentioning 947s. Earlier today, that was a level I was looking at yesterday as well for NVDA. So there could be some interesting opportunities there. Right now, NVIDIA just trying to figure out if it wants me to be in or out NVIDIA. How are you doing here?
Look at that 70 reject. So you were absolutely onto something, Adara, when you were talking about this range trade on DJJT. It held 70 to the T. I'm sitting on the other side of 70. So I'm a little, you know, crazy in the head a little bit. We'll see if we can get something on this. But if it breaks 70 with the viciousness, as Adira likes to say, we'll take that long, and we'll see. We'll see what we get out of it. But definitely big 70 rejection. Yet again on DJJT, it's been having trouble with that level essentially since breaking down below it at around 11:06. So we're going on an hour and a half now of issues. Big Kyle. Lizard people. Joker. Yeah, man, look, man. I gotta do the show, trade, do the lesson, and do the chat, and you're trolling me, and I have no idea that you're not being serious. Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett, always keeping a good disposition. I'll say that about Kyle, and he's a hell of a short trader too, so that kind of helps. CGC guys at VWAP. So anybody who wanted a dip trade on some of these weed names, you might have your chance right here. It did break the volume weighted average price, but look at that closing print right back above on CGC. So interesting areas here. ACB kind of the same thing at the volume weighted average price. At that 461 area. These are all interesting areas. So let's load up CGC on a different trading screen. This is Mezzo, CGC. Let's go NQ. So we are at that 740 area. Is this a level of previous support? Yes, it is. So this is an interesting area over here, Adara. So let's see. Yeah, you know, we can get involved here, and then we can give a stop right below that 7.25. So I'm just going to send it to you to put in my stop. Yeah,
no, you got the, I don't want to say, yeah, happy trade, not best of luck. May the trade be with you. You know, maybe is what I will say to that. You got this. Good times with the trades. I'm trying to get involved in NVIDIA. I know I was going to be a little bit more patient there, but I like this 945. Hold, this is beautiful. I would like to get involved. As Sherry sometimes says, I want all of the smoke. Not just some of the smoke, but all the smoke. And I'm taking this to 946s because this range has been super tight. And I think if you time it right, if you get the order set post haste, I think there could be a little something happening here and to the V to the D to the A. I was just realizing too, this trade I was trading this last Friday as well. I think this 945 to 947 area. I think there's been a lot of spice there. We did break down a little bit. We're going to give this about $1 because I like to keep my risk reward about 1 to 1, especially on an NVIDIA, because you have to stay a little bit nimble. What I'm going to do though is I'm going to start setting my my profit takers here for this, the beak wetters, if you will. So we're going to be getting some out there just shy of 946s. And I think I'm going to save a piece for the dream as well for that 947 because 947 has been in our reach. It's a massive support or resistance area, sorry. So I'm going to be really careful there. We're going to be getting, if we get out some of that, it'll be just shy of those 946s. But it looks like we might be getting kicked out of the palace here at NVIDIA if we break below 944. So do your thing, 21. We'll see what NVIDIA does. You know, hopefully it can stay above 944, asking for a friend. But yeah, let's what other things are happening here? Apple trying to pop back again at that 171. Massive area of resistance earlier, becoming a massive area of support. Nice look there for AAPL. It still cannot eclipse though that 172.30. What other trades are people looking at here? I want to look at some other stuff here. Rumble says just in time. Sounds like he was just in time for a Rumble long. So congrats to you there. Do you have a trade you would like to talk about?
It just took 75 pennies in a second on DJT. It broke 70 and it shot right back up. I was talking to Anuview in the chat that we were both talking about this 70 break on it, and I had my order right on the other side. Didn't get filled initially. There was an area of illiquidity on DJT, and yeah, so we got filled on the second dip trade coming in. I should have probably had a bit of a better plan set up for that and had beak wetters lined up because the flat and key just doesn't cut it. You don't get the best price to market order and you don't have anything structured. Now it's continuing to go without me. So happy about this trade, but not the best execution from the profit taking perspective. That's on me though. We'll look at something different here. Now that DJT's reclaimed VWAP, can it hold above this level? Where did I get exactly actually on DJT? What was my price that I got filled on? I want to know exactly what I got. Oh, nice. I got 70.05, so that's decent. And as I talk about that, here comes 71.50. Here comes 72 on DJT. So the strength coming right back in, Adira. 43% now to the good. Good look there. Let's see what we're doing with CGC. 1 pen, well, break even on it at the moment. Trying to hold the volume weighted average price. That's the trade here on CGC and nothing different. Sorry to interrupt you there.
No, I mean, honestly, you were tickled pink, bless you. Woo-hoo. And congrats to you. Like, that's an awesome trade. Taking the moments, and you saw DJT and you took it for a ride there. So nice job there, raising the roof. Also, NVIDIA kind of curling a little bit here, which I don't love, given that I'm in the long. We had a nice range in here. Down video, I was like, oh, maybe not. We're still holding up above 944 though, so I have no reason to leave. And honestly, as someone whose patience levels leave a lot to be desired, it's always a little bit stressful when I have no reason to leave a trade, but it's also not doing anything I want it to, right? So I just have to stay and wait and pack my patience, as Sharif says, in my Samsonite, see what happens here. But you know what, NVIDIA, if you want to make up your mind, I'd be pleased to punch, just so I know if I should stay or should I go now. Shout out to the clash, and buyers and sellers clashing a little bit here on NVDA. Also, shout out to Desi in the chat. I called it 940 buy on NVIDIA 30 minutes ago in the chat. Just took that $5 move, done for the day. Shout out to you, congrats. That's an awesome trade. And look at that little baby double bottom here in the 1 minute chart, that topping or that bottoming tail candle. Fantastic look, and congrats to you. Yeah, sorry we weren't able to see that earlier. It's a little hard. There's always a lot going on in the chat, but I mean,
yeah,
much respect to you. That's an awesome move, and happy you were able to take advantage of that opportunity that you spotted there. Looks like I might have been squandering here this opportunity with NVIDIA 944. So let's see what happens here.
Can you just read that out? I think it'd be funnier if you read it out. Read the caption,
I'm going to try to read it with a straight face. I love.
Hold on, I'll read the context.
Oh, so this is a photo of one DJT standing in front of what looks like a Mar-a-Lago. Oh, he did tag it. It's Mar-a-Lago. Yeah. Beautiful little house. He's on his phone, and it's a very zoomed out photo here as well. And the caption says, "I love Truth Social. I love the truth!" Exclamation point.
Bro, he's so violent. He's such a joker, bro.
That's what you have to say, though, now after that trade. You're saying, I love Truth Social.
Yeah,
I love the truth.
I don't know about all that, Adira, because we don't know if it's going to be a good investment or not, right? We got to compete with Meta, Snapchat, a whole bunch of others. But it's just funny how, you know, he posts stuff like that. It always gives me a little bit of a chuckle. So shout out to him. I didn't mean to interrupt you, by the way.
No, I really enjoyed that. Thank you for letting me read that, because you're trying to put up my spin on it. NVIDIA decided to NV die. I couldn't think of a good way to say that. But we did drop a little bit here. The spread is getting spready. So NVIDIA, please let me leave. Asking you for a friend. That's okay. You know what? Like I said, I'm really trying to take advantage of these losing opportunities to kind of turn them into W's. Obviously not this one. If I could just leave, that would be great. Thank you, NVIDIA. Please. At this point, I'm literally bagging with the stock. That's where we're at in the day. Good times. But also, I mean, honestly, the thing is too, before I go live as well, I really want to sort out my stop losses, because I've mentioned this. My stop losses are very temperamental, and they often just like to kind of keep me in the stock for whatever reason. So something to work on, things to work on before we put money in the line, because I'm a very conscientious person. I'm a very risk-averse person in life, and especially in trading, even with the sim, I always try to keep things appropriate. So hopefully when we're out of this, thank gosh here, NVDA out, but also I was going to look at Rumble for just in time. So let's see what's rumbling in Rumble. This is interesting. So we had this nice move up. Sorry, I'm a little bit late to this. So I think definitely the move up here was earlier. Then we kind of paused a little bit stagnant at 870, drop below the 9 EMA, which is earlier to area of support. Now we talk about this sometimes. Sometimes areas of support can flip to resistance. So we'll have to see here if we continue ducking under this 9 EMA, what kind of opportunities we'll have. But yeah, it looks like we might have given up the ghost just a little bit on Rumble. From what I'm seeing, Rumble looks like potentially a sympathy play with DJT, formerly known as DWAC. And also, Rumble has earnings tomorrow night. So you can catch those. Actually, I don't know when they're filming the podcast, so I'm not going to say if you can catch it on the market recap tomorrow, because I'm unsure. But I mean, on the 3 minute, actually, because that was the 1 minute, we're below the 9 EMA. On the 3 minute, we're actually above the 9 EMA. So Rumble, I would say wait for a couple of candles here. We did have that 20 penny drop, but congrats to anybody taking this long earlier, because this was, look at these little baby bounces at VWAP. Then we charge up to the upside. Up to the upside. The redundancy of what I just said there. Good times. But I mean, what a move up here. And as Obi might say, oh boy.
Oh boy. Oh, no, he's not there. It's Randy right now. I hear them talking about cars. I mean, well, Katina Man, Were you looking for alternatives to the Rivian there, or what were you asking Randy about?
We were talking about Ford, the price of Ford.
The Katina man and Randy were talking about the price of Ford and overpriced, I'm assuming, a little bit? Overpriced? The stock price. 13 bucks. Gotcha. All right. Say it again, Randy? Heavy truck sales are doing well. That's their best seller, though. It's their bread and butter, Randy says. Yeah, that's kind of what we know Ford for, the F-150, the Super Duty 250. F350, 450, that whole line. Yeah. We don't have too many dualies around here. That's a very Texas thing. Do we really? I don't see too many of them. Your friend just bought one? Yeah, it's a landscape. Okay, so I'm assuming it's more out of Toronto kind of thing. Yeah. Because I see a lot of the dualies in the States. I mean, every time I go in the States, some people don't even know what a dually is, I'm assuming. People are asking about it. Do you have a dually? The Chilean Nightmare has a friend named Dooley. That's absolutely relevant. Yeah. I tried to take a trade on CGC. This one didn't work out. Let's talk about it. This is the whole idea here was a trade that was above the volume weighted average price all day. I got in right at VWAP. It didn't hold up. So my line in the sand was going to be the break of this candle low. So this was a low. And then the closing print was right above VWAP. So I said, okay, the bulls push this one back up above the volume weighted average price. This could curl. So then what I said was, okay, you're going to get in at 42. Fine. Your stop has to be the break of the $0.25 because that's a low. You don't want a new low below the volume weighted average price. And that's where I got out. I got out right at 24s. So we take about an 18 penny loser there on CGC. Trying to hold at that $7 level. There is this area of consolidation. It kind of looks like a bull pennant almost with that big move up. And then you have, sequentially lower highs and higher lows as well. And then you get that break continuing up. We talked a little bit about that earlier when we talk about continuation patterns, right? You're looking for that continuation through the bull flag. Anyway, so there is a possibility, I think, that we do hold up above this 7 owing to this area over here. Now, I'm not going to catch this. Again, it'll have to prove to me that it can hold that 7. If it ends up meaning I missed the trade, then I missed the trade, but I'm not going to punch in willy-nilly when it hasn't proved its desire to hold up above $7. So CGC, still playable in my book, just has to get above the volume weighted average price. The other one that's continuing to be, kind of the same look here, and they're almost very similar in terms of where they are in the chart relative to the indicators, is ACB. So both up, both weed names. This one's a little bit below the volume weighted average price in CGC is. Right now it's printing at about 457. VWAP is at 459, thereabouts. So it's on the south side of the volume weighted average price. That's no good for our technique. We'll have to wait until that pops back up. But Mezzo, this is the trade that I keep looking at and I keep not taking it. It continues to hold up above the 10 EMA. Now, if you took that 4 break, you likely were disappointed a bit because it only went to 402, right? And that's what we say. Remember that whole idea of taking the breakout trade? There's 2 methodologies that you can employ. One is to take the break immediately, and the other one is to wait for it to come back to defend. Well, this is one of those cases where it would make sense, or where the wait to come back and defend theory looks quite good. Because, well, if you got long 4-1, you're 20 pennies out of the money on a $3 name. So we'll see. We'll see whether this one continues to hold up, number 1, above the 10 EMA. Number 2, can it break and hold above that $4? It may have a second opportunity here. I'm talking about MESO. Can't find the short float on this on trade ideas, but what I can tell you is that it's a $434 million market cap, and the float is quite large. For a stock of this type, it's 287 million share float, so larger and definitely takes a little bit more to move it than would be the case if the float was a lot smaller. So keeping eyes on the following: DJT at that 72 and a half level, flat topping right now, but tradable because it's above VWAP. Keeping eyes on CGC. Okay, so that 7 held. So I should have done less talking, more punching. So 7 holds for the moment on CGC, and I could have made my money back on that one, but that's all good. Let's see what it does. If it can get above the volume weighted average price again, maybe we'll look to trade it. Keep eyes on VERI. Had a great trade on this one. Finished off at the $0.25. Now it's right back in, giving you another possible dip trade here at the 10 EMA. In case you're just new to the show, the 10 EMA is the green solid line on my charts. The 20 is the yellow, the 50 is the red, and the 200 is the dark blue over here, the one that I'm circling on, all right? And so I'll always have these moving averages irrespective of what chart I have on. However, I don't use typically the 10 and the 20 for large cappers. I typically use the 50 and the 200 and VWAP. The 10 and the 20 kind of usually reserved for these small cap gappers for pullback trades. That's just a little tidbit there. Keeping eyes on some of these, all right? So we went over them. Let's flip back now to the mega cappers. Okay, Softy. Right back into that level where we had that trade earlier in the day. We took that 423 long on Softy. It's right back at that closing print from yesterday. And in case you're wondering what yesterday's closing print is, just south of 423 in the high 422s, 422.80, 81, 82, something like that. We're getting multiple touches of support. The institutional print at 8 touches that. The IB low there at, well, not IB low, well, it is actually the IB low, 955. It comes into that level as well. That's where we got long. And again, over here, we're coming right back into that area on Softy. Softy's a bit dead money today, but we'll see if this area here on Microsoft can come in again as a level of support. We'll keep watching that. Meta, wow, that would have been a $4 banger off that 510 short. Yeah, man, you had that short. I didn't take it. You took it.
I scalped it, but yeah.
Well, whatever. I mean, you had it, right?
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, but I had it because you pointed it out too. So shout out to you.
All good. Yeah, you still have to put on the trade, so I don't get any credit for that. But thank you for pointing that out, Adair. Anyway, this one on the way down below VWAP, below all these levels. The only thing really keeping me interested in a possible trade here is this 504 and a half, 3/4. That's pivot points, and we consolidated above that level all pre-market. So I want to see if we can actually stay above that level on Meta. What else we got over here? Not a whole lot, eh? Kind of dead money on a lot of stuff today. We'll see. We'll see. We're near lows, though, on the future.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed that. We got down into that low that we put in there at 1030. We're almost right back there. So 18,530s, 18.5 and a third coming into play again here, Adara.
Yeah, lots of weakness. I think Apple has a lot of company in terms of the dead one. I'll put it that way. Lots of the dead one friends. Also, I really like this comment here from CompSRX tagging me saying, I think this comment will help a lot of viewers. What level does Tesla have to close at to remain along? Thanks. Yeah, thank you for asking. I'm going to try here. Actually, I got also into a trade just mesmerized by the tape while I was looking at this. My thing is, too, is I think, honestly, closing and staying above this 180, I think could be key. And I say that because if you look at kind of what we've been doing on Tesla, there's a lot of previous areas of support here flipping to resistance. So it wasn't perfect. We had this like 205, kind of 200 area. This was a little bit of, this is like basically the October low, right? Then we come back and we have this issue getting above that 205. And shout out to Sharif, because Sharif was talking about this a lot when we were struggling with that 205 close on Tesla. I know Sean mentioned it as well. This 205 issue with Tesla in mid-February. Then we fail 205. We drop with the viciousness to around 160s here for TSLA, and then we pop back up. So I think we really first have to break that trend of lower highs, lower lows, and I think part of that starts with a move above 180, because that was previous support. I think if we can get back there, establish, hey, Tesla, I don't see any resistance here at 180, I think that would be a nice look for Tesla to start. We had a lot of strength today, right? So I think it would probably clinch a longer story if we stayed above that 180. Then I think, a decided closing print decisively above that 205 would also be a nice look, because that was a massive area of resistance earlier, right? So I think really just kind of taking each of these key areas of resistance, closing above them and staying above them, I think would be my key. area. Also that 265 area. I know Obi mentioned this area in the past. This is an area I've always kind of looked at with Tesla. We had that 205 area with Tesla that we dropped below there slightly before earnings. Continuous descent. We popped back up, bless you, after the November to remember, and we come back in December and we just can't hold this level, right? So Tesla, 265, 205, 180 to me are the clearest levels with Tesla that are always kind of like screaming, look at me. So I think if we can keep looking at those levels, that would be pretty interesting. I hope that helps comp SRX. And thank you for putting that out there, basically saying like, you know, of course this isn't advice, this is my take on the chart. But I think Tesla, that 180 close, a decisive holding of 180 being like, hey, I'm here. Maybe not that aggressively. But I think that's what Tesla kind of needs to do to prove to buyers that there's still some, you know, some kind of fertility in this long. I don't like that I use that word. But
Randy's questioning your use of that
I'm also
word.
questioning my use of that word, but that's okay, right? I also got out of the Tesla long. I was trying to take it 180.25 to 180.70. It was a nice area earlier. We broke below, got out. All good in the hood. But yeah, I think that 180 decisive close would be a nice look for longs.
Oh, people saying we have a bond auction. I got to get more efficient with this.
5-year note.
Is it the 5-year?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll keep eyes on that 5-year note auction. Thank you very much to, who's that in the chat? Heather Tuttle and Adara for letting me know. Yeah, we got the 5-year note coming up at 1 o'clock. Surprise. Did we have anything prior to this? We had a whole bunch of numbers, but they were all covered by Adara or Brendo already. So nothing really to reiterate here. We typically get the result of the bond auction a few minutes after it's already printed. So, you know, I'm going to hold off on any trades until we get that bond print. That could work to my advantage. It could work against me because if I'm in a long, for example, and it's positive, it could shoot up on that number. So we'll pack our patience. We'll see exactly what we get on that bond number, though. I think what do we have? Did we have one yesterday? We
had the 2-year yesterday.
2-year, that's right. Yeah,
Gave a little bit of a pop, I think.
Yeah, I feel like it was like more of a nothing burger. The 2-year is the one that's really been elevated, and that is the one that everyone talks about, having been inverted with the 10 and the 30. It remains that way, even though the 10 and the 2 and the 30 are getting a lot closer right now. But the 10 and the 2 is the one that everyone talks about. It's supposed to be a recession predictor, and we're still waiting for that recession. It's been inverted for I think a few years now. Or a couple of years, or going on a couple of years, something like that. All right, Apple dipped in aggressively here. Not sure what the hell happened here with AAPL, but this is an interesting little range on this candle. 171.20 to the high side, 170.67 to the low side. Dips off VWAP, holds VWAP. That might have something to do with the auction, maybe. We'll see. Anyway, guys, Apple is the only Mag 7 name aside from Google. Well, no. Okay, so I take that back. Amazon, Google, and Apple are all putting in higher lows. So you can see that here. AMZN, higher low, higher low, higher low. Apple, the same thing. And Google, obviously, putting in the higher lows as it's well up on the day, 0.95%. Everything else, Tesla included, lower highs and lower lows. I'm talking about you, NVIDIA. I'm talking about you, Tesla. Definitely Softy and Meta. On the day, they're all printing lower highs, lower lows right now, coming into key levels. 505 is the low of day on Meta, and we're about 62 pennies away from that at the moment as we're printing 505 high 50s. So we'll see exactly what we get with some of these names. Let's flip to some of these small cap gappers. All right, so we haven't reclaimed volume weighted average price yet on CGC, so definitely not tradable in my book for the long. DJT, why do I keep saying DJJT? But DJT on the way up, bro. Look at this move. Wrong one. Here it is. Look at this move through that 71.5. It consolidated there for a little bit, and then the viciousness came, and here comes 74. We have a bit of a top earlier at around 10.20, 10.15. Of a rejection at this 74.20, 74-ish level. So eyes on this level because we've rejected here before. But yeah, great recovery by DJT. Already $10 off that bottom at 64 that we printed at around 5 minutes to noon. We've recovered all that. Looking for more. Obviously, HOD on DJT 79.38. You have a bit of a double top in that 79 area, but all eyes will be at 80 if we make it back up there, guys, what a strong name this has been. Yesterday, de-SPACing. Today, trading under DJT, not DWAC anymore. In case you're wondering what this DJT thing is that came out of nowhere, it is the now live full version, if you want to call it that, of the DWAC stock after there was a lot of litigation about the partnership between True Social and Digital World's acquisition. That's why it took so long to de-SPAC. SPACs don't typically take that long to de-SPAC and to merge. So we'll wait and see what this one does. 74 right now coming in as a top, and we're breaking down below 73.5. So some price action interest, I guess, at that level. We'll keep eyes on this one, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, lots of eyes on also the other big, I don't want to say meme stock, but big mover of the day, and I'm going to call that Reddit. A couple people here really wanting to look at Reddit, and I see why. This is a really nice look here. Look at this pseudo flat top around 70. I don't want to call it a flat top break because the top hasn't been consistently flat, right? We had this move up. We had this massive move down here, made a slightly lower low actually as well compared to that 930 print. And then we start to kind of climb to the upside, right? Then we test 70, we fail it. We test again, then we blast to the upside using that VWAP area as support. This is a really nice trampoline style breakout for Reddit, which is great because we're actually getting into breakouts. In a second, we're going to get back to the lesson of the day. Right. I'm trying to get involved in Reddit at 70, actually, because we've had a little bit of support at the 70 area. We broke above, we could have some support. The amount of confidence I feel in this is but I also think, if you like a setup, you kind of owe it to yourself to try taking it, right? We're going to give it about 50 pennies. I'm going to give it to 69.50s because that was a little chop and turn area. I have been watching the book on this one for a little bit. But yeah, I think in terms of profit taking, that's where it is a little bit more, I think, arbitrary, which always makes me nervous. I like ranges, so I like clear level set in stone, being like, hey, or there, get involved here. I don't know why I use that aggressive pointer finger, but Reddit doesn't really have those, right? Other than if you want to take 71s, again, not advice. I think for myself, I'm kind of interested in 71s because that was that earlier area. That was the Acme earlier in that last like 3 minute pump, 3 minute candle pump to the upside. So we'll have to see what we do. I think, we haven't broken 75 yet. That was the big, I know Obi earlier was talking about trying to get that one into 75. Shout out to both Obi and Sean killing this name, trading this name here on the morning show. And you're going to see them again in about 55 minutes. But I see Sharif has entered a trade. Do you want to talk about this one before? Okay, sweet. So Sharif is in the NQ. He is in the futures. And right now our future will be talking about breakout patterns for one last time. STX? Give me a second here. STX. Ooh. Oh, that's a nice VWAP bounce. I got really aggressive there. This is nice. We bounce off this VWAP here, kind of curl. See a bit of a flat top here at 97, then come back here to 97, 60s. Then we kind of have this bounce off VWAP, kind of curling off the 90 EMA, bit of a 90 EMA rejection here. What is STX? Seagate Technology Holdings. Morgan Stanley upgrading this one this morning, raising the price target to 115. So go Seagate. Nice little look there. But yeah, thank you for pointing that one out, Randy. Shout out to Randy and Sean killing it over there. Let's take a look right now, though, at our breakouts. So let's talk about chart pattern breakouts. The world of technical analysis has so many lovely, intricate little patterns, and some of the most valuable are going to be chart pattern breakouts. These patterns act like road signs because they're going to hint at potential price moves. So let's delve into this exciting world and learn how to identify trade breakouts based on chart patterns. So here's some of the basics, right? You have your triangles, flags, pennants, and head and shoulders, and cups and handles as just some of the many patterns you can have. Just imagine price movements forming recognizable shapes on a chart. And then basically keep in mind the idea as well that each pattern suggests a potential trading scenario after the breakout occurs. And here we have some examples. So here is a bit of a triangle breakdown to the downside. We have this continued move down. We have a little bit of consolidation, and then we continue to swoop to the downside. The downside. Down. Yeah, I can't say it. We also have the cup and handle here. This one's bullish. We have this kind of rounded movement here, as Michael Noss says, by the smiley face. Then we have this handle showing a little bit more selling at this previous area of resistance, and then we swoop to the upside. Bullish flag as well. You have this kind of move up, then you peter around a little bit and continue up, and the bullish pennant, kind of similar. Massive flag movement up. Then we have this chop and churn, and then we fly up, and usually with about the same amount of viciousness that we had the initial move up, right? So using the flag pull to chart your movement out. So we do go over these in details in other how to trade videos, but this is just kind of a quick primer. The breakout breakdown. So let's break down these breakouts. Breakouts happen when the price decisively moves through the boundaries of a chart pattern, which can signal a potential change in the prevailing trend. So here are some of the breakdowns for bullish and bearish breakouts. A bullish breakout is going to happen when the price closes above the upper trend line of a pattern, like a triangle or a pennant, which suggests that buyers are overpowering sellers, potentially leading to a price increase. Bullish breakouts occur I'm on the wrong one there. Bearish breakouts occur when the price closes below the lower trend line of a pattern, like a head and shoulders, for example, which indicates that sellers are gaining control and there might be a potential price decrease. So here are some examples. Here's a bullish breakout. We had this kind of continued movement upwards, sideways, chop and churn. Then we have this massive push to the upside out of this pattern. So this is a continuation pattern. One reversal pattern to the downside is the head and shoulders. So we have this move up here. We have this shoulder, and the right and left shoulder aren't always going to be exact. Then we kind of bounce off this neckline area, this area of support, push up and make a higher high, then come down and make another high, basically around where that earlier high was. So they're almost parallel to each other. Almost you have that symmetry. Then you break below that neckline, and it's a bit of a bearish reversal trade. So nice look there as well. But not all breakouts are going to be created equally. It's really important to keep an eye on these signals. Look for false breakouts, which can occur when the price flirts with a pattern boundary, says, hey, buy me a drink, and then reverses direction. So here's how to be a savvy trader. You want to look for confirmation. You want to make sure that you have that additional confirmation signals, like a surge in trading volume alongside the breakout, because the high volume will suggest more conviction behind the price move. Candle power is also really important to watch. You want to make sure that you have your daily or weekly candle closing clearly above the upper trend line, bullish, or below the lower trend line in a bearish situation for added confidence and for a little bit of confluence as well. So here's one example, and I like this one, literally has it all labeled. You have your big breakout candle here, and you don't have a lot of selling on the breakout candles. You can see here pretty much, this is all pretty self-contained. There's not a lot of wicks to the downside, and you have a nice strong volume candle to propel this movement to the upside after a little bit of selling. So I really like this example, and it shows the kind of breakout that you're looking for and the kind of oomph that you need here. How to take action with breakouts. You want to make sure that you're entering the trade carefully. Some traders are going to be entering immediately after the breakout, but others are going to wait for a pullback where the price will briefly revisit the broken trend line before continuing its move. This can offer a lower entry point, but comes with the risk of missing the opportunity. So it's going to be dependent on what your risk reward is like, what your risk parameters are like, and what type of trader you are. Stop loss, also really important to note. You want to keep it below the trend line in a bullish scenario or above the trend line in a bearish scenario to mitigate and lessen your losses. Taking profits wisely is also something to note, because profit taking is crucial. So you want to look for potential resistance levels above in bullish breakouts, or below support levels, or support levels below, sorry, in bearish breakouts to clinch in some gains. Remember though, chart patterns are a probabilistic tool and not a crystal ball. So conduct thorough research, look for confluence, manage risk wisely, and never invest more than you can afford to lose. And one bonus tip is you can combine chart patterns with other technical indicators like moving averages or RSI for a more robust trading strategy.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Keeping eyes on some of these names. We have DWAC retracing a little bit there off that pop that it put in earlier into about almost 74. So we'll keep tabs on that. It's above the volume weighted average price, but coming into that 74 level that we talked about, that was likely going to be a bit of a top owing to this consolidation area that we had earlier. Also, Reddit on the way back up above $71 now. So starting to squeeze here is Reddit after multiple higher lows off that 63 bottom, 71.30, looking to go about $71.50. So that one looking awfully good right now is Reddit. So I'm thinking maybe, we'll get maybe a 71 defend here if we can. I'll sit at 71.05. We'll see if we can get that dip trade. Maybe it'll come back into our level. Say that again, Katina Man. The Katina Man is long Reddit, baby. He's long at 71s. So the Katina Man likes this curl up here through that $70 area. Being the compulsive dip trader, that I'll have to wait for 71.05. Otherwise, I'll just let this trade go and it'll go without me and it'll suck. So it looks like it's going right now anyway. Let's see what some of the Meg 7 names are doing. So Apple looks awfully strong on the day, guys. I mean, it's This was supposed to tank. We saw what happened there in the pre-market when that headline about the China sales that I can't seem to find anywhere came out and precipitated this huge down move. It looks like we've been bought right back up to where we were trading in the pre. In fact, we're green on the day because we closed out yesterday 170.83. So trading about that right now. High of day 171.42 on AAPL. So we'll have to keep eyes on that as it continues to I tried to take Apple short multiple times today, and it did not work out that well for me. All right, back to Reddit over here as it is coming back into 71. I'm seeing 10s right now show up on the book, so we'll have to dip into about 5s if I'm going to get filled. But this one, really, I'm going to have to give it to 70. So even if I'm going to have to give this $1. And the reason being, look at the support area. It's at 70. And so if I get filled, I'm not saying I'm going to get filled, but if I get filled, this will have to be $1 worth of room. The market doesn't care where I place my stop. So the fact that I place it above the $0.50, for example, is not going to really matter. The key area of support is at $70 owing to this crest that we have over here. Yeah, so we'll see. It doesn't look like I'm getting filled right now, though. It came into 10s. It didn't go into 5s. So we'll see what we get here with Reddit. Up 19.25%. Nothing to sneeze at there. So we'll see. What else are people talking about in the chat? James Dell, ARM falling off. Haven't looked at ARM on the day. Wow, 4% to the negative. That's not a good look there for ARM at all. It looks like a programmed sell on ARM on the day. It's just uninterrupted down and to the right. Let's pull up ARM here. Shout out to James Dell for eyes on that. Wow. When you look at the 15-minute, it looks like an elevator, definitely not an escalator. So we give back all of yesterday's price action, and ARM was awfully strong yesterday, opening up at $134, going almost into that 144 area. So $10 worth of range, but that's well overshadowed. Okay, so I'm long Reddit now. I have to concentrate. All right, so now we're long 71.05. So let's see what we get here. Whether we defend 71, an entirely different story. I'll be looking to wet my beak initially at the third of $1, put my out there to see if we can get printed, de-risk a little bit, showing 26s at the moment. So we'll see what we get. I'm going to have to give this one to 70, which is not my style of trade at all. And there it goes. So we're going to have to give this one to 70, see if it reclaims. Daryl.
Yeah, I mean, best of luck there with that Reddit trade. I was trying to get involved in that one at 70s, and I could not get filled.
Yeah.
I kept doing the lesson like, oh, maybe I'll see Reddit show up on my position board, and it never did. But yeah, may the trade be with you on that one. We're trying to find a way to say best of luck in trading that doesn't sound weird. But also, I was trying to get involved in NVIDIA, and NVIDIA was like, no, thank you. So that's okay. I wanted to take that long off that 943, but we had this massive pop up here for N to the V to the D to the A. So I was not invited into the club. They did not want me NVIDIA. So we're going to stay out of that for now. AMD doing something kind of interesting that I don't really have a read on yet. Also, I was involved in this name way more than I thought I was. But I like this kind of top and turn that we have around VWAP. I have my 1 minute chart up right now because I found that to be more helpful when I'm doing like these super scalpy moves. But we're still below the 9 EMA, but we're holding VWAP pretty well. So I want to wait and see kind of if we have a flip here. NVIDIA, we just had the 9 EMA flip from resistance to support. So if we kind of see that type of flip in AMD, I'd be interested. This topping tail candle on the 1 minute for NVIDIA is indeed spicy. So I want to wait and see, but if we continue to hold this 943, I've liked that level. We've danced around that level in NVIDIA. So if we hold it up, don't mind if I do. I wouldn't be pleased as punch because it's NVIDIA. I would be cautiously optimistic about taking a trade there because sometimes you got to switch it up. What else are people looking at here in the chat? Tom H saying Tesla down, and indeed Tesla is down. Every time I try to get into short in this, which is pretty funny, Tesla decides it's going up, and then we fall to the downside. So nice move down here for TSLA. Anybody short this name, congrats to you. This was an interesting little area earlier. And I don't know why I tried to go long this area. That was a bit of a mistake on my part because look at this. This was earlier support. We come back, we find resistance like 3 times here. It does not want to move its head above that 180.70 area. Sorry, this is where I got out of the short. Never mind, this is where I got out of the short. So there we go. This 180.70 area, we do not want to move above. I guess almost 181. Then we continue to go below. This is like a bit of like a double bottom or double top there. And apparently I need more coffee on this Tesla chart. We were initially up like 6% in the day. Now we're up about 3.5% 0.8%. So still not a bad look for Tesla, but still, you know, if Tesla, like I said, I think Tesla wants all the smoke above 180, and Tesla is struggling with that 180 level. So we'll have to see what it wants to do there, but it looks like we're having a little bit of a sell-off in a lot of these Meg 7 names. And when I say sell-off, I mean just at least in this candle in this minute. Sean just made a very happy sound, so I'm guessing he might be short something. Are you short anything, Sean?
Yeah, I'm short the market at Amazon, but I'm still long Reddit 71.
Yeah, and you and I both, bro. And I added at the $0.25. The Katina Man is long Reddit 71. So I added at the $0.25 there. My line in the sand is going to be the break of 70. It's going to have to hold up above 70. That is the area of resistance that we ID'd initially. So if that doesn't flip to support, I already have my out, and it looks like it's going to break right now as it comes back into that 70 area. I can't DCA into this, otherwise I get in trouble. So this one breaks below that 70 area. It's right now it's showing 12s. We'll see if we get that break, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, like, this Reddit is really spicy. It's a trade that basically everyone has been involved with except for me. I think on the floor, because I know Obi and Sean and Sharif all dancing in that one. But also, Compass RX, this is thank you so much for this little chat here. If this is not the best trading community on earth, I don't know what is.
Bang.
Learn from these fine traders,
nice,
guys. You will be profitable. Shout out to Sean, Neil, Sharif, Adara, and of course the #1 Bears versus Bulls. Thank you very much for putting that out there. I mean, shout out to our community. Shout out to everybody at home in the chat. Shout out to everyone in the back there. Obi, Randy, Fabian and Ramin and Brendan. As always, I sound like I am delivering an Oscar speech, but really just grateful to this community and really appreciate what you had to say there, Compass RX. And also, Meta seemed to like what you had to say too, because Meta got a little bit of a bounce.
Right,
we're going to be buying into, I don't know why I said it like all scandalous like that, but I like this Meta area. And look at this pseudo double bottom, and it's also coming into that previous area of support that we had on Meta in the pre. If we break below like 505.20s, I'm going to be out. We're going to give this about 40 pennies, but I want this long. I want all the smoke. Right now I might want not though, because we're falling a little bit here, but I want to take this into about 506.60s is I think going to be the first kind of profit taker area where I had this earlier area of support. I like when support and resistance flip, and I like to use them as my profit takers, beak wetters, what have you. So we're basically gonna try to see what we can do here. We're gonna probably get everything out actually at that 506.60 area. We're gonna aim for about $1. Doesn't look like we're gonna get it. Meta falling with the viciousness, but if we can hold up here around that 505.20, I'd be pleased as punch, and I will stay in the trade. It looks like we want to do that for the time being. Also, I was talking about AMD coiling back up at VWAP, and AM did. Now, though, I want to see what we do at 180.20s because this was a little bit of that chop and churn earlier. We're still below the 9 EMA. I want to see AMD take that 9 EMA with this kind of viciousness. Tammy KB asking about any bad news on ARM. I hadn't seen any earlier. I'm still not seeing any Tammy KB, but of course, if we do see any news, we will let you know post haste. Not seeing any news on this one right now, though. But let me see as well if there's any other stocks anyone's looking at, let us know. Lots of people interested in this Reddit still as well. And I want to say the convo on that for Sharif and Sean because they're both involved in this name. At this point, I am just, a bystander. But also one name I'm kind of upset I didn't look at earlier. VTKX. This is Viking. Oh, VKTX, Adara. This is Viking Therapeutics. This is a weight loss related name. And we know for whatever reason, I like trading these GLP-1s and these weight loss related drugs. Obi was talking about this one earlier. And this range off this VWAP is so nice. I'm kicking myself for not getting this one up. So buy AMD. This one is going on my side chart. I like that we have this range. If we go back to VWAP and test this, I'm going to get into the long, although it looks like the range might have just passed me by here. Looks like we're kind of trying to stay above this 9 EMA here right now. So a little bit unfortunate. We did miss that trade, but if it comes back, it'll be on our side chart and we will be apprised and we will get involved. So VKTX, my main look right now. Meta hanging out around my point of entry, shockingly, because I feel like Meta usually likes to be a little bit more decisive the second you get involved. But the fact that Meta is holding up right now around the pseudo double bottom area instills me with a skosh confidence. Not a lot of confidence, but a skosh confidence.
I like it.
And I appreciate that. And we did have that bounce there off that 505.20 area I was watching. I like the trampoline effect of that level. So I have a little bit of confidence and a little bit of confluence. And by that, I mean the double bottom here and this little support, even though we are in a bit of a downtrend, I don't have a problem staying in this for the time being in M to the E to the T to the A.
I actually like that entry on Meta, to be quite honest with you, because we were talking about this consolidation area low in the pre being right at that level, and that's where exactly you got in. This 505, like say in a quarter, in a third general area, that was the top there again in the pre-market on lesser volume, but keep in mind, that there are algos that are running in the pre, but obviously doing a little bit less volume there. So we'll keep eyes on META, trying to hold up above 505. Out of my, what's it called? Reddit trade, as this one broke aggressively below that 70 area, but it is right at VWAP again. So it looks like I'm cruising for a bruising over here because I want to get long. Shout out to Jay Lee. He's printing on that short on RDDT. Good for him. I'm going to have to wait to see whether this one holds up at VWAP or thereabouts. It's right now printing 68.39s. We got right as it broke down below 70. We were able to get out of dodge. It's held the volume weighted average price on every attempt essentially since after 11:55. So basically from noon onwards, it's been holding these VWAP dips. So maybe let's not wait at VWAP, and then in case we get triggered and it breaks a little bit below VWAP only to rise again, I'd rather give up a little bit of profit and get the confirmation that did hold above VWAP than use the VWAP as my line in the sand for a stop. So right now, a lot of red candles or aggressive red candles coming in here on Reddit, and you're seeing that also on DJT as we're coming off that 74 area now, breaking down into 71. Yeah, Reddit is coming down here, guys. Here comes 67, and we're at the $0.50 right now on RDDT. It's 12, almost 13% to the good. Yeah, I didn't expect this. I figured, we'd at least hold up at the volume weighted average price at 68 even, because we had a bit of a trough there at 68 at around 1230, 1225. But this is definitely on the way down here, and the volume really picking up for the shorts. Here comes 67. You're not going to see me punching in at these areas, but yeah, tough look. We took the shot, we missed it. That's the way trading goes. What's the next trade, as the Knob always likes to say. Shout out to Jay Lee. I see him, baby. I see you. Important note on Reddit, VWAP of 65 is fiction. Remember, most people bought it for 34. Don't forget. Yeah, you could use anchored VWAP. Shout out to Brian Shannon and his little technique over there, always on the Katina Man show on the close. So we'll keep eyes on Reddit here. A bit of a top bottoming tail candle coming in. We'll have to see if it can close above the volume weighted average price. I know Jay's talking. He's talking about where the majority of the prints initially took place, but the fact of the matter is, we're all looking at the same VWAP if all our charts start at the same time. Mine start from 4 a.m. and some others start from whatever, 7 or wherever they start from. So we'll keep eyes here as it makes a bit of a recovery. Talking about RDDT. Let's keep eyes also on these Mag 7 names. Tesla really giving it back, guys. I mean, Tesla was awfully strong on the day, and I feel like we're going to get into that 178 area, 178.5, which was the top end of the range in the pre-market. That is before we pumped up there at 930. So Tesla, we're getting right into that level again, giving up really the whole move here. Off that 184.25 top. We're well below that now, about to break down below 175. What else is going on over here? Softy's doing nothing. Google, yeah, okay. Kind of dancing mid-range. Amazon, higher lows, lower highs though, so a bit of a compression pattern happening there. 505 still holding on Meta, so good trade for you there, Dara. We haven't talked too much about NVIDIA. NVIDIA now getting a bit of a bounce here, breaking through 945. It's still putting in lower highs though, so you need to keep eyes on that to make sure that we're breaking the trend here. 946 or 946.5 is what I'd be looking at for a possible higher high. But anybody dip buying off 940's been rewarded, maybe except for this person over here bought at 1225 because it dipped into 938.81. So you would have had to have like a $1.20 stop on NVIDIA, which is not unusual, right? So we'll keep eyes on those names. The future at the 50-point level, not a whole lot happening there.
Wait, did you get back into Reddit? Because I just noticed the position
No,
board.
the position board is wrong.
Okay, I just wanted to
Yeah.
make sure in case.
I don't know
yeah.
why it's wrong.
No, I just
was
wanted to
panicking there for a second. I was like, kept hitting my flatten key. I'm like, why isn't it punching me out? But it was wrong. So if the production team wants to reset it.
No, I just wanted to make sure because I was like, oh no.
Yeah, can you imagine?
Yeah, no, I was like, because I knew you were like, oh, I'm out of it. I was like, oh. But I'm so happy to hear that Sharif is in fact dead it. He's said forget it to Reddit for now. So very happy to hear that in all seriousness. Also, VKTX. I said earlier I was kind of sad I missed this range, but you know what? Turns out there was still some gas in the tank there. I sound like malevolent here, but I was very excited about this trade. So initially the plan was get involved at 84.12. It's kind of an arbitrary level, but just around that 9 EMA, which is why I liked it. Then if we bounce off VWAP, you add a little piece. We were starting to build the range early, you know, having a little bit of ambition, trying to build a position. As Sean talks about the reloading with the Al Pacino, Carlito's Way gif there, the animation. So that's really what we wanted to do here in VKTX. Didn't really give us that opportunity. So if we don't get to reload, I'm just going to take everything out here. What level is this? 59s. Let's do this 840. 58. We didn't get as much of a position here as we wanted to either. As you can tell, we did not have our entire order filled. So this is a scintilla of shares here in VKTX, but a scintilla is better than nothing. And I just wanted to take a trade that I felt good about, that I was excited about. We're out of this position. Thank you. I'm very pleased. As you can see here, I embarrassingly kicked my little legs up under the desk. I was like, ooh, because I was not expecting that fill while I was talking. So VKTX, this one isn't a small cap. It has like a market cap of 7 billion. So it isn't a small cap, but it does tend to move like one sometimes. We did have a positive catalyst with this one with regards to obesity treatments. So this is, I don't know if this is GLP-1 or GLP-2, but it is a GLP or a GLP, as Sharif was telling me they're now called. So this isn't a GLP at all. This is an oral tablet form for VK2735. So nice look, showing reduced weight, and it's an oral obesity drug, which Sharif mentioned earlier. To Sharif, definitely you have more of an understanding of the pharmaceutical game because you were involved in the pharmaceutical game, and I know you were saying the whole the having of the oral tablets is a huge step up there for these weight loss companies. So shout out to that, and shout out to Viking Therapeutics. Also shout out to anyone who went meta long and had a less, for lack of a better term, scaredy cat stop than I did, because we got out when we got to that 505.20 area, and then meta was like, oh, hold my iPhone, hold my Instagram app, and continue. That wasn't great. Hold my Vision Pro. No, that's the Apple. Okay, I can't do I'm too tired for the puns today, apparently. But Meta continuing to fly to the upside. We would have gotten that fill, but you know what? Woulda, coulda, shoulda. This is, I think, one good example, too, of sometimes I think I'm a little bit too skittish about my stops. Could have given this one a little bit more wiggle room because we got out basically bottom wick, and then we bounced back up. But c'est la vie. It happened, and it's time for me to move on. Please just punch about that VKTX, hoping there's more where that came from. I'll honestly keep doing that 9 EMA for the last 30 minutes of the midday if that keeps happening for VKTX. But also another 9 EMA opportunity comes in the form of my sweet Stressla. Look at this continuous 9 EMA rejection. We have been in the struggle bus here, more like the struggle bus than the Cybertruck right now here for TSLA. We're still up over 3% of the day, almost 4%, but it's certainly been weaker, so I think I want to short this. You know what? I know I want to short this. We're going to take this short. We're going to give this, let's give like 20 pennies. We're going to try to get in at 30s, and we're going to get out 50s. So keeping this really tight. I don't think we're going to get filled, though, because Tesla is a little too aggressive right now, trying to get to the downside without even stopping for a breather, and for me to get involved and hop into the Cybertruck here. So much like how Sharif has not been able to see the inside of the Cybertruck, I'm not able to see the inside of the Cybertruck on this trade. So a little bit bummed, but we're going to keep the order here because I think there's still some short opportunities in Tesla, and I don't want to take it out and then have this opportunity where it just kind of happens and we got it. So happy I stayed involved, or not involved, we just got involved, but happy I kept my order in. We are in the Cybertruck. Please just punch to say we're going to be taking some of this out at 88s. Because that was that earlier low, and we're going to save a piece for the dream. This isn't very range trading of me, so I am a little bit shaking in my boots. But you know, as Sean says, scared trader is a deficient trader, trying to use that fear to make better trades. You know, we're about where we entered on Tesla. So let's see if that Cybertruck can continue driving to the downside. You were in Reddit.
Yeah, well, no, we're in DJT. We just wet our beak there for
blind.
some nice profits. Nice break through that 60 penny area there. Let's see if we can move up a little bit more, looking for that 73 ideally. If we get it, that'll be an entirely different story. Where are we at? We're long 30s. Okay, so we're decently in the money here. Let's see. It was a nice hammer candle off VWAP, and that's the kind of thing that you want to look for these dip trades. You're above the volume weighted average price. You dip into a key level. There's support at that level. I'm talking about the volume weighted average price on DJT, and there's support at that level. And then the candle that comes after that, or the candle that manifests from that, is a bullish candle. I'm talking about a hammer candle. And then the subsequent candle is a 5-minute candle to make a newer high. So right now, doing well on DJT. Let's see if we can ride through 72. And then we know for a fact that we have some issues breaking through 73 on the day. That just kind of goes without saying. You can see that range there between what time? Between 1 o'clock till basically right now, we're having trouble breaking through 73. There was one time we broke it. We got to 74s, but it immediately retraced right back down. So we'll see. Here we go. Here comes 72. I'm seeing 70. Where am I seeing here? I'm seeing 71.95 show up on the ask, 85 on the bid. Here comes 72, so we're about 70 pennies in the money on this name. Let's see if we can go through 72. There's some size showing up on the book here, not a whole bunch of size, getting eaten up at 72 on DJT, but holding it up a little bit here. The bid showing 90, so the spread 10 pennies at the moment. Definitely a hidden seller at 72. Unsurprising, there's likely to be hidden sellers at all the whole dollars. Now we're printing 01s. Could we really start moving up here and getting into the teens or the 20s? Nope, doesn't look like that for now. The bid drops off back into the 80s. 44% on the day, so not bad. We still haven't given up the level, I don't think, at 72. I think we still may be approaching that level. 36 lots showing up at 72. That's not that much. Given the amount of volume this is done on the day. The volume here is about 37.1 million shares, but just breaking through that whole dollar level is a bit of a problem on DJT at the moment. I see you're excited, so I'm happy for you.
Oh, I'm not even that excited. I was excited for your trade.
Oh, okay.
I saw that.
Cool.
I noticed that. I forgot about the 75.
No, I thought you were.
Earlier.
Oh yeah, well it's okay. We're having trouble though at the 72 level. Keeps showing 72, keeps rejecting 72. So maybe somebody there with a whole lot of size keeping this bad boy down. I guess time will tell. We'll find out soon.
Yeah, no, congrats to you. Yeah, honestly, I was just bouncing with excitement when I saw your chart. I was like, ooh, beak wetters. Yeah, I have a habit of like being like very visibly excited when I get excited. And so I think that's what it was. Strafe was like,
Appreciate that.
Yeah, no, I'm really happy for you. I have this Tesla, we're going to end up being out of the money on this, unfortunately. Look at this we had this little bounce at 179.10. I tried to get out and Tesla was like, no. So locked into the Cybertruck. But if we keep failing this 179.50, I will stay in this trade. It looks like though we are going to break above. So got a little bit chopped up there. That's okay. We have not had a successful Tesla trade today, but I'm pretty happy with how I've managed the risk on this one. Just having areas, sticking to my areas. Tesla failing 179.50. So looks like she heard what I had to say. And she was like, okay, Dara, we'll calm down a little bit. NVIDIA creeping up towards that 947 area. I like this area. I know Obi earlier was mentioning this area. Let's see what we have to do. I don't want to take it on a whim. I want to wait and see what we do. But as I've been talking, we just dropped below 946, then reclaimed it. So this was an area, like I said, is why I was scalping this a little bit last Friday too. For whatever reason, that area gave you a little bit of wiggle room and some fun scalpy time. So let's see if we let the good times roll, let the scalps roll here in NVIDIA. If I scalp this, I'm doing it in the 1 minute because that's the only time I've really found this name to be helpful for scalpulating or scalping earlier today, so we're going to keep an eye on that. Tesla continuing to be Stressla, but I don't have a reason to leave yet. So VKTX, I'm trying to get back into, but I think I probably missed my shot. I had a resting order set for that 84.38, so just kind of trying to calculate where the 9 EMA will be and getting involved there. We missed it. We missed the boat there. So if we come back to the 9 EMA, I'm going to try to get back involved. I think there's a long opportunity here still. It was the same kind of impetus that I used to get into this earlier long, which I was pretty proud of, pretty pleased as punch about. So if we can come back there, and I'm actually going to target specifically this 59 area. So where we got out of that earlier long, that's where I want to get back in on the long. Because resistance, support, 9 EMA, confluence, baby.
Confluence.
So if we have that confluence come into effect,
my bad.
I would, I didn't even think about that. I would be pleased as punch. I would be tickled pink. And I would be very happy to get involved in that trade. I'm also just trying to avoid the bamboozlement that is meta because I keep seeing it in my side chart and getting a little down. We did miss that trade earlier. We had the long, we got out bottom wick, then it popped back up. Right now, though, meta's just kind of petering out. I think it might be data for now, so we're going to have to let that one be. Just focus on whatever the heck is going on in that Cybertruck. How are you doing?
We can't break 72, not yet anyway. So now coming back into 71.50, that's after multiple attempts at the level. If it comes into my entry, I'm flattening out. I'm already taking too many hits on the data to basically give this one a bit more room than I would like. So it's coming into the $0.50. We're having a whole bunch of trouble breaking through the whole dollar. I'm talking about the 72 level on DJT. It's been up there for, well, a while. I want to say about 10 minutes or so. That may not be that long, in the grand scheme of things, obviously, but we're intraday trading and having to manage my risk, obviously, while I do that. So now right back up into 71.80. I'm packing my patience for this whole dollar break. By whole dollar, I'm talking about 72. Mahmoud, can you give me your thoughts on a Tesla long? So what I'll do is I'll look at the side chart here because I really have to keep eyes on this trade, even though I have my beak wetter and my stop. Tesla. Yeah, okay, so it's an interesting area here at this 179. This 179 area on Tesla is the top end of the pre-market consolidation range. So it'll be interesting to see if we hold up at this area. Let me just show you quickly what I mean, because we're right back into 72. And here comes, so I have to digress. 72 just got broken here on DJT, but not with the viciousness. We need bigger. We need a bigger move up. These perfunctory breaks are bupkis. There we go to the high side, baby. Pamp it. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I'm waiting at 44. Just cross. Yes. Finally, good. That was a dollar winner on DJT. Okay, so that's not too bad there. And now I can look at this Tesla trade for you a bit more thoroughly now that this is done. Dang it. Should have had more size.
You're always angry as a trader.
Yeah, you're always angry as a trader. All right, no, Mahmoud, honestly though, what I mean to say is, like, look at this pre-market area over here. 5:05 a.m., 5:10 a.m., these over here at 7:30, 7:25, 7:35, even here, right before the bell at 9:25, all these areas into that 179 all held up. It was a clear area of resistance. So I get that's in the pre-market. I usually give a little bit less weight to price action in the pre-market, but you can't deny the fact that it did hold up at this area and it put some higher highs, moving back into that $0.50. So right now, I don't have confirmation that the trend is changing, only because we're still rejecting off the 10 period. That's the solid green line on my chart. So even though you do have a bit of a base that formed at 179, you're not getting any really, good, what's the word I'm looking for? The sort of confirmation that you are changing the trend. That 179 is the bottom. I would personally wait for a break and take of that 10 EMA. It would have to close above it on the 5-minute look. That would be my line in the sand to get long here on Tesla. But you can get in, I guess, here and then give yourself maybe 40 pennies worth of room, 30 pennies worth of room, depending on where you get in. If it breaks 79, you get out of Dodge. So I hope you print on that, my man. And let me know how it goes for you. Jay Lee, honestly feel bad for how many DJT bag holders are being created. Look, Jay, I get what you're saying, man. We don't have any proof that this is going to be the real deal, like a Meta or anything like that. But, let's not condemn the stock before it's even had an opportunity to trade a little bit. Now, I get it. So True Social's been out for a long time. I had it on my phone, and I deleted it. I never used it, right? So I rarely use Twitter either. So, I just got too many social media apps on my phone there. And that's why I got rid of it. And to be quite honest with you, it took forever to come into Canada. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, it took forever to come into Canada. It wasn't available right away. And then, there was really no big announcement to announce it with the App Store. Anyway, so I've deleted it. And I didn't notice a big thing about it. So we'll see. time will tell if it ends up being a bust or not. All right, AAPL. I don't know. Oh, Brendo sent me this earlier. I totally forgot to mention it. Apple just announced the Worldwide Developer Conference, WWDC, returns officially June 10th. Widely anticipated that the major AI announcement is going to be at this developer conference. We now have a date. We knew that it was going to be in June. We just didn't have an exact date. June 10th. Mark your calendars. Just like I told you to mark your calendars for that DJT blackout period at 6 months, September 24th. Make sure you mark that. June 10th also, if you're in your calendar right now, add that bad boy in. Apple Worldwide Developer Conference. Again, widely anticipated that it's going to be the official announcement, the big release announcement for their AI. I happen to think we may get some tidbits on the earnings call next month. Apple reports earnings at the end of February. I think it'll be too much pressure on Timmy Cook there to, not mention anything about AI, especially with all that Google stuff leaking, right? Or not leaking, being announced. So yeah, that's my look. Let's see what else we can look at here, Ram, on some of these names. How's that Meta? You didn't take that 505 on Meta.
I took it, but I planned the risk horribly. I got out too early. Now though, it's I might actually take this again though now because we're having this little bounce again.
Well, that's why I asked you about it because I saw a hammer candle starting to form. I don't mean to influence your decision.
No.
Nor do I ever.
I like it. I like it as it is, and I think also because my issue was I should have got involved around here instead of earlier where I got involved in the first place. I think I'm going to miss my opportunity because we just had that. Yeah, we probably missed it, but I'm going to keep the order there just in case. Thank you for putting that one out because Meta has been on my radar. Nvidia, I paper handed this very badly. Indeed, we were not able to get out. If I had scalped this like perfectly 50 pennies the second I got in, it would have been fine. But the spread was a little bit spready, for lack of a better term. We just weren't able to get the landing. Then I added at 947.20s a little bit because we did have a little bit of a rejection there. I should have been trading this on the 1 minute and not the 3. That was my big issue. We did lose on this. Unfortunately, we did take an L on the NVDA. Maybe I should have taken used the NVDL instead because I know you talk a lot about the NVDL and I should have probably been trading it that way. But we didn't take a huge position. Happy I got out where I did. Shout out to Joanna Brewster though, apparently killing it on this long in NVDA. So shout out to you. Congratulations. Andre, I believe in the chat earlier, was asking about CCL. So let's see how CCL is taking off ahead of its earnings tomorrow. It's a cruise line. What did I use?
Yeah, it's okay. You can disembark.
Bon voyaging. Thank you, Obi. I'm sure you're saying disembarking, so everybody's getting on the pun ship there. So nice look here. CCL, let's take a look at the daily first to kind of get a sense at wider price action. Also, we just got out of the Cybertruck, so I'm all smiles. But CCL, let's see here. This is, okay, immediately I see this level I want to talk about, and that level is that just shy of 15s. Look at this. We had this bounce earlier back in June 2023. We come again top insurance in September 2023. We dip below. Then we come to actually show it as resistance. We knock on the door of it during its November to remember, and then we continue to the upside. Now look at where we had support again around that 15. This level to me, crystal clear. Much like the blue waters you might travel on a CCL. So, but no, in all seriousness, that is a level I like. Also, I kind of see this pseudo double top, but higher lows. So I think to me, this actually is not a bad look at all on CCL. Thank you, Sharif, pointing out as well. We have these higher lows going on for a lot longer than what I was pointing out as well. So look at these. We had this nice little 9 support for a while there, and then taking off on its journey, disembarking. Upwards here. Let's see what we do at 1950, because this 1950 we've been chopping and churning around for a while. To the moon, but on the sea.
Yeah, that's fine.
I like it. Thank you.
We don't have a water one.
I think it's a good analogy. Thank you for pressing that one. But yeah, I think if we go up, I want to see what we do at 19 if we gap up on earnings tomorrow. If we gap down, let's look what we do at 15. I hope that helps. Andre, in terms of the daily, let me see what I see on the intraday here on the 5. Let's look at the 5. Honestly, intraday, I think we're just kind of consolidating a little bit, potentially a flat bottom break here at 1696, because look at these lower lows and this flattish bottom, but not much of a read I see here. Also, Meta fell out from under me, so I should risk manage that.
What is going on with Meta today, man?
I didn't even know I got into this, and I get in while I'm talking and making my little CCL puns, and the Meta's like, ha, ha, ha. So if you don't mind, I will have to extricate myself from this trade.
I'll take over. Meta, Big Kyle talking about SPY falling. I was just about to mention that, Big Kyle. We hit the bottom end there. You're looking at the SPY. You know me. I'm going to be looking at the NQ. That's just kind of my jam over here. You get used to the levels too, Kyle. I'm sure you're used to the levels on the SPY as well. So there's a comfort level that comes with that. Guys, it's been sequentially lower highs since essentially 7 a.m. When we put that top. 18,619 overnight high. It's been followed up by sequentially lower highs every single time. We haven't gotten a lower low on this hammer looking candle right now, but essentially coming back into that same level that we put in right at 1 o'clock, 18,53031, whatever, in that general area. It's an area that we've been bouncing off all morning, but when you look at that top end area, we are putting in lower highs. I don't care if we're up 0.14% on the day. It definitely feels like a negative day, right? So to go red on the day, we got to break through 18,513. All right, fine. That's great. So we're still positive on the day. But look at these Mag 7 names. Unless your name is Google, and Tesla, obviously, because it had a good day. Everything looks like it's negative on the day. Softy's negative. Apple just went negative as well. The Amazonian is negative. Meta seems like it's negative off that $5 rejection off 510. But anyway, kind of the same look there. Google, decent. Holding above VWAP. It's kind of the outlier on the day. Even NVIDIA is negative, trying to reject off that volume weighted average price. So far, did you have that trade on NVIDIA? You did, yeah. See, that's the thing about this one. Can you really give it that much room?
I gave it too much room. That was my issue. I could not.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But look, the candle closed below the volume weighted average price.
That's true. I should have been more patient.
And that's what I was trying to make the case for NVDL for. You can't really, with our shutdown, we can't really give it the amount of room it may require. But when we use a derivative product, we kind of weasel our way around that, and hence why I've been talking about this NVDL for so long, because the Katina Man, the Neil, they got different shutdowns, different buying powers. They've been here for so many years. It's tough for, I would say, I don't want to speak for you, but tough for me to trade like that. So I have to use some of these products, NVDL included here. So we'll see. We'll see whether this one rejects. I mean, it was dancing with basically 940 all morning, and now it's made its way up for the first time since I want to say 10:30 up into that 950. Rejected though, not 950, 943, 949 and change. Rejected though, so we'll keep eyes on that. Apple also getting that big push down. First time it's actually closed below the volume weighted average price since this 1040 candle. Apple about to go red as well, or sorry, it is red. This level over here is the level that I was looking at, this 170.40. I don't know why that line was there. It should have been a little bit higher, 170.85. But Apple breaking down now below the volume weighted average price. The first time it's been down here since around 10:40, 10:30 a.m. Precipitated a big move, a dollar move off the top there. High day 171.42. I do have to cover for Brendo because he's got a meeting.
Okay.
So I'm going to take off in about 5 minutes. I'll let you close off the show there. We have about 11 minutes left on the show. NVD, says T. Lee. That's one I didn't have eyes on. NVD. That is the two-time NVIDIA ETF. What does it trade at? Oh, $4. Oh, okay.
Oh, it's a nice little mini one.
Yeah, okay. So many NVIDIA derivatives here. I guess I'm not really surprised. There's a Coinbase derivative now.
CONL,
CONL, NVD. Let's try NVD here. NVD. Here it is. Let's see what kind of range we get on this bad boy. Okay, so you're going to have to take big boy shareage here. And this is the inverse. Is this the inverse? Yeah, because
it looks like the inverse,
minus 200%. Yeah, so it is. Okay, well, it doesn't really make a difference. You just go long when you want to go short, or you want to go long. It's kind of like the SQs and the TQs, so no big difference there. Thank you for pointing that one out to me. I didn't actually know about it, and we'll have eyes on it from now on. So yeah, that's what I'm looking at there.
Yeah, no, thank you, Sharif. I really appreciate what you're saying there with regards to NVDL or NVDA derivatives in general, because I think that's my big issue is you do need to give these NVDAs a little bit of wiggle room, but unless you have the perfect point of entry, which I never do, then it's not really going to work for you. You know what I mean? So I think that makes sense, and I think that's something I need to be more open to. I like the concept of NVDX because I like a slightly pricier stock. You know what I mean? You want a little bit primo, but the thing is too, is NVDX has to me the worst volume. NVDL's got a nice amount of volume. It's usually around 8 to 10 mil. Right now, NVDX is 568,000, which is worse than Lilly today. Jeez. So NVDX is, and that's hard to be lower volume than Eli Lilly, just like for the record.
Right.
But NVDX, so it's, you know, it's a little bit of a slower poke, but I think NVDL is a nice look, and I think it's what I need to give more respect to, because, you know, if you plan the share size accordingly, you can give yourself more risk and end up with more reward. And I mean, shout out to Sharif for killing it on those NVDL trades over the last little while. You had one today too as well, I believe that you said.
I did really early on, and I didn't trade it again after that. Yeah, I should have definitely had eyes on it. I felt it was kind of consolidative, right? There was obviously that 940 bottom. That was a great area of support. That's probably on me for not trading that, because it was a rinse and repeat style traded there. So you're never going to win them all. But I just want to mention DJT is on the way up. Here comes 75. We're at 74.5 here on DJT. It's now 49% to the good. I feel like, again, you're always angry as a trader, no matter what, right? We had a couple really good trades on DJT on the day, positive on the day, but, you know, never holding it for long enough, never holding enough size on this name. There is resistance from earlier at 75 on DJT. Just want to mention that one real quick before we go here. We know the high of days, generally that 80 area, 79.38 technically, but these are the candles that I'm talking about earlier on. The first one at 9.55. Then you had a couple here, 10.15 and 10.20, all of which rejected off that 75 area. So it looks like we're right there right now, putting in higher lows, higher highs. The volume, not, you know, great, but not bad either. I mean, it's not going to be opening range volume or closing print volume, but for the midday, we just got 500,000 shares done on this one candle over here. This candle that we're currently printing on the 5-minute has another 2 minutes. It looks like this one is going to print way more than 500,000 there, as this one is coming in to 75 on DJT. Good luck. We could easily see an 80 print today. What a move up, almost 50% to the good. This dude was up 4 billion extra on his net worth at the beginning of the day. That doesn't even include the 50% pump that we got intraday, Adara. The dude's happy. You can tell. He's gonna be like, it's the biggest one-day gain of all time. No, it's not, obviously. I think that's Jensen, probably.
Yeah, it is. It's Jenny H. Yeah,
it's Jenny H.
It's Jensen and his beautiful stoic face with his chips.
Yeah.
Also, would you say that the real money hero of the day is DJT? We're making the money hero joke, you know.
No, legit. The money, the MNY, we know what MNY is. It's here today, it's not here tomorrow. But the name is really what.
It's a great name. Yeah, I keep making that joke because it's pretty funny, and someone made it in the chat earlier as well today, and I liked it. But also, thank you to Bears vs. Bulls for telling me about this one. I also do have the mobile stream the chat up as well in case we see anything. We did get a super chat from Pardeep Singh, 299A. I don't know what currency that is. I will look it up. Also, speaking of AMD got going here, so let's look up A.
Can I just take off before you load that? So I'm going to see everybody at the big desk covering for Breno. He's off today.
Yeah, so we will see. Thank you so much, Sharif, for killing it there. You will see him in the big desk in 5 minutes, along with the big kahunas, Obi and Sean, because Neil is hanging out with Pirate Chips and watching baseball in Florida. So we wish him the best. We will see him next week. But right now, you will see Sharif in 5 minutes. So everyone say, a warm au revoir to Sharif for killing it there. Pardeep saying thank you so much for the $2.99 super chat. Are we looking for the S&P to be bullies and gain new highs? So let's see. Yeah, let's see if. I think right now, we'll have to look at the daily, because I know right now we've seen a little bit of consolidation on that S&P 500. Also, if anyone else has any tickers they want me to look at as we head to the end of the day, definitely let me know. I think right now it's going to be a little bit difficult for the S&P to see new highs. Today, I know we have, as of late, but I think right now we're running into issues with that 521.40. Shout out to Kyle Burdett in the chat. I know you were shorting this one, and I think SPY, a little bit sad I missed this one earlier because there were definitely some short opportunities at 521.40. But if you look at this guy on the daily, I think continuing on that nice move to the upside for sure. I think right now, though, the SPY is getting a little bit beat up. I don't know if it has enough energy to bully right now. We are still kind of making new lows. However, I like to use chart action less on these ETFs, but I am seeing an area that could be interesting at this 520.80. This was definitely an area of support earlier. We had some wicks to the downside. Buyers buy them back up. So I think there is a little bit of an area here that I think is interesting with if we can reclaim that 520.80. But we would still need to do a whole bunch more damage in order to really kind of to beat the market back up here, right, on the SPY, to use your analogy. And I think the first area we'd have to surpass would be that 521.40. So hope that helps. That is my take on the SPY. We don't have any economic data or any Fed speakers that I'm aware of coming this afternoon, so there's no real catalyst either that could give the SPY a leg up right now, I think. So we'll have to see if there's any individual catalyst giving this one a move. But yeah, SPY, not too much happening here. Also, we looked at the SPY. M Sharp asking about QQQ. So let's take a look at Q to the Q to the Q. I believe Sean was short the market earlier, so I'm sure he'll have some battle stories with QQQ to talk about. Not battle stories, definitely killing on the Qs. But yeah, QQQ, general downward trend we have here. I'm going to raise these trend lines, I don't know why they're here. We've had lower lows, but we've also had, and again, trying to use charts a little bit less for these ETFs, but look at this pseudo flat bottom we have here at 445.60. This is a clear area of support, but with the lower highs, the support could be breaking down. So I'm going to be really cognizant of what we do at 445.60. And I'm sure, again, Sean will probably have some analysis of this that is much stronger than what I have to give here, but I do think that this support area of 445.60 is incredibly interesting. Also, shout out to Joanna Brewster, still holding NVIDIA. Congrats to you. Look at this. We broke above this VWAP with a viciousness, struggling a little bit at 950. I think if we claim 950, that would be a fantastic look there. So, and we didn't really even struggle with 950 earlier. I don't think on the downside, we just kind of slooped. So I don't even know if it's going to be a key level. That being said, all these whole dollar levels, especially with NVIDIA's, and when I say whole, I mean 5, 10, these key levels can always be interesting. So keep an eye on 950 as we head into NVIDIA. But congrats to you, Joanna Brewster, and anyone else involved in this. BYSI says saying please. So yeah, why not? Beyond Spring, we had some positive data yesterday morning with regards to one of their treatments for small cell lung cancer. So of course, we love a good story. Volume on this though is below. Unfortunately, I can't really give it a read on this. Volume in this is below 200K on the day, so not much here. In terms of, honestly, though, it's a nice look on the daily, I have to say. It's a smaller cap, smaller name. We're below $4, but we have seen higher highs, higher lows, so I like the look of this one. I just can't really give a more in-depth analysis of it on the intraday due to the lack of volume here. But yeah, I think in general, it's a nice look. Mr. Lib asking me about PayPal. I was looking at PayPal earlier, too, and I forgot to actually try to trade it, so... Yeah, PayPal, look at this. This is the type of stuff I find interesting. This 66.80 area, we bounced off it earlier, also happened to be curling with the 90 MA and VWAP at the time, so nice look there for PayPal. Then we had this nice pop up here, bit of a topping tail candle, fall back to VWAP, show some support, make a lower high, then quadruple through VWAP, and we find support almost at the same level. So the 66.80 is nice for VWAP or for PayPal. We had a slightly higher low here too, so we could curl back up, but right now I think PayPal is a skosh consolidative. One last look for my filler. I'll take a look at ARM. We have one last minute left. We'll see you tomorrow too, though, with more pullbacks, of course. Right now, though, for ARM, no catalyst on ARM. I know some people in the chat were saying it looks like some insider selling. And given that last week we did have, well, not last week, the week before, we had that ARM, on March 12th, we had that ARM lockup. And so there can be selling in ARM, and that could be what's happening here. We don't know, though, so we can't say anything for certain. But general rejection of the 90 MA, massive fall through of that 140 area. Talk about a flat bottom break, continuing to the downside. We tried to recover here at 130, but we'll have to wait and see. I think if we retake 90 MA, start switching to support from resistance, I think that could be a nice look. But right now, clear resistance on ARM to the downside. I'm sure that the big kahunas will have something to say about that when we get back to them, because I'm sure no one can resist a move back to the afternoon show. We'll see you tomorrow, same bad time. Oh, never mind, we won't. We will, but not right this second. So ARM continuing to reject there. Now we are good, though, so we will not be rejecting a move over to the big desk. See you tomorrow, same bad time, same bad channel. Sharif at the big desk.
Thank you very much, Adara. Welcome to the afternoon show, guys. Yep, marginally up here on the ES. We're up 0.13. Same thing with the NQ. We're kind of in flat territory as we have been mostly all day with right at that 18.5s area. We had some good movements from some of the names today. We were talking a lot about DJT, the newly de-SPACed Digital World Acquisitions company. It's had a fantastic day, up well over 40% and above 50% at the highs. We've also had the continuation of the Reddit IPO, and that continues to do well on the day as well, above 14 some odd percent. We talked about Tesla this morning. That was up aggressively on the open. Apple, we heard some rumblings about Chinese sales being much lower than expected, and that precipitated a big move down in Apple. We've also been talking about many other names as well. We've had eyes on Nvidia. We've had eyes on Micron. We'll be talking a lot more about that, guys, as we go on here. What is up, Obi and Sean? Good afternoon, guys.
Good morning,
thank you,
afternoon.
yeah. Great to have Sharif. Great to have Sharif on the
Everybody
main
else,
desk
how's it
here.
going?
I'm having a problem connecting my Bluetooth headset, so I'm going to remove it right now. But okay, we'll figure this out. All right.
Let me pull up the chat.
Wow, what a dump there for ARM is right. We're just short, so we only have short Amazon right now at 180 and change, which has been a good one. We're going to wait to see if we get a little bit of a dump off there in Amazon. And then we're short the NASDAQ. So welcome, everybody. I got to join the right chat and everything here. I was just talking with some of the individuals from Real Trading. It's going fantastic. I was looking at our new room that we're in the middle of building and getting all connected up. So that's fantastic as well. And now I realize that my Bluetooth will not connect, and we'll get that figured out. So, Obi, how was your lunchtime? What did you have for lunch?
It was good. I just had a quick sub. There you go.
What kind of sub?
It was beef.
Where's the beef? Remember you from yesterday?
yeah.
What's beef?
What's beef?
What
What's
the hell
going
are
on
these two
here?
doing?
Yeah.
Stop it. This is Randy.
No.
Randy's just lost his damn mind. Okay, so we're going to... Here we go. Put the sticky note like that. We'll go bear and bull. Because today I feel like it's a little bit of back and forth, no?
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean, we've got ARM that's starting to make the move down. We had Reddit back and forth. We'll talk a little bit about that. But yeah, I'm going to get everything sorted out, join everybody in the chat. Should be a good afternoon. Do you know if we have Frank, Sharif? We do not know. Okay, we'll confirm if we have Frank coming through. But yeah, glad to have. And how long are you there for? Oh, just the first half hour. Okay. All right, so Brendan doing some work in the back there. Glad to have Sharif, and we're going to go over some of these trades, including Tesla. Did you already talk about Tesla? All right, let's go back to Sharif and talk about that. I'm going to get stuff figured out.
Yeah, guys, today we got wind that Tesla is going to change its full self-driving option from a one-time option at purchase into a SaaS, software as a service model, slated to be the price in the United States is about $200, and the market liked that plenty because it pumped up here right at the open. We got off that 178 where we have been trending all morning long, got into that 184 and a quarter. But I got to tell you, Sean and Obi, it has been down and to the right since that time. The market digesting it and saying, maybe it's not such a big deal, guys.
All right.
Yeah, Tesla's really been. You called that one right off the bat there, Sean.
Yeah, that was a good one.
That was a good one. And I think that I wasn't really looking at it, but it's given back most of that gain. But that opening drive, oh boy, was that something definitely strong, if you want to call it that. But aggressive strength through that 180, that 170. Was this 177? No, that was a price earlier on. But that 178 hold with that pre-market high break as well. VWAP claim. Lots of confluence is what I'm trying to say here. There's a lot of things going on off the open that made the long good. Again, that's in retrospect, I think. But Sean, you had this idea, number one, on your sticky note.
Yeah, it was a good one. We really like that Tesla trade. Unfortunately, we got mixed up with the 180 level during lunchtime, gave some of that back. But yeah, it was a great trade there right off the open. And what I'm noticing here as well, when you're kind of guessing about levels, like we tried to see if VWAP wanted to hold there, it didn't. That's what we maybe should have got out, and then we tried to get 180 back was great. I mean, some of you were watching the show and probably saw some of those plays. So that was actually a great level to hold. down there, 180. So we actually got that back in, and that was a good one before it eventually dropped down into 180, 179. So yeah, a couple of odd trades there in the middle. Didn't make much sense. I feel like we're getting closer. We do want to buy some 178s down there. Look, we talked about full self-drive. I think that was a great sort of catalyst early. Up 4%, I like it. I did not buy more Tesla in my own account. I wasn't sure about this move to the backside here, but I like it. I think this is a good story. So for me, I'm buying more Tesla down here, but it has to get to 178. Just threw away money here. Like, we tried to go long 180, it worked. We didn't throw away that much, but it's just, you know, we did break 180 there, then we had to get it back, and then in here again, back and forth through 180. So just pretty choppy in this area right now. I feel like we just got to wait for this bottom to hit. That may be influenced because I'm short the triple Qs here by way of TQ. Let's see if that can get downside, but for right now, Tesla's going to have to be a wait, and I'm really getting upset about this earpiece.
DJT, guys, that's all good, Ram. DJT, guys, had itself an absolutely fantastic day. It's up 45.33% right now. Listen to this. At $49.95, Donald Trump's portion of shares in this company was worth $40 billion on paper. Well, we're $22.75 higher from where that was. So he's added roughly, almost 1.5 times here what he had there in the morning. He owns about 80 million shares of the stock, which is about 58% of the company. This had a fantastic day. We traded it multiple times today on How to Trade on the Midday show. There's that 70 dip right off VWAP, Sean, and it comes into that 75 area, giving back a little bit right now. What is your look on DJT?
Okay, here we go. We should be
right.
we should be discovered. We went into ultimate pairing mode.
Yes.
Ultimate pairing mode. You know. Do you want to take DJT and then I'll talk about it?
Yeah, sure. We can. I'll take that one right there. DWAC first day of its changeover to DJT. Long-awaited merger finally coming through. And then you get a little bit of a continuation of what we had yesterday on DWAC there. So a little strong push right off the open, comes in, holds on to VWAP. But take a look at this. I really like this. It happened in the pre-market, though. That's a thing. Something I got to work on is getting involved in some of the action in the pre-market. When and if you are doing some volume and the price action is setting up, maybe have a little bit there, but I will try to improve on that point, but pretty much sideways for the rest of the day there. Now, I don't think I have any trades on it. No, I didn't. I had trades on Reddit, but DJT, decent move there right off the open, but pretty much sideways for the rest of the day. What are your thoughts on this one?
Oh, Randy, like, what the hell? Are you trying to kill me over there? I don't know if there was tons of cream. I don't even take cream in my coffee. I almost spit that up everywhere. All right, DJT here. So we don't have any trades whatsoever in DJT today, which is kind of stupid, because I really feel like early this break, and we were talking about this, breaking through 65, we put that on the sticky note, we put that in the normal trade plan, but unfortunately it hits about 925, I guess, when those imbalances came through for the NASDAQ, creating a huge move to the upside there for DJT. So again, that was the trade there. I feel like then a pushback into VWAP. We always talk about that. We talk about this on IPO. Now, this is not an IPO, but you could almost trade it like that today, as if, we did get a halt there one time when we did make that move back. That would have been hard. So that's what I was showing you, is that would have been hard to sit there long into a halt, I feel like, anyways. Remember, I was like, oh man, we could get the short, we didn't get it. But anyways, it bounces off VWAP, bounces like it held until it didn't. And then VWAP was pretty good. Underneath, break, and then it's held. So this has been, honestly, like, if you could write a book about VWAP, I mean, it goes all the way back. Like, look at this, just the whole way. That's this blue line. Then it levels off, which is fine. You don't have to trade it around VWAP. You're waiting for actionable events. Get that move down, get that retracement back. That's the short there on the pull back in. Boom, goes the dynamite. Then I could say you probably short it there and then lose when it breaks. And then you could play it to the long side. But again, a little bit of a tricky trade with DJT here, as a lot of people thought it was going to moon, which it did, and it has. It's just today, you know, little tough. I mean, you're going to wait to see if 70 can hold. I say that it's been tough trading, but again, if you're long and you've been playing dips, you've been okay, except for one period right there. So you guys let me know in the chat. I'll keep my eye on, you know, how it's been trading for a lot of you, because I'm interested to hear that. I feel like it's been a little bit of a tough trade. Maybe I'll find out if many traders behind us are trading it, but it's been more about Reddit. So we'll do that right now.
Yeah, bang on, Sean. I saw that 63 dip that you had earlier. We all saw it. That was a hell of a trade on Reddit. Great move up today again for Reddit, over 12%, well higher at its high, 74.90 high a day on Reddit. Yesterday, we had the introduction of options onto this after the IPO. There was about 90,000 contracts sold for call prices between 50 to 75. So the volume was there. The volume has continued to be there today on the day. We've done well over about 25 to 30 million shares of volume. Trading below the volume weighted average price right now, though, guys, trying to hold 67. What's the look here?
Thank you, Randy. Just hooked it up again right there. So I have a funny story about Reddit. So you ready?
Yeah.
No, so I forgot this order.
Oh,
So we put this, so look at it. I mean, I was sitting here with
That's
Randy
cute.
in
Yeah,
the
yeah,
midday.
that was nice.
Yeah,
remember that.
and I was just like, he's like, oh yeah, what's going on with Reddit? And I said, oh, not much. This is what we did on it, blah, blah, blah. And we were all really happy with it and yada, 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 as Elaine says. And then all of a sudden, so that was great. We took $5 there. We were on top of the world. We're the best. But the thing is that before this happened, I put an order to buy. And this is a pure rookie mistake. So obviously, you don't leave orders pending. I even went on walks and everything. Like, so stupid. Thankfully, this was only 50 shares, so it wasn't that big of a deal. But the idea at the end of the day here was we wanted that break there at 71. Reddit really got going early. So same as DJT, had its best moments in the first couple hours or the first couple minutes of the day. So anyways, that broke through 71, and I was like, oh, okay. And then I was sitting here, and I was managing the trade. I was here when it happened. Sharif was in this as well. Broke 71. Anyways, we're like, oh, let's just average down into it. I think by the end of it, we might have had 100 shares maybe in total, maybe a little bit less. Winds up breaking lower. We take like a buck and change hit. So that's like a monster fail. And then we tried it at VWAP here. Again, pretty small because we're trying to catch this falling knife. And then eventually we got out there again. So we'll almost squash all of that right here with just screwing around right here. So another example of throwing back some money on a wasted trade, but it's been another good one, man. Reddit options are kicking right now. I feel like we still want to buy these same levels. Let's wait for a dip buy in Reddit. But again, stupid trading by me there today, throwing a little bit of money away by forgetting about an order.
Yeah, I think that that entry that you had in that off that dip, that was prime, as it kind of comes right back into that day low and then wicks it once again. Clearly, that level being a little bit significant on the day at least there. But yeah, strong push off the open. I was watching this initial push on Reddit, and I was like, all right, well, these 65s look nice. Waited a little too long, starts slapping up through some of those highs, pre-market high breaks, and then after hour high breaks as well, after yesterday's crazy move, which a lot of people are saying was potentially due to options being introduced yesterday. So maybe some options related price action.
Yeah.
Maybe I have no idea, but yeah, that's what it may be. Regardless, the price action off the open was absolutely solid. We saw that happen right here, kind of that drive, took it through the 70, and then pushes into that 75, and then just take it off. Once that momentum kind of leaves the book, I'm like, all right, peace out, I'm done. That's my one good trade for Reddit. Maybe it wasn't the goodest trade, but it can definitely be much better through that 70, and then getting out a little bit nicer as well. I think I could definitely have gotten out a little bit above that 73 mark as well. I just punched the bid, kind of panicked out, but I gotta structure my orders a little bit better to get that midpoint in, right? So
yeah, not
when it has like a 1.5 point, 2 point spread, those kind of orders might help out.
We were actually talking about that. You and I were talking about getting the trades right so that eventually, once we see great setups, like that AMD setup that for some reason you saw and you weren't sure about that bottom. And then we'll
talk about that.
We'll talk about that, but you were like, oh man, these are the trades like where you want to put on 5,000 shares or something. And I'm like, yeah, especially in this market, you can post almost any number of shares and get it. So
I was telling Sean, I was like, I normally don't risk that much, but I saw the price action. I was like, no, I have to risk a little bit. I have to risk a little bit more than I usually do. 5 minutes later, that news comes out. But we'll talk about it.
We'll talk about that. All right, let's go, because right next is all about the chip time and MU, man. Wow, Micron, Sharif, really working these days.
It is, Sean. It is. It's it's marginally up on the day, 2 1/3%, but that doesn't reflect what this stock has done lately. It has been one of, let's call it a spade, one of the strongest moves in microchips on the day. Today, it got the nod from Mizuho, who upgraded the price target from 124 to 130 with a reiteration of its buy rating. The way it's traded, it's been a little bit up, a little bit down. The high on the day, 122.46 RAM. Trading below the volume weighted average price right now. Keep eyes on this. What's the look for you guys on Micron?
Oh, Micron. Nice. Yeah, I mean, a name that's never really on the radar. I remember writing this down, and I could probably find the sticky notes almost right here, because it wasn't too long ago where Micron was $92, $93, $90, and we were like, we really liked some. I mean, look at this on the daily chart. I mean, we really like these levels. I remember when we were breaking higher. If you come over to the chart, there it is. Like, look at that. So we were talking about loving this 90 level. We had it written on here for a minute, and then earnings happened, and now it's gone. See you later. But yeah, anyways, nice movement there for Micron today. So let's just analyze something. I mean, you're under VWAP. I'd hate to say this looks like a short, but to me, honestly, like, kind of looks like a short until we break this. No, I mean, that's 120.25. So if you think the market's going to turn, I don't think I would pick Micron as the name to be like all excited about. But I mean, this is looking pretty good. Very much basing out right now. I would love if the market does fall in. I feel like this is a better trade, 119. We have 119 right down here off the open that held, and it just held again. I mean, sure, we got down to 118.70, but to me, that's a pretty decent hold right there. So violent off the open, but Micron, congratulations if you hit this one, especially if you played continuation on earnings. I mean, it's really had a nice extension here over its all-time highs, and now breaking longer. Micron. I know nothing about RAM, but I sure know that DRAM seems to be pretty profitable as Micron all the way to the upside. We saw Seagate today as well. STX was having a nice day there, OB. So
yeah, I saw that. I think they got an upgrade as well from who was it? JPM or MS or something?
Was it Barclays? It was one of the big names.
Yeah. Sorry.
What was that? Mizuho on Seagate?
For Seagate, for STX.
It's all good.
Okay. Yeah.
Adair telling us about Micron, which was upgraded today again. So did you see anything there?
Yeah, no, I did play this name off the open. I kind of did pull it up. As it wasn't necessarily it wasn't necessarily on my radar to begin with, but when I pulled up the chart, I was like, okay, well, you had a strong earnings day, and then a couple days later, you step up. So we talked about that stair-stepping kind of action happening, and then coming into the day today, you see that it holds quite nicely above some of these previous day levels there, and then it actually breaks through previous day high. It doesn't really get too far off of it, but it was a decent drive nonetheless. Maybe not as clean as the Tesla drive or some of the other ones, obviously, but definitely a little bit there, even with the mess. So I did get stopped out on the initial one. So yeah, it was a little bit messy, but got involved right away when it reclaimed that previous kind of high there, and then pushes into that 122. But those 120s seem like those were the money fills right there, and that VWAP hold off the open as well. So a little bit of an upgrade, a little bit of a continuation happening off of earnings. Bit of a stair step as well. Let's see what Micron will do with some of these fresh highs. I have no idea, but right now holding underneath VWAP at 120.
Ask and she shall deliver. It is Morgan Stanley.
Yes, MS for STX.
STX upgrade. Okay, Sharif, what's good over there on the desk? You feeling lonely or what?
Yeah, usually I'm sitting with Brendo, but yeah, I'm alone today, Sean. Yeah, My seat is empty. DKNG, DraftKings, a hell of a day, and it's had a hell of the last 365 days, guys. Trading above the volume weighted average price right now, but below 49, up another 3 1/3%. This one getting the nod from Mizuho, again, reiterating the buy rating and increasing the price target to $58. They like the jurisdiction expansion. They like the reduction in customer acquisition costs. They were spending hand over fist on advertising, on giving these promotional bets to lure people in. That's not the case anymore, and they took #1 online gambling site away from FanDuel late last year with about 34% of the market share. As I said, up 3 1/4. What's the look here, guys?
When I was like,
All right. First of all, what's up, Chef Joe? No, ain't nobody shorting 100 Bitcoins, my guy. But okay, so just real quickly, man. I mean, we are on DraftKings as well. We liked the upgrade. We thought it was really great. We talked about a possible dip into 46.50. That had nowhere near close today, but we were right on the way. We were right in the direction, but we were wrong on where we took it. We thought maybe a dip into VWAP would have been something, but look how choppy this was on the upside. We probably should have stayed away until we got some kind of a direction, and this is the thing, man. Okay, come on, TQs. Honestly, get down. NASDAQ. Like, we're triple levered short here in this damn market. Get down. We'll talk. I mean, I'll show you some levels I want to break. I think the NASDAQ could fall again. We nailed that TQ short yesterday. Let's see if we can get it again. I'm bidding right now to get something out, but okay. Anyways, the pressure obviously was stopped here at the 200 period. I have no real other explanation. I mean, the pre-market, there was no volume. This isn't yesterday's high. I mean, it came into the pre-market levels, I guess, but ultimately we didn't stop till we got to the 200 period here, and then we just rode this the whole way. So I feel a little silly that I put these things down and then didn't mark it. But again, it was right at 11 o'clock. It ultimately doesn't really matter. DraftKings continues to be strong. I think it's worth a look down here at 48 again if we hold it, but good movement on DraftKings today, and that's so crazy. We were bidding 36 here just to get a dime again on a piece of it, like literally 5%, and it did not break 36. Like, this kind of an ETF wasn't going lower. I wonder if we're going to be wrong here on the NASDAQ, so what I feel like is whenever I'm yelling at the screen to do something, it's not going to be a good trade. You know, you shouldn't have to try to will the NASDAQ especially to go somewhere.
Yes.
Like, maybe if I yell at a firm, maybe something might happen, but the NASDAQ
maybe
is
not
like,
the DAQ,
yeah. So this is what I'm talking about right here. I just think that we are very close. Like, we are 20 handles away from breaking this bottom, and then honestly, I don't see support. I mean, until we talked about 18.5 just as a psychological level, but like, I'm just thinking if we can break like whatever this bottom is, 18.530, which we're getting close, but it's also support right now. You can look at it both ways. This is just a 30-minute chart. I just see lower for the NASDAQ. Like, honestly, this is 18.480. Like, this is where I think we could bounce off of 18.5, which would be perfectly fine by me. But for right now, we're just sitting on this short that doesn't really look like it wants to work. I mean, we've done well. We have done well getting out, I feel like, where we did, because these have been the bottoms, but this is that breaking level that I'm talking about. I mean, we can look at NVIDIA. I almost shorted that again right now at 950. Like, everything is getting close, man. Like, look what happened there. Like, we took VWAP here, boom, down $15, right? We bounced off VWAP there again. That's 950, down $12 to 938. Nice run up. If we break VWAP again, and this is all ifs and buts, so you're more likely to hold it. I mean, NVIDIA dip buys have really been stronger than sell-offs, but we're red today in NVIDIA. What happens if we give it up and start to go back to the downside? We can always, because I'm short the NASDAQ, we could check out Apple. Apple's underneath, wants to go. Microsoft, so anyways, instead of fighting individual names, I mean, Microsoft's red, Apple, we just talked about it. Like, a lot of these names looking like they want to go lower, and here I am fighting an up move in the triple Qs. So I don't know, guys. We're getting close to stopping out. I mean, anything above this 50, I don't even know if we want to hold this to VWAP, to be honest with you. All right, let's go back to the desk, talk about, we just did DraftKings.
Yeah.
We're done. Okay, you want to run an ad? You want to You guys let us know if we have to go back to Sharif. If not, all good. Okay, now let's just talk about that same position that we were just literally talking about. I'm going to get out if we break like 50-55 here. I don't even really want to test up here. We do have a position on. Honestly, for me to lose like 6 or 7 more cents, it's not something that I really want to do. And I mean, you guys can hold it if you want. I'm trying to play it off the 200 period, which is right here, right now. Give it a little bit of slippage, and we'll deal with that in the mid-50s. But for right now, that's kind of the trade that I'm working with. I understand that this may not come through. I just told you what I was thinking. It's going to suck if it doesn't hit, but you know, I'm here to trade for a little bit, and we're here to put on some risk. So let's ride. All right, ARM.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, it actually bounced a little bit there, didn't it?
Yeah, but I was looking for that reversion
Yeah,
to
go ahead.
potentially
Go
come
ahead.
in, but
You talk about it because I'm going to have a harder time with NASDAQ here.
Yeah, I don't think. I wanted to take a potential reversion. I was like, whoa, what's going on? We're at the floor meeting when this kind of happened, right? Around 1, but it seems like no, that's perfectly fine. But like no one could have expected this kind of move there. But that's absolutely wild how it kind of broke down. I was watching that 140 break. I think Sharif was sitting there. I was just like, oh, take a look at ARM, and it broke through that 140 at that point. But oh boy, did not expect it to get all the way down to 126's 91, 126.91. So looking left, is that a level? Whoa. I don't know right now, but potential reversion to VWAP maybe, but I think I kind of missed the chance there. Take a look at that high volume candle that defines the low. A little bit of capitulatory action right there.
What was that word?
No, we've said that before.
No, we have not. Capitulatory?
Yeah, capitulatory. Capitulating, it's
I
like the
understand
act
the
of
word, but I'm not
capitulating.
sure we've ever used it before.
I think I have.
Ramin, anybody? Have you guys heard
All right.
that word?
Well,
Ramin
capitulatory
is saying
action
no, so I'm
happening with that kind of volume there. Volume, great indicator. I like volume as a
Great word.
One of my top indicators indeed for the volume. Look at that expanding volume going into the flush, and then that strong volume, and then we just fall off. Nice light little bid going back potentially. Let's see if we can potentially go back into that VWAP area, maybe a 50% retracement from when the sell kind of comes in as well. You know what? I'm just going to take it off the 40 break. All right, so yeah, let's see from 40. That's about 13 points. So what's half of 13? Half of 13.
I mean, my net is getting capitulated to the wrong way here.
Put this on 1 second. Oh, come on.
Like,
well, your net is capitulating.
my net is capitulating the other way. Well, I guess it could be either way.
Right here. So 6.5 points, roughly, is what I'm looking for. 33 halves.
Are you long arm right now? Oh, you're
no. For a potential 50% reversion, right? 6.5 right there. So 133 would be that 50% retracement into going into VWAP as well. It's not even at VWAP. That's what I wanted to measure. Is VWAP 50% away in terms of a reversion off of those lows? But I guess it's a little bit higher. But I don't know. I think I might be a little late there, but I'll let it consolidate, see what happens. What were you saying about your P&L capitulating?
It's going, the NASDAQ's just starting to take out, basically, make this move higher. So we're going to be wrong on this one, which is, like I told you, it's going to suck at the end of the day here. But that's, I mean, we worked through the trade. We had gotten some out. You know, we'll be down on it after all, but it's not that much. We're just giving back what we made plus a little bit more on top. You know what I mean? Like they're skimming the NASDAQ, skimming a little bit off the top here. So whatever. We're short at 47. Like even if we did have thousands of shares, which we don't, that would be only 10 cents worth of a hit anyways. But still, not a hit we're happy with. Damn it. Well, we worked through it. You know, we're not always going to make that. And you and I had talked about that earlier too, right? Is that have as much confidence in your plays as you can. If the play is there,
yeah,
I feel like you got to make it. I mean, I'm here literally every day.
Yeah.
So it's like, fool me once, fine. It's when they fool me 10 times in a row that's a problem.
Yeah.
But for right now, you know, I like this. I've worked through it here, and I'm working through I'm in my feelings now. Is that good, Ramin? Like we're in our feelings? Like I'm working through it right now? Like Got to play a little Drake in the action here. You know what I'm saying?
Running through the 6 with your woes?
Yeah, with big time woes, you know. Yeah, God's plan,
Yes.
by the way, is to see whatever happens with TQQ right now. Are you on?
You know what's a good song that I really like from? I think it's DJ Khaled's Grease. I like the melody, the melody in the song.
Yep, I like that one too. Is it called Grease though? Yeah, maybe.
It's something like that. I'll
It's
look
one
it
of
up.
his. Okay, here we go. TQQ is trying to
Bit of a
capitulate
bounce.
the other way right now, hopefully to the downside now. So let's see what happens. We're flat right now. You guys could all get out of that right now. I like. I'm not a doctor. I'm a pop star. I think it's called Pop Star actually.
Yeah, it's called Grease. DJ Khaled.
Yeah, I know.
featuring Drake.
I
This
definitely,
one
I'm
right
definitely
here.
well aware of the song.
Yeah. It's a
Good
song.
tune.
Yeah, I
good
love the
tune.
Yeah.
We do have some negativity in the hip hop era. Maybe we won't talk about that. Somebody's house got raided last night. Somebody with the same first name as myself, Sean P. Diddy Combs, last night. I mean, a lot of people have been talking about that guy for a minute. All right,
But
here
you
we
were
go.
going to say Sean Paul.
Sean Paul? Or,
Something else said in?
I'm not, please don't start with me. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'm
to
not
trading.
about to go into some reggaeton or anything here live on the show. I mean, I'm literally sitting
We saved
here-
that for the after hours, right?
Yeah,
That's
this-
when the disco ball kind of comes
is
down
for
from
the
the ceiling.
podcast.
You know,
We're literally building
we got
a
a
disco
different bell
room in
for
the
that.
back.
Yeah.
All right. So let's go.
Proprietary stuff.
Yes, very, very important stuff here that we continue to talk about. Okay, remember, we're about to get closed out of this one. We just saw the TQs go right back to flat, almost a flat for us. You could have got a 48 fill for sure, and there it goes back up to the upside. So we're just giving this one tight, like we just talked about that. If we're going to be wrong, we're going to be wrong. Then it looks like the market tried to go back in a little bit there, and just this is not the right. It's 230. So I'm just talking about a trade that I have on, not one that I'm trying to marry here. So let's just wait on that one and see if that's good to go. Bitcoin again, wow, nice move today, 70 grand. Let's see what Coinbase is trying to do today. Up to 274 again. Like, what is the 52-week high exactly on this? Did we just make it today, or what was that high there today? Is that today? I guess it must be. 287? Yeah. Okay. Wow.
A bit of a range, yeah.
That's all right. Okay, so that looks like a little fugazi because I think that was just in the pre-market up there on some of those dark pools. But either way, we were definitely in this area, man. 284, 285, and that would be good enough for all ATH right there. So nice little flush down to begin with there on Coinbase. I mean, I'm always looking for the short in this. You guys know that we've nailed some bangers off 280 the last couple times we've looked at this level, and there it is again today. So we missed that today, 280 for Coinbase, probably something to look at. Again, if you're trading Bitcoin, I actually was wondering about this. If you are a Bitcoin bull right now, just buy MSTR. There's nothing, this is a levered Bitcoin product. That's all that it is. They give share offerings, and then they use that money that they pay 3-4% on, and they just are very, very clear what they're doing with it. They're going in there and buying. First of all, the TQs just went back again to flat. They're putting money into Bitcoin and having no problem. That's what they're doing. So as Bitcoin continues to go up, they're just levered up on other people's money and just buying Bitcoin. Like, if Bitcoin falls, this is a house of cards, and will really start to come down as either traders start to redeem on the liquidity here on the equity side of things. Because why not get your money out now instead of worrying about what's going to happen with the price of Bitcoin? So I'm a little bit nervous about this, and I do think that it is potentially a house of cards. But again, I mean, crypto's been really holding up well, and I choose you, Pikachu, and IBIT. So I've been buying this on dips, and whenever I see Bitcoin moving around, I'll go over to this ETF. Feel like that's a little bit of a smoother Michael Saylor than trading MSTR, but we'll wait to see what happens on that. So I'm looking right now for IBIT, a little bit of a move down. We already talked about Coinbase, so without any further ado, let's go over and take a look at the old altcoins. How dare we call them anything other than altcoins?
Oh, Doge is up there.
That's what I was going to look. Let's go find out what's going on with Doge. Wow, Dogecoin again, man, right?
Where's it at?
Up to 18 almost.
In the money. Let's
18
go.
cents. All right, my guy over here is in the money, and that's always a good sign as well. If you're finally in the money on Bitcoin, potentially you bought too high. So that's at 71,000 right now.
Where's XRP at?
XRP had some problems lately.
Yeah, still not in the money.
But still at 63 cents there. Our Cardano's been Shiba Inu right now at 0.0000000 with a 3 first. So that's nice. Yeah, but other than that, today in the last 24 hours, really there hasn't been too much. I mean, it's been Shiba Inu. Other than that, not much else popping in the last 24 hours. So just a little quick top look. It's never a good sign when I'm on twice, but a quick top look there for crypto.
What are your thoughts on? I've heard that
You're long Google. I like that.
MSTR. Yeah, I got long Google a little bit earlier there. I did try the short. Stopped out. Well, I didn't really stop out. Punched out a little too early, a little too hastily. But yeah, it does manage to come all the way back down into VWAP there. But no, the question was, I've heard that there's a potential trade, and it has something to do with MSTR, where like they hold Bitcoin, right? That's their business. So apparently their market cap is like double that of their holdings. So there are traders who are long Bitcoin and short MSTR as a hedge.
Yeah, because it falls out.
Yeah, what are your opinions on that?
Bad idea.
Why is that?
Well, because I mean, it depends. If Bitcoin starts to rip, I don't think you're going to make as much money on your Bitcoin long as you'll lose with the MSTR short. That's the whole point. It's levered.
Yeah.
So I think it's good for a hedge if you are negative on Bitcoin, because I agree with anybody that looks to be short MSTR if they really do feel that there's a top here for BTC. But the way I understand, I mean, you guys tell me the way, and this would be a good thing to go to Reddit for.
Yeah,
Forum,
maybe, yeah.
like MSTR. There's probably MicroStrategy forums
Yeah,
out
there's
there
definitely
right
people talking about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'd like to hear what they're doing right now, what they think about that. So we'll do that right now. All right, what's up, people in the chat? I always like to see this. Says Jono here. Sean, you've made me some nice money. I like that. Trying to return the favor. All right, I'm here for that. So let's see if there's any ideas here in the chat. So people want to look at Rumble and Donut. I mean, we have that new deal there with McDonald's, so we can definitely look at Donut. Palantir back to the day's high as well. MicroStrategy owns a premium. That is all the price to pay at Bitcoin. So we'll go over some of that as well as we look to see that whole relationship. So let's go back over Reddit now, up to $68 again. Tesla bouncing around 179. Reddit, whenever it gets exciting in the back, I'm always thinking,
like, what's moving right
that
now?
one of these things is moving. So DJT, yes,
okay,
there it is right now.
Thank you, Yanni. Let's go.
Yeah, Yanni having a banger day. Congrats on that.
Yes,
Look at that
sir.
move, man. $76, almost getting back to highs. There it goes, man. DJT. And we talked about holding the 200 in VWAP. So any sort of a dip down into 69 and 70 looks like that might be a primo spot for anybody looking to pick something up. There's the flush again. Look at that flush into 70 and then right back up. This is what a live level 2 looks like. It's a $1 spread there at times. So look out. You might see that there's action in here. These are not 100 levels. So you have a 1 share lot is what's up here.
Oh, it's getting whacked.
Yeah, it's getting
De-whacked.
I was going to say it's getting de-whacked, but today it's getting DJT whacked to the downside right now. As there it goes. Look at this drop. So we may halt.
He's selling.
This is haltable now, right? Because you're now down. It should halt, actually. So the one complaint that I've had is to try to get halt bans on here. I really feel like we should get those down to $68, $70. We'll see what does happen here with DJT. Here it goes. It's falling and throwing up all over itself right now. Nice move down for DJT. And look, by the way, we asked this question the other day. Are you in this name for the long haul, or are you in it to trade? 2/3 was to trade, 1 was a hold. Well, first of all, 2/3 was just hold or not, and most of them were not. So we'll have to watch out here.
What was the percent for those who are in it for the hype?
Right, I think
Or does that is a little bit
that
for
would
the
be
hold?
30%, the
Okay,
hold.
the hold. Okay, okay.
Because we said for 1 year, and look, I don't think this stock is done. I mean, you're going to have, obviously, it's not done. You're going to have a presidential race that's literally just heating up, right? I mean,
Yeah,
we're just
for
through
sure. It's gonna
primaries
have
right
moves.
now, so I feel like there is some reason. And by the way, hit that hallelujah, because right now we have not done anything about it. Actually, don't hit it. It's going to be a jinx. Damn it! It's my bad. It's my bad.
What's happening?
Oh, man. We have no Frank today. All right, well, we're short. That's perfect.
Okay, yeah.
know, this guy rallies that market.
Yeah, he always brings in the bid, right? Or so I've heard.
What I'm talking about right now is spin it for temporary spinning of said money. We were going to get out, so we just took a 41 fill. There it is again. We'll take a 40 fill. Remember, our stop on this, we were short 47. Our stop was 55. That's 8 or 7, 9, 10, something like that pennies. So we'll take a little bit out there. We're out of an amazing 20%. We were just sitting there hoping to get them. So now let's wait for that move down. If we're going to be right about this, let's just be right about it. Right now, all we would wind up doing is give back everything we've made, which sounds bad, but as a trader, I'm comfortable with that on this position. We got to try something. Let's see what happens here. Finally, a move down. What's up, Sharif?
Johnson & Johnson, Sean, not a big day trading name, but an acquisition coming in here on the wire, looking to acquire Shockwave Medical. The market not liking that and precipitating a big down move here. J&J down on an acquisition headline.
Okay. Hey, what's up? I like that little, what do you call that? Where you can sort of see.
The transparent, like
Transparency.
see-through.
Adira, you want to come over?
All right. Okay, so just real quick, we did cover some of that. We're only short, so we're short Amazon and we're short the TQs. And I still have to look. Okay, Amazon with a nice little move down here. Let's just cover a bit of Amazon because of the level that we're at. We'll put a bit at 80 there. I was actually waiting at 179.30. We just missed that fill. Like we were waiting down here at 179.30 where we'd already gotten filled. We do have a nice little dip down into VWAP, into the 50 period moving average, and we'll take an 80 fill right there for 50 cents. That's a 50-cent winner. Okay, come on TQs, honestly, let's go. Can we get a little bit of a move down here in this name? I'm bidding again at 36. This is that evil 36 level that didn't fill the first time it was down here. So you know what? Haha, I'm gonna switch and go to 38. And sacrifice 2 cents just to get the fill so I can be within that mental you talk about.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Gotta do everything to preserve and protect the
Yeah,
mental.
we're having a little bit of a better time now that fell back in a little bit there. So, all right. Any other names you want to get? I'm actually going to get a bottle of water.
Yeah,
You
no
good?
worries. I'm okay.
Okay, I'll be
thank
back
you.
in 1 minute.
So Google, I did get a little long there initially, as you guys know. We are coming back in, so I do have to respect this little bit of action that we're getting here, right there. Boom, boom. So coming back into, it's building into VWAP right there. It was quite strong right off the open, as you can see. A little bit of continuation through that 150 into 152, and then let's see. VWAP held quite nicely, and then we kind of coming back in. But this seems like the trend right now. We did start selling off after the morning session around 12 o'clock. We've only been kind of trending to the downside, but into VWAP as well, right? So I don't know if I don't think I have the best price right now in terms of where I'm at on the chart, but I think I'm more than willing to kind of get out and reassess. What's going on, Sharif? Reassess how I totally lost my train of thought. Thanks, Sharif. No worries. So something about Google, something about coming back in, downtrend, VWAP, confluence, jumbled. All right, cool. Coming back in. So yeah, I do have to respect that trend there. If it's going to come back in, it's pretty much at my break-even price. As of right now.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, he came in and sat down. He punched into like 20 different questions.
What the hell?
Sorry, bro. I couldn't get my head.
Oh, I better say, no, Sharif did not touch any of my keys because, we get compliance all the time.
Yeah. No, he didn't.
Talking.
He was like,
they're always like, yo, be careful what you say. Like sometimes I'll say, we are short.
Yeah.
No, but I'm serious. This is a problem.
I say that as well, but I'm talking to myself.
I know.
I'm a little.
And I always say the lawyer, self,
Yeah.
But the thing about it is like, you have to be careful because, and we should say this, we make independent trades. I mean, earlier today, you were long Amazon, I was short Amazon. Congratulations on that, by the way. You won again. But And we just
I'm just taking the
we just
trade
took some money on Amazon, so yeah, it's okay. I'm just playing around. Don't-
You had some solid trades too, man.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Like, not some. I think you.
Who is this guy over here? Who is this guy?
No, that came out the wrong way.
Come on, man. I thought we were friends over here. Randy, where's
No, I
Randy?
said you had some solid trades.
Okay.
As well. But like I didn't mean it like, you know, yeah, you were all right too. No, I did not mean it like that at all. I'm sorry
it's
if
all
it came
good.
out that way.
I think I got a hell of a trade on right now.
What I mean
be
to
quite
say
honest
is
with
like you had solid trades. I have a lot to learn from. Like look at that churn. I keep talking about that, and it's like you had the same style on Intel as well yesterday. So that churning of a core.
I feel like now you're just trying to like.
No, that's what I
make things
mean.
good
That's
again.
what I mean. If I say something solid, it's it's solid.
Chad wants me to look at Disney. Me and Obi are just playing around. Yeah, I mean, look, what I was getting at is that we do make independent decisions.
Yes.
So you have to say that's why we always say like
Trade
we're day
your
traders,
own playbook.
trade your style. That's why we
Trade
have
your
the
own
midday
playbook.
show to sort of show you guys different styles and different ideas. If Disney's over 120, then oh yeah, baby, that's what we're talking about. And thank you for reminding me because I did not get out of any of these at lunchtime again. I actually phoned my mother. We made. And shout out to Ramin. She was like, say what's up to my mom. So shout out to my mother from Ramin. But Easter plans. You got any Easter plans? No. So we'll just chill out.
I didn't know this Friday was a holiday
It's
until
not a holiday
until-
for everybody, but
until
we get the
Brendo-
extended weekend.
Yeah.
So for those of you that do celebrate or those of you that don't, we try to go to see like my parents. It only really just happens on the weekends. We've been sort of blessed recently that they've been able to come to a lot of the hockey games that my kids, it's worked out.
Yeah.
So we're running into them more often because of that, but we definitely like to get together. And then hopefully Baxter is going to be coming from Waterloo.
Okay.
So I'm making those plans. But you know what else I tried to slip in there?
What?
Was, the kids don't go to school Monday, so sleep over. We go over there for dinner. We talked about sleeping over at grandparents' houses, and I got crapped on for that idea for some reason, although I think that's a great idea. I love sleeping over at my grandparents when I was younger. They treat you to whatever the heck you want.
You said you come back like 5-10 pounds heavier because you
man,
get
it's
all
like-
that good food.
Like my
It's
grandfather used to sneak me in these little chocolates to me and my brother. It was like 10 o'clock at night. It's not even like it was late. But anyways, okay, I digress. I was talking to them about by the way, I filled up my water, didn't even take a sip. But
Do you want to take? You can take a sip. Well,
yeah, when I'm over here, I just never stop really. But the point is that I try to get them to sleep over that extra night.
right.
On that note, it's Hydration Nation time.
Do it. I've heard you don't cheers water.
Wow, I'm trying.
Okay, cheers. Damn.
We're changing the luck around.
Damn. Sean's like, I define my own luck.
Yeah, we're not going to do this. James Dell's kid had 4 goals this weekend. Holla. What's this? Good one. Soccer.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, the next Messi apparently in the building. Okay, all right, so thank you for the note here on Disney. I mean, again, what a move. I feel like Adara, we missed something. Check news at 140 here for DIS. I mean, straight to the, look at this. I mean, straight upside, man, right into these highs. And the reason why I'm feeling like the chat was yelling at me, I am well into this name, man. Again, on the move down, I just didn't think structurally anything was wrong with the company. Now, I might get hit here on chat. What else is new? Like, there was that whole go woke, go broke whole thing. And everybody knows about that here on the chat. So everyone's opinion's their own. But, that's not...
Numbers don't lie.
Yes.
Price don't lie.
Yeah, exactly. And
price
neither
action?
does ball don't lie as well in the NBA.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
there are, the thing about it is that at some point you zoom out enough and you find some levels. We were pretty lucky to find $80. And $80, and if I zoom out even more, I'm not sure how far we'll go back down. We should be, okay, here's 2021. So we should be able to see some of those bottoms again. We had COVID lows here that came through, right? Obviously, we had a monster move up during COVID. You're going to see that. Then a fall back down in when nobody was traveling, so on and so forth. So honestly, my whole thing was, if you've released direct-to-consumer, which was up here, and I remember getting out of my first Disney's position here, we did not reload it until into here, into 100, into 90, then again down here near 80. So we believed in it, and I just took a macro view, and it was just like, if we were down here at $80, basically, when the whole market was getting cranked, and COVID was a huge problem. And you can even go back here. This is the move up. So this is the COVID bottoms are in the 2020s, but right into there, $80. So that's the bottom when the whole world was shut down. Then we came back, made it again. So this last time, let's go. And we were able to take that, and it was well done. Disney to the upside on, again, confidence in Bob Iger. The board doesn't really know what they want to do anymore. Thank you, Nelson Peltz. Getting the value out of Disney. And oh, damn, here we go, baby. It's a nice push down. We just get to 30, Phil. So again, if you're with me on this one, let's throw it up. It might not look like diamond hands, but remember what we said. We were short at 47s. Our out was a break of 55. Slippage on this is nothing. I think we would have got 56s or 57s. So that's 10 cents worth of a hit. We just took out 18 cents, Randy, with 10 cents worth of risk. So I'm not the greatest at math here.
What?
And by the way, we're going to have a special guest. We're going to have Randy is coming to, he's going to.
Where's that word of the day button?
There it is. Hit it. Take the mic.
What was the word of the day?
Fertility.
Fertility. And I forget what it was in reference to, but it was in reference to a stock. It was, yeah, obviously it was a Dara. Like in my ear, they're like, it was a Dara.
Who else?
Tesla with fertility. Okay, so that's, I thought it would have been Miss Lily or something. That's what she's always referencing. Anyways, thanks,
I missed
Randy.
out on the joke.
We all missed out on it.
Yeah, it's one of those that you had to be there, I guess.
I believe that.
Yeah, I think that's the case.
Shout out to Randy. And we're going to give you the last hour off on Thursday. Is that good for you?
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know. I just thought if you want to go back there, hang out with the boys, you're welcome to stay here, man. I don't, honestly.
I would rather be trading.
Okay, good. So that's fine. So
we'll hang out with the boys after 4.
Oh, Tesla is
30,
fertile.
45.
That's what was being said there.
After some reviews.
Okay. All right. So yeah, it is the gift that keeps on giving. Now those Tesla longs, it seems like sometimes. Let's go check in Tesla right now. So we just got some more out there, down there. Let's put another bid here at 36 because again, we could still wind up losing on this TQ trade. I mean, we are out now of about 35%. So not even like again. I'm thinking we're going lower. I mean, we kept on getting out at the same levels here. We did up these into 35s there, and then that bid is literally 30. So that was the fill there. I do have another bid. I thought so. Yes, I do at 23. And so we'll wait. We'll take a 36 fill if we can get it again, roughly at those same levels, and then we'll wait to see if we do get a move down here. On the TQ. So there it is. Oh, we just missed that 36 there. All right, check out Rivian. All right, so let's go back over and look at Rivian. All right, so I like Tesla better than Rivian right here. I just feel that there's going to have to be some developments that are more positive than what we've heard. I mean, this was the day right here when RJ just, no, is this a daily chart? Yeah, right there. Shuffled out the R3 there, the R2. Bad, was good, but that was the end of it, all the way to the downside there. So its best day was that rollout day. I like the truck. I like everything about it, but until they can deliver, it's a no-go for me. We've got a small position at 11.25, which is doing a hell of a lot better than this position. So my Fisker trade is now...
Wow. That thing's going to sub pennies?
Can you go minus? Like, can we go, like, can this be like oil?
Is it like oil? Yeah, I was just going to say, is it oil?
Where someone
you start trading it, someone pays you to
Yeah. So, like, my trading account, like, for Webull or whatever is going to be like, yeah, Sean, you now owe us money to get this out of your account? Maybe that's what's going to happen. All right, Adara, what up?
This part of the show brought to you by IG. Got opinions on central bankers, geopolitics, and economic data? Apply your macro views with a Forex account at IG. Currencies like Euro and USD can require as little as 2% margin rates and offer $0 commission trading using your Forex account at IG. For a limited time, traders can open, fund, and trade with IG up to $10,000 in funding bonuses. Terms and conditions apply.
All right,
thank you, Adara.
Adara for that one.
Let's see
T-Money.
what we got going on here.
T-Money likes Intel. Why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, you've been talking quite much there. I think you can. I will give you. I'll give you some rest there.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so I am in Google here, but I think, what was it, Intel? Okay, yeah, so take a look at Google. Google is kind of just holding up here. Let's see if we can kind of, how far some of this bounce goes. It has been a little bit of a bid since yesterday's kind of quadunk to the downside. Nice little pickup, V-shape. How many times have we seen this, or how many times have I seen this? This is what I mean. Sometimes I say we, but I'm just talking to myself. Multiple personalities? Maybe, I don't know. Anyways, interesting look right there. Higher low, yeah, higher lows, not necessarily higher highs just yet. But yeah, higher lows for sure. Kind of strong. Look at that strong selling. Gets picked right back up. Gets picked up once again. Nice little continuation there. I'm interested to see how Google will close the week off this week. And look at this previous week high. Is that previous week high? Yes, sir, it is. Previous week high in and around that 152. We did clip that point off of this strength here today. Will we get there today? Who knows? But maybe by the end of the week we can make some fresh highs. But people were talking about that arm. People were saying that flag is coming in. But yeah, this is what I didn't want to necessarily get involved with, right? If I'm getting in here, it's still chopping around. It's a 1.5. You can take those scalps off. I liked the trade much better down here, but I wasn't in it for that. But look at that strong volume, and then the full volume just falls off, and we start to catch a nice little light bid back to the upside there. Where will she go? I have no idea, but ARM definitely making some serious moves today. I was like, is SoftBank selling? Like, what's up with that sell off? That sell off came in quite aggressively. What's going on over there? But yeah, let's take a quick look at Intel. We know we were trading this name yesterday, and it was just chopping and churning around that 42, and it's just using that 42 as a core here. I'm sure if I put up a volume profile on this day, it's good. That point of control is going to show up in and around right here. VWAP's around there as well. But that 42 kind of holding as of right now, so I don't necessarily want to get involved. We'll look at that range. Not expansion. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm blanking out here. Compression.
Sorry.
Compression, range compression. What's the word? I don't know. But anyways, it's
consolidating.
It's consolidating. The range is getting smaller and smaller. Yep. It's not expansive, but that's what I'm trying to think of. The opposite word to range expansion.
Capitulate from those levels. Because it's tightening up. You could get a coiling action.
Yeah, you could get that. You could get that.
Is that Intel?
Intel, okay. Yeah. But that 42, it's still 16. Like the range has been 20 pennies, 20, 30 pennies on each side off that 42 on Intel. So maybe some accumulation, maybe some consolidation on a larger time frame happening there in and around that 42. Let's see what you guys are talking about. Daniel Finnegan talking about Rum Long. I know Rum. People have been watching this name, Rumble, again, in sympathy with that DJT move there. Wow. Talk about a trend there, Sean. This is straight to the upside, up and to the right, as Sharif likes to say, and this is trending quite strongly, quite well. Opened up where? Around that 560 mark with a high of 9. And how much volume has this thing been doing? I think, is it one of the volume leaders on the day? No, definitely not. I don't think so. There. Just do a quick check. Yeah, Tesla, one of the volume leaders on the day. NIO, Tilray, Miso, CGC as well. Let's take a quick look at what the marijuana names are doing here. Cannabis names are doing. On the hourly, they had some strength last week. I remember that. Yeah, going into the end of the week. This was on Friday. I was not here on Friday or Thursday. Yeah, I guess Thursday. It had some strength there. Or CGC is what I'm thinking of. CGC had that Friday strength. Boom, right there on that news. Got that continuation happening today as well. Not really continuation. I mean, like a bid showing up off this $6 level, strength off of the open on Canopy growth. I think Tilray as well, right? Tilray's up there, TLRY. Tilray's been making some moves as well. How much volume is this stuff doing? Is it doing any outlier kind of stuff? Yeah, average 30-day volume is 25 on this one, doing 63. So doing about roughly probably about 2 RVol. Yeah, there it is right there. So averaging roughly under 2 RVol for most of the day on Tilray. Let's see what CGC has it at. Yeah, just in and around 2 as well. Let's check out MSOS real quick as well. Okay, so MSOS obviously not as much. It is the ETF. But yeah, we names kind of moving around. Definitely in play. Not too much ARVO though. Have you guys been trading some of those names? Let us know in the chat. But yeah, opportunity galore in this market. There goes Google kind of pushing up there. I was looking for a potential place to add. It didn't necessarily get more in on this kind of pullback there. But as the market chops up in and around some of these lows, again, we haven't really gone too far off of some of these morning prices. Yeah, it's ranged. It's sold off of that 18.6. But we're kind of chopping around this for the past couple of hours there. Look at that. Since about 12 o'clock, we've been chopping around some of the space here. So ARM kind of holding that 132 as well. NVIDIA holding below VWAP. Let's take a quick look. Alphabet, we're in that one, holding above VWAP. Softy a little sideways as well, but a little bit of a downtrend. Pre-market highs, opening range highs, and then midday kind of high as well, around 12 o'clock. All consecutively lower and now below VWAP. And the Spider, my friend Spider over here, coming back into yesterday's high, still hasn't necessarily broken below that 520 there, Sean. But yesterday's high is being around just underneath that 521. So we're chopping around in that area as of right now. On the Spider, Bitcoin still kind of holding that 70,000 mark. Hasn't really gone too far. ARM is definitely one of interest for me. If this move is going to continue in the next coming days, I definitely want to be interested. If we're going to revert in the next coming days, I definitely want to be interested. But this is very, very peculiar action, I think. I was looking at it at that 140 breakdown. The question is, did we find some news on ARM on this sell-off?
Well, I came back and you told me that
I couldn't find it.
I guess you were just joking. I thought that you were mentioning.
No, I was like, oh, is SoftBank selling? I made a joke. I'm like, they're finally selling. I don't know.
That's a reasonable thing to expect.
Yeah. I mean, their lockout period is done, right?
We have our first guest coming on the podcast. We wanted to bring somebody, that has trading experience. So, I mean, some of you may know here. Kunal Desai.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, from Bulls on Wall Street here, coming through. Lots of podcasts, lots of stuff on YouTube, all that kind of stuff. So Bulls on Wall Street, we're going to have live on the podcast. You guys won't be able to see it live, but you'll be able to watch it. So that should be a lot of fun, just back and forth kind of stuff like that. So we are super, super excited. So put those ones up in the chat.
That's awesome. I've seen some of his stuff.
Yeah.
Solid.
Yeah.
Stuff.
So, almost has as much followers. No, we're at the same. We're both at 47,000. So we'll scratch each other's back there and have Kunal on. And I think it'll be a great opportunity to get more insights and all of that as we get the notes ready to rock and roll. And we're excited for that. So there it is, man. Put that in the chat there. We talked about getting some more guests, and just to give a little more color, Brendan and I, we go back and forth and have a great time. And this is going to be even more fun now as we level up and get more and more interesting traders for everybody there. The chat seems to like that one. So, yeah, good, man. Thanks a lot for continuing to support the show. And there it goes again. We'll find out what's up with that. We're filming it tomorrow night.
Okay.
And then we'll drop the podcast, I guess, first thing Saturday morning, and it should be a lot of fun. So stay tuned for that. We're really excited about it. No market recap show tomorrow night. So join me tonight as we'll go over all the stocks that are reporting. Do we have the earnings board? Sure. Okay, we'll get that in a minute. There ain't too much on there other than GME.
Yeah.
But we'll have a look there when it's ready. Okay, so there's another pullback, guys. Honestly, it's now the hour
of power.
Okay, Ramin, let's go to the earnings board and see what's up. All right, so there we go. We got GameStop.
Ooh.
All right, anything else to see on there? Cintas, Cintas is a good name for sure.
I feel like PaySign, is that...
If it's PaySafe, I hate that stock. That was another one of those shitty bad IPOs I was involved in. We do have Carnival.
CCL, yeah. CCL, before the open, I like that one.
That's a good possibility there for some trading tomorrow. We've seen RCL really take off.
Dude, it's doing some
RCL
Marvel
was a
today.
brand new 52-week high yesterday, so Carnival needs to pick that up as well. We'll see if that game gets going upside. Yeah, well, I mean, downtown Josh Brown, yeah, that'd be great. We're working up for everything, so we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. You know, we're turning guests down. Really? Okay, there goes Carnival.
Yeah, look at the R-vol it's been doing, over 2. So it's trading some volume, above average volume indeed. And take a look at this, kind of distinct, well, a little distinct there, 2 days in a row. It just rejects this price over here, just underneath that 1770, right? 1767 is the high, and then 1762 is today's high. So only about a 5-penny difference in those highs. And we've been kind of selling off of that. And today, we actually break yesterday's low and start to sell off day before earnings eve, as they are reporting in the morning. And I think what was the other one? NCLH, or no? They had a downgrade, I think, this morning.
Yeah, Royal Caribbean's really been the one that's been blasting.
Yeah, no, CCL I think is a good name to watch on earnings.
That hit that.
I don't know.
I mean, we had that unfortunate situation. I hope everyone's okay. Did you see that video?
I haven't seen the
That
video.
cruise ship?
I haven't seen the video. I saw a picture of like
I wonder if the guy was sleeping. Like I thought
the
that they
ship
would have
in the
had
bridge, yeah.
talk about AI and stuff like that. I would have thought that they would have had something there. Did you see it? Maybe we could find it.
I haven't seen the video. I saw.
I don't know. Are we
picture of it,
allowed
yeah.
to show those videos? I don't know, but it's not. I don't.
There's a full video of
Maybe
like
if someone.
it
I don't know if there
crashing
was
into the
deaths
bridge.
or not. It seems like there might have been, because that whole bridge came down, man. It was just like.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll show it. I don't know. I don't. Maybe if there was loss of life, we should not. But okay, so we'll figure that out. But anyways, there goes a nice little downside move here on the TQs. So we'll be able to see if something hits right now on that move back in right now. So yeah, I mean, we took another fill there at 36. I mean, we've talked about that. I'm still really in this name. I mean, we're not giving it up by any stretch of the imagination here. We're just trying to take pieces out. I would love for this to break lower. I mean, we sort of fought this. Again, we fought the law, and the law temporarily has lost. Thank you, Adara. Okay, here we go. Now we're starting to crack lower and lower and lower here as we go. That coffee that Randy brought me, don't tell him it was again. So I don't know. I think maybe sometimes that coffee machine needs its cleaning, like after it's been used 1,000 times by everybody here today. So let's see if this one's any better as we're starting to get lower. We just got to
clean that milk system or whatever.
I don't use that milk system. No way. No.
I just get the coffee.
The straight espresso coffee, grind it up, dump it in here, a splash.
I really like that it's like freshly ground. It kind of makes a little bit of a difference.
That's much better.
Yeah.
That first one that Randy gave me that he put cream in, I don't know. So I used to be like 1 cream, 1 sugar. Then I got rid of sugar completely. That was probably about 20 years ago, honestly. And then now it's just like 1 milk or like a splash of milk, sometimes the almond milk. I feel like Randy loaded it with like double, like something.
Damn.
Yeah, damn is right. How do you take your coffee? Straight black? We talked about this.
No, I like a little bit of cream and sugar.
Okay.
So like I like to put the sugar in first.
What about your tea?
I don't really drink tea, but tea just how it is. Yeah.
Well, clearly I have no idea what I'm saying. So all right.
A little bit of sugar and cream. That's all.
Amazon,
Before
by the
you
way,
pour
is
the
now
coffee.
70 cents, trying to go lower here. You're still in Google. So
I am in
here's
Google.
an example of what we're talking about, where we could be both somewhat like-minded individuals, but have different positions on, where Google's been showing strength today.
Yeah,
Amazon, in my opinion, weak, down against the market, starting to go lower. So we'll favor the short there. And then I've already sort of explained what my opinion is here on the NASDAQ. If this NASDAQ goes down, man, this will be quite a adventurous afternoon for me over here. So we're bidding right now 23. Shout out to Michael.
Nice. People talking about ARM in the chat there. ARM kind of bidding, losing the bid off of that 132, coming back into that 130 as of right now. So it is kind of continuing that sell-off. Google, yes, a little bit of relative strength on the Google, holding above the VWAP while Nvidia, Softy, where's Apple relative to its VWAP right now? Yeah, it's just chopping and churning underneath right now, but it's spent pretty much the same amount of time above as below. So a little bit of a chop there. Spider below VWAP as well. What am I missing right here? I think I've got the pretty bigger names on watch when it comes to that. What about Amazon? I know Amazon's pretty up there in terms of constituents. It is also chopping around VWAP pretty much, kind of like Apple there. But Google relatively strong, while a lot of these other tech names looking a little weak. I wonder why. But no time to wonder. The price action is what I like to trade, and if I see some strength, I do want to go a little bit long there on the Google. Let's see how far we can get. Maybe we can break through some of these previous highs. If we get some market tailwind, I think that can add like a check in our favor, some confluence, if you want to call it, for that bid. But you can see that the NQ, every time it does get back into this area, we've been kind of chop, but the bid is, or it's holding up on this level. Whether or not we come down, who knows? But I think the idea is that finding a relatively strong stock and going a little long there. Nvidia pulling back off of its VWAP right there. ARM pulling back as well. But I got nothing else really on watch. Softy pulling up into its VWAP as we speak. Oh boy, was that ARM short something. I was looking at that 132. I was like, okay, well, 132, we tried, we licked, but we couldn't really get past that. And then look at that strong selling coming off of like a failed micro trend, I guess. Look, bid. Can't really get past that 132. Boom, a little bit of a pullback happening as of right now on the ARM. Is anybody in the ARM? Frank Boso saying Obi-Wan short Obi. yeah.
You're the long one.
I mean, no, I think they might be talking about the ARM move there. So yeah, I definitely should have gone short on ARM. I called it out. I looked over at Sharif when this dump was happening. I was like, holy, we're about to break a low a day through 140. Relax. Get involved in the trade. Leave the emotions for after hours, or maybe just remove them totally. But the short was absolutely beautiful off of this 40 mark. And why, you might ask? Let's take a look at that ARM chart a little bit closer, and let's take a quick look left as well. Let's start off with the 5-minute. Actually, the 15-minute. What am I doing? Start with the 15-minute chart. So yeah, look at that. We've been kind of in this chop. You kind of attempt to push up. Right here, you can see that high. You break out of it just yesterday. I think there's a little bit of a bigger picture, kind of action happening as well when you push through this, and then you come right back in the next day, which is also pretty interesting. Look at that expanding volume going into that flush, and now we got a little bit of a bid, but that selling kind of coming right back in, pushing it back below that 130. So yeah, I was like, oh, are we gonna get a reversion? I want to see some more things happen. I need to see some more if-thens set up. Because if I don't want to be punching long in here, if I wasn't long here, because I know if this breaks, I'm getting out of the long that I would be in here. Don't necessarily want to participate there. But yeah, using that same mindset when that trend does break, reasons to buy, reasons to sell. Definitely a little bit of a reason to sell when you can't really get past that 132 and breaks that short-term kind of trend just for a scalp, right? This could make a higher low, continue back up. I have no idea, right? But I'm just trying to read and get better at reading these charts over time. But yeah, what do you got on watch there, Sean? I see you're looking at Bitcoin.
Yeah, I was just looking at Bitcoin here because again, it broke through 70,000. This is just a 1-minute chart here for Bitcoin. So, a nice break back down in. I just wanted to identify these levels because Bitcoin's had good dip buy opportunities today. And come on, NASDAQ, let's not jinx anything here again. This stupid thing. Okay. Anyways, 69.4, 69.3-ish. I mean, that very bottom is 69.280. I mean, I don't think you're going to be looking at Bitcoin and looking to it to maybe even the $100. But yeah, 69.5 to 69 seems to be a decent support there just right now. If we go over to like a 15-minute chart and try to see the same thing, I mean, we've already dipped down. These are the levels that we're talking about. I feel like the safer level is right here.
Nvidia tanking.
68. Nvidia's going to the downside. Anyways, that was Bitcoin right there. So to me, I think I'll probably stay away till about 68, but you could come into a level there. All right, so this is going to be good for us. Let's see the TQs starting to go down. I mean, we were waiting for air, but we'll wait here and get something out at 27. As you guys know, where MJ's sitting down there at 23, so we'll wait to see if we get a 27 fill. Just a bit right now, as the Obster over here just mentioned. He said, "Look out for NVIDIA."
Yeah, NVIDIA is just pushing to low day or trying.
Yeah, I mean, remember that talk that we said? We said NVIDIA's up here. We liked the falls in NVIDIA here. There's a VWAP again. That's not VWAP, but it's still off something. Nice fall. Nice little wick top there. And then that was just in a nice extension, and it could have kept going for sure, but why didn't it? I mean, it could have kept going. It didn't. We danced around VWAP for a minute. I would say that was a really tough trade in there. I don't think you would really have traded that. But right now it's a nice drop in, and here we go. Uh-oh. Did we get it? Yes, we did. Oh, man. Oh, boy, Obi. This one. There we go. Finally.
Nice.
For 8
Nice
cents
trade.
worth of risk, you guys want futures trades. What else can we do? I mean, we're now giving you handles upon handles as if we're Allen Iverson all the way to the downside. Yay Sports, nice move back in. We shorted right here. It's only 30, 35 handles, but we're right back into the bottom of the day. This is what we were talking about. Now let's go. Now let's go. So we're out of this trade. Well, not out, we're out of half. We are officially out of half. We talked about had a good level there at 23. So let's go, man, and see what happens here. This is not a horrible cover spot, by the way. We could maybe cover, I mean, we're out of half already, but you're right into the bottom. So if we're going to call this move into the bottom of the day, now we need a little bit of kind of like luck on our side. We're already trading something that's triple the leverage. So let's see if we get a nice move down here for the NASDAQ. Let's see if we can puke all over itself. Amazon's trying to go, Obi.
Yep.
It's almost $1 in the money right now to the sell side. So let's just sit back, relax, and sip some cognac and see what happens here with some of these names.
Yeah, I like that look on the Amazon. When that 180 kind of fails to follow through, I like that. I think failure to follow through is a decent look if you're kind of looking for some of those levels. And yeah, that 180 definitely a little bit of a failure to follow through on that strength. And it's a lower high relative to pre-market levels as well. But yeah, NQ coming in into some of these lows, 18,530. You can see that the previous, when was this last week? Around 12. So that means 1 o'clock market time. We made a little bit of a low there. And then once again, in and around 145, and we're coming right back in with a strong quadrunk. But take a look at this bigger picture, a little bit of a downtrend happening there on the NQ. Let me just delete that, remove that. All right, cool. Yeah, so let's see if we bounce off of this level where we've been continuously getting some chop over the past couple of hours. It is 317, so just under that 45-minute mark before the closing bell. Just a little further under that for the imbalances as well. So let's see what we got in store today. ARM catching a little bit of a bid going into that, but yeah, let's see if the NQ and the ES can catch a little bit of a bounce there. But overall trend does seem like it has been to the downside. Starkly different from yesterday, where we kind of just had a strong aggressive bid off of the dip, off the open, and then we just bum, continuing to kind of slowly trickle up into the end of day. And then we got that nice little flush end of day as well. So chips with the dip for sure.
Yeah, you've been liking that chips with the dip for a while there.
It's like
sure.
the.
Is that what they're saying on the floor behind us? Is that what all the young guys are saying?
Maybe, I don't know. I think I was just like, yeah, the chips keep dipping and the dips keep getting bought. So my daily plan just has like one message at the top. There's like a market picture, kind of bigger picture thing. It's like chips with the dip. That's just, I have that little quote there. So it's like, all right, well, things aggressively are selling off, but if you look at the higher time frames, we're in a little bit of a bid, and there goes the NQ making some fresh lows there. Let's see what Google does. Google holding up. I like that relative strength. I want to look for reasons to add onto this trade. I think I might have missed a couple down here as well, just into this level and maybe into right here as well. But I don't know if this is going to come down. I'm not sitting too far away from that, only about 20 pennies. But it is a name like a Google, where the ATR is maybe not as wide as Nvidia or some of the other names, right? So Google, I should be knowing this stat before even getting into the trade. But let's take a quick look at what Google's ATR is. I think it's around 3. Yeah, okay. So 3.44 is the 14-day ATR on Google. So yeah, I think 3 points. What has it done so far today? From the lows around 149, let's call it 150, we went up to 152. So we've done pretty much 3/4, or at least half, if you're looking at that 3.44, just over half of ATR on that opening momentum, opening drive, maybe not opening drive, but that first morning session kind of move there all the way going into 12 o'clock. And we've been catching a little bit of a sell since then on Google. But yeah, relatively strong nonetheless from the rest of the market.
All right, this NASDAQ play, we just got filled at 17s there. We were waiting for 10s, but we just got a 17 fill there, so we're doing pretty good about that one. Let's talk about some of the names potentially here that may be moving into the close. I'm still watching that a little bit like a hawk, but whatever, we don't really need to because we already got our bids in there. I'm just worried about if it blasts back up the NASDAQ, what we'd want to do about it, but let's deal with that when it happens. Okay, so Reddit right now, it looks like some of those buy areas that we were actually buying in down here at 67 apparently were pretty decent. It seems like we're holding the 66.50 area. Up 14%, a good day there for Reddit today for sure. But starting to lose a little bit of steam, I would have thought there. But at the same time, man, 66.50 keeps getting bought up. So regardless of what we think, that's going to be a good level. The other one, let's go. Get down NASDAQ, man. Get down NASDAQ. We'll see if we can do that. So DJT right here, again, Donald Trump Communications Corp, something like that. Nice move to the downside right now, trying to go again lower. I don't think there's anything really here. Like, if you get out on a 64 break and you're worried about that right now, I would just get something out right now if you can before this really comes into the close. It's already just dropped. Basically, let's call 76 the high of the day. I mean, sure, it gets into 80 almost. But if you're talking about like some of these levels where you're thinking about maybe I should have got out, well, maybe you should have. And at that point, it might be time to think about getting something out now because into the close here, again, uncertain of how it's going to trade, but you're getting into some loose levels like breaking through 66, that giving up that 64 right there probably brings you into something like a 60. And then what happens if you give that up? I mean, anyways, there isn't much bid here. So when you're looking at a level 2 like this, like, can you still see that side? Yeah, like this is just all ones all the way down. And we talked about the different, where liquidity is. You could see even on the ask. So it kind of goes both ways. But again, just be careful. Liquidity is not plentiful. Oh, yeah. On this right now. If we're bidding 10s, let's just bid. Cancel those 10s. Let's lower our bid at 10 and put something out here at 13 because hopefully we'll get that fill as it comes back in for us, trying to break down through. We get a little piece there. There it is, through 13. So that was a good fill there again. So yeah, man, we are really starting to print now. And guess what? It's a dollar club right there. So shout out to Hydration Nation as there goes Amazon. Ciao. Off that 180, so we get a little bit of revenge on this one as that's starting to head to the downside. Let's go, man. Again, you remember what the cent loss was on this one? So pretty happy to still have 40% of this on board. This is now a 35-cent winner with an 8-cent risk. We talked about that live. That's a 7-to-1 live trade on the futures. 7-to-1.
Solid.
Yeah. Hydration Nation.
Are you out of everything there?
Unfortunately, no.
What do you mean, unfortunately, no?
I still have 40%, which this thing could blow up in my face, but we're just getting out.
No, it's not going to snap up a whole point. Well, I don't know.
I'm going to get some more out here at 15 as we go. Try not to jinx this trade too much.
All right.
But there it is. No, that's not a jinx. I don't believe in those jinxes anyways. That's jinx. The only jinx I believe in is Jinxie the cat. Whoever,
don't know
whoever knows where that's from in the
Jinxie
chat.
the cat.
Jinxie the cat. If you know where that's from, you win nothing.
I know
but
Jinx
a
the
shout
Pokemon.
out.
Jinx the Pokemon?
It's not a Pokemon, my guy. All right.
It's the only Jinx I know.
Pat knows it, but
Okay,
that's no
okay, okay.
surprise
He's not
to
gonna
me that
ruin, he's not
Pat
gonna
knows
ruin it.
No surprise to me. All right, let's see. Someone's going to get it. Someone's going to get it.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe somebody in the chat.
It was
The
part
cat-
of a real fun, it's a movie series, basically.
Okay, okay, okay. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
People are saying meet the parents. Is that what it is?
Congratulations. That's what it's all about there. Jinxie.
All right,
Jinxie
all
the
right.
cat. The cat that flushes its own, you know, it was a great.
Oh,
I
that's a
really
trained
like that.
cat.
That's a
There
great.
are
That's
cats that
actually,
I can actually do that.
yeah, that's a great movie. Those movies are real fun. Actually, that's probably one I could watch with my kids if we haven't watched that yet. Owen Wilson.
Okay, he's a
there,
good actor.
De Niro, Stiller, Ben Stiller. It's great. Great. Meet the Parents. And then there was another one. So it's Meet the Parent. There's a few of them. Meet the Parents. It's their last name is Fockers.
Is it?
If I say it, I'm not saying it. It's the F word but with an O.
Yeah.
So I don't want to say it because honestly, like, I think the other day we got banned out of TikTok, but we actually realized what. Now it wasn't me that was banning us from TikTok. You see what I'm saying, Ramin? Thank you she's very proud of me all. Okay. So anyways,
I'm trying to remember. There was another one where like he gets like this girlfriend and they come over. He's like this tech billionaire. I forget what it was.
a great Ben Stiller dodgeball is great. That's with Vince Vaughn. That's not. What
I think Key and Peele.
Yeah.
I think one of them is in that movie. I'm trying to remember what
The chat's undefeated.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. Let us know in the chat what movie that was. That's kind of like the girl's parents come to meet him, and he's like, yeah, we're really down in the dumps, but our portfolio is doing fine. We're a little squeezing it. And he's like, oh, how much is the portfolio? And he says like, oh, this many billion. And the mom's like, oh yeah, really, something for scraps.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. For me, I'm not.
I'm trying to remember what the movie was. Whatever.
Trying to look it up.
It is what it is. People talking about SMCI. I did pull up SMCI there. Some strong selling into the
Why
close
him?
or into.
There is a movie. Why him? Yeah.
Why him? Is that what it's called? Yeah, no, it is. I think it is Why Him. Yeah, that was pretty funny. That was a funny
Yeah, I
movie.
think I remember that.
I think.
Yeah. I'm not using any words that will alter the YouTube algorithm.
Yes.
So, the rhythm is a dance.
I might need a list of those words.
No, you don't.
Just
You're
to
fine, Obi.
protect.
Everyone's fine. Thing is, sometimes you get a little emotional up in here. Okay, so here we go. We covered some more down there. Honestly, I think we might have even got our 10 fill, did we? Yes, we did. So we actually get that 10 fill. A couple more. Remember, we were just covering once down there. So now we're in about 30% left of this trade. So we're in about 40, and then we got that magic fill down there at 10, and then we just took another piece out right here at 17, and about 2 or 3 pieces out down here as well. So this is just how I'm trading it, but this was a good trade again for me. Really changed up the sort of trajectory, because if that would have taken that out, I was telling you guys, and again, you've asked for some more information about that. It's like, whenever I'm in a position, I know Neil might be a little bit different about wanting to do that, but if I'm ever in something that like I'm kind of dug into, I'll tell you guys that. And that was a trade there where we'd almost got stopped out. So we liked it. We talked a little bit about it, and I just had a short bias. I'm not even really sure why. I mean, I know why, but why I was that convinced in and around the middle of the day. Just turned out that it worked. So nice trade there. Amazon, if we ever get hit out, I'm going to use this shelf as my out right now. So you guys can all trade this live with me. That will be a stop of, there it is, 179. What is this? You know, one time I had a guy message me and said, you shouldn't put your stops out because they're going to get run. And I was like, honestly, if someone watching the show is going to run an Amazon stop on me up 30 cents from where it is right now, then you have a hell of a lot of power, and send me a message ASAP, because we can talk about other things. But okay, so that's going to be my stop right now. And sometimes it feels like your stops get run, but I feel like it's because, and you and I have talked about this, if you're putting the same stops at the same levels, like people that are going to use Fibonacci's are going to get stopped out in and around those fib levels. People that use support and resistance that are using day high and day low are going to get stopped around in and around those levels as well. So sometimes when we get stopped out, it's just like, yep, stopped out there. Okay, well, I mean, change your stop or stop using obvious levels. I mean, you know, there's ways around all this stuff. So anyways, Obi, I'm having a lot of fun with you here, and thank you for covering. And Neil will be back on Tuesday, I guess. Or no, Monday. Monday's not a holiday. It's just a holiday for my kids. And these kids, man, they got a lot of holidays.
Oh, yeah. I remember it was like March break. Is March break over? So are we still in March break?
Yeah, it's over. Yeah, it's that was over. Actually, it's a couple. Well, you don't have kids, so it's a very valid question. I think it was over about 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
This week, maybe last week, maybe was the end of it. Was there ever a year? Oh yeah, the TQ's going to the downside, baby. Let's get some more coverage down there, and bang, there it is. This time, Obi, it is a money damn making opportunity. This is starting to tank in right now. We should maybe clip this. This is a nice move to the downside right now. Bye bye, ciao. I don't know if there's any news or not, but here we go. Nice downside move into the market. We nailed that one, man. Pinned up right there. Good trade for us on the TQs. Oh yeah. I mean, we've been talking about this all day. This to me feels like a professional trade, I feel like. We talked about it. We talked about why we liked it. There it is right now. This is 50 cents in the money with 7-8 cents worth of a risk right there. Good job there. People saying D-Nut is blasting right there on a move by McDonald's. So today, wouldn't be surprised. Oh, wow. I was just gonna say, would it be surprised if we took out that $16 level? We talked about this right there. I had no idea. This is a huge middle finger to the market and to anybody short D-Nut right now. There's so much to say, but
that move is really climaxing.
Do not, Obi.
Market to the downside right here. You can see I hopped out of my Google.
Short code 17.
Nice.
Go ahead, yeah.
I hopped out of Google because I was like, I had to. I was like, okay, relative strength, but if the market's going to do that, we're going to clip that 18.5. We talked about the 18.6 all the way down to 18.5, and then 18.5 comes right back in, and then I switched over because I saw that tape, and I was like, that's a little too red for my liking, right there, and we were coming right back in. So I stopped out for, I think that was break even. I'm pretty sure that was break even. Just punched out, relatively break even. I think about a penny away from that average there. But let's see. Google right back to the downside. So it would seem as if this downtrend has held overall. A little bit of a counter, but didn't really follow through. After that morning move, we talked about how it was making kind of lower lows, lower highs, and lower lows into VWAP, and look at that aggressiveness back into VWAP right there. 150, 130s coming in on Google. I have here that 150, 134 as the VWAP. So we did kind of break below that. Market is selling off there. So congratulations to the shorts. Congratulations to Sean. You said you were still holding 40% of that just a few minutes ago.
20%.
Absolutely wild there. Nice hold. Oh boy, are we continuing? What? Oh, I gotta scalp something right now.
Yeah, right now, man. This is shout out to Chef Joe. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if people are long or short or whatever. But there it is right there as we're cooking here. Nice trade on that one. It's probably has something. Obi, we broke this down. I mean, I said, I feel like this is the level that we're waiting to break. And you know what we said we could get to? 18.5. That's exactly where we are right now, 18.5. We're at 18.494. It cut it through like butter. Now let's see if we get to the downside. The next level is here, 18.570. So we'll hold this into the end of the day and call this one of the best trades we've ever, really, honestly, even on the show, that we've talked our way through. We had the 200 period. We talked about liking this trade, and we held enough of it to actually put this one on the board. So that's a big one right there, as we'll watch out for this coming in again. We just took another fill at these lows. So, I mean, we can look back just as, because this is, again, looking for some levels to talk about. right there. So 61.60, stupid for me. Not, even if I think we're going into here, I still think that we should be taking something out. We only have 30 minutes left. Anything can change on these imbalances. And this is not, we still have shares. So like, we'll just do what we want to do here. Take some out as we continue to fall in now on the NQ and just be like, yeah, good trade there. Happy to make it. And happy to have this on. So let's go. Nice downside push here. Good trade there. We are now almost $2 in the money on Amazon. And you want, what's up to Kyle? Kyle, you want it? You got it. Also, shout out to Ponzi Fonzie. I apologize for the lack of shout outs right there. But here we go, Kyle. He wanted the hot dog cannon, and there it is right there. You know, stick with what you're thinking. We talked about today going short in this market. And here we go to the downside.
Yeah, more legs to the downside. That 18.5 just broke. 151 breaking there on Google. 18.5, yeah, 18.5, a bit of a level there maybe. But Nvidia making some fresh lows. Softy trying to make some fresh lows. Take a look at this. A little bit of a distinctly different action going on there. You can see that Google only had this kind of strong bars right off the open, and then we get that intraday kind of a flush with the NQ going to the downside. Oh boy, chips with the dip.
What's up, Adara?
I'm not sure this is the reason for the market move, but I'm seeing a lot about this. I will share this. Earlier today, we had China filing this World Trade Organization dispute over the U.S.'s discriminatory EV subsidies, basically saying the fact that the U.S.'s EV subsidies are going to be less eligible if the parts are from countries including China, Russia, North America, or Iran, basically saying that the U.S. is saying under the guise of being, I guess, carbon neutral or more sensitive to climate change, they're actually just favoring U.S. parts. So now the reason this is moving now is because, potentially, is because the U.S. trade rep has now said that they're reviewing, or the World Trade Organization is reviewing China's complaints. This was filed earlier today, currently being reviewed. Also seeing a headline just now that the U.S. mission to the World Trade Organization received the consultation request from China regarding parts of the Inflation Reduction Act, and that's coming from the USTR, the U.S. Trade Rep Office. So just keep an eye on this news. Not sure if that's what's moving in the market, but certainly something to be aware of.
Keep us at Dara for sure, as we will as well watch to see. So again, it seems like it would be a little news related, but the market's just flat now. I don't, that would make sense. Any kind of talk here about foreign affairs or anything is definitely something to watch out for in this market. Especially, we had that unfortunate event there in Moscow not too long ago, and there was some blame back and forth there, and and then China, obviously some of this talk is not as dramatic as some of the stuff that I'm talking about, but you just got to watch out for that. I do have Benzing in my ear. If I ever heard anything dramatic, obviously we would let everybody know, but we'll take some more out. So we're getting lighter and lighter now, man. We only have about 15, maybe 20. I have odd shares out. So we're getting a lot lighter on this position right now, because if that move was it right there, we basically got it, man. We got from here. I mean, we didn't get from the very top, but up here into down. I mean, we got to be happy taking some of these levels. So we'll hold the rest. I don't have any more offers, bids out, sorry. I do have one at 61.55, which would be the very bottom of this. So we'll see if that can hit right down there. But other than that, let's see what we can get, if we can get more, especially on a downside move. This is obviously all house money. So let's go to the downside now, and we'll see what's up over at the desk again with Adara.
This part of the show brought to you by Trade Ideas. Real-time scanning and alerting used on our desk by many of our traders every day. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description for 20% off.
Thank you, Adara. Yeah, I'm just watching. We're watching these markets kind of fall to the downside. Nothing too crazy, but yeah, that flush came in real hot. Like you can see that it is a distinctly different versus the action that we've been having over the past few years, past few hours, not years.
Yeah, years. Feels like it.
It feels like forever. No, I'm joking. 3:37. So only about a few more minutes. 23 minutes left for the closing bell. And yeah, let's see what we do with this 18.5 here. I'm looking for Google to kind of change this pace, but that 151 is still kind of looking a little bit weak here. Let's see what we do in and around there. Looking left, let's see if we can find a couple of things to go off of on the Google. So Google right here, we'll start off with an hourly, and let's check out some bigger picture stuff. So okay, some strong flushes, strong pops as well. But take a look at that. It's still kind of within this whatever you want to call it, pennant flag. What say you? A little bit of technical stuff going on here, but yeah, look at that. Look at those highs, 152 and some change, and then you're making a little bit of relatively higher lows as well, except for this one pre-market. Is that a pre-market wick? Yeah, this happened on Friday. Nice little pre-market wick, and we've made higher lows since then. I was pointing this out on a shorter time frame as well. Take a quick look at that one.
178 came in for Tesla.
Yeah, that 180 is interesting for Tesla for sure there, Sean. So yeah, take a look at this thing going on. Wow, that is actually really nice. Huh. Okay, so maybe if the chart is showing me that that's respecting, maybe that's where we look for the bid, right? 150 halves. Let's see what we do in and around that 150 half. But again, at the end of the day, it's just a line on the chart. I got to read the tape around those prices to really confirm.
I feel like that was one thing from Brian Shannon that I learned for sure is that although he's only pretty much he's looking at other things, but the main indicator, their anchored VWAP, doesn't take every trade that hits the anchored VWAP. You want to see the action that's happening around said lines. Okay, without any further ado, let's go again to the hardest working person around. It's Adara, and she's at the screen.
Take a look at some of these S&P 500 names making larger movements that maybe we haven't discussed or discussed as much, including UPS, United Postal Service, very much to the downside here, down about 8% after initially gapping up. They announced their 2026 revenue expectations, free cash flow and CapEx expectations as well. So initially, market responding positively, then moving to the downside here for UPS. We also have Seagate Technologies here, STX, this one mentioned briefly earlier, but up about 8% after getting an upgrade and a $115 price target from Morgan Stanley, STX here. Last but not least, IP International Paper trading very much to the downside, though trying to recover a little bit here after confirming that it's made an all-equity proposal to acquire DS Smith. So interesting move to the downside here for IP, guys.
Thank you, Adara. Yeah, so we're kind of catching a little bit of a wick on. Okay, I got to get rid of that. Wick on the NQs there as well as the ES. So yeah, let's see if we can get some confluence here on the Google for a little bit of a bid there. So we did get down into 150 80s and some change right there on that sharp little drop. So I don't know who's selling, but sellers definitely were there in the past few minutes, and we reclaimed that 151 as of right now. So let's see how well this level holds now, or do we just come right back in and we just chop and churn? Like I said, with only about 20 minutes left. Wow, time's
went
flying.
fast today, didn't
Time
it?
is flying. There are 9 minutes. I feel like just a few minutes ago, I was like, okay, well, we got about 45 minutes left till the closing bell. And lo and behold, now we got only about 20 minutes. So cut that time down and with a 50% mark. 9 more minutes till the imbalances come out. And let's see if we kind of bounce going into the close today. And yeah, let us know what you guys have been trading. People talking about GME. Yeah, let's take a quick look at GME, how that's been setting up. Those earnings are in the after hours. Don't forget to stick around with Sean for the market recap, and he's definitely going to be talking about that name in the after hours today. What time does it actually report? Is it like 4:20, 4:15?
Yeah, it'd have to be. I'd have to find the last one.
I think it'll be after hours today, right?
Oh yeah,
and then
right, for sure.
Yeah, GameStop, not really GameStonk. Yes, that is the correct pronunciation, if I do remember correctly.
Did you wind up watching Dumb Money or?
Oh no, I have to do that.
Good. It's pretty fun.
Yeah,
it's not like not gonna win any awards or anything like that, but it's a fun movie.
Yeah, do you
I liked it.
think that it summarizes the story well? Situation, or they kind of
I think it was really great. I mean, I felt like it was probably true to the story. There's some stories there of people that were YOLOing and things like that, and just stories of single mothers and whatever that were having runs at that stock. And yeah, it was for me it was a fun movie. I liked it. The wife liked it. We went we went together there, and it was a fun time. We
All
went
right,
to
because
the-
you guys saw it at TIFF.
Yeah, we saw it at
Yeah.
TIFF. Yeah,
Nice,
so that was a lot of fun there. I was actually sitting with some Citadel people, and that was a lot of fun. So needless to say. But anyways, yeah, so that was a fun time. Check it out. Anybody there in the chat for sure that gets a chance to see that. I just want to talk quickly because Amazon again did have a move back to the upside. I'm going to use basically 179 as an out, so I just upped it a little bit. That wick down there is 179.10, so that's my out for Amazon in case things get a little too spicy down there. All right, and then for the Qs, I just took another fill at 85 there, but we are coming back in. So I just didn't want to see this all evaporate. Like you kind of, no one's fault there. I didn't realize the time either. But when you were like 20 minutes left, I basically, at that point, I just punched out of 20% of what we had left. So we're getting out of this trade. I mean, this has been honestly pretty much not a day saver, but you know, it could have been a heck of a lot worse if we had got stopped out. And again, it wouldn't have been that bad. It's just we wouldn't have had all this. That's all. So nice move back in. Join me today. We'll have Chris Bretcher on, and we'll talk all about everything market related. Okay, TQs, guys. I mean, this is honestly, man, we did it. So here we go. Let's just props up to everybody that was bullish with me, bearish with me down there. And again, just a congratulations to anybody that wound up having this trade.
There it goes, even further.
Dude, this is now $1 in the money. We had
Nice trade,
8 cents
Sean.
worth of risk.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. We'll see if we get this fill. I'm sitting down here at 55. If I miss a 55, all right, punch out. Okay, I just took a 58 there. We canceled our 55. Now let's let this thing get to the downside. Pretty good trade here on the futures. Again, shout out to Dan Emmons. He messaged me as well. This guy's short from a similar level, maybe even higher.
Nice.
But again, so this is from here. So this is more than 100 handles right now.
Damn.
So this is 100 handles plus. No, sorry, we're short here. Yeah, 63. Sorry, we're down right now at 62. Yeah, okay, there it is. So it's a dollar club times 100 right there. So nice move to the downside here for the futures. A lot more than we had thought, or we would have held it all.
But someone's like de-leving their folio, or what do you think might be happening?
I think the NASDAQ is down 1/4 point.
Yes. I think that's a good way to put it there.
I don't think this is anything, man. This is, we broke it down. I mean, honestly, Obi, look, we're happy with the trade. It's great. I mean, and thank you for the congratulations there. But we already called this. We called this morning at 10 o'clock. We said if we break this is where the support is. We literally wicked to that bottom, Obi.
Yeah.
So,
we're coming right back into it.
That's right where we covered. We just covered a piece down there.
Nice.
So it's nice. Yeah, when it works out, you look smart. When it doesn't, you wonder what's going on. So, but that was a good trade there. But there it is, man. Yeah, and I don't want everybody to think like the sky is falling here. The NASDAQ is barely like 0.23. The ES is 0.11 right now. Like this is a drop right here into, like if this kind of a move is making you nervous about your portfolio or whatever, I mean, you might be in the wrong game. I think these are almost not even buying opportunities yet. Like if you're looking for longer term positions, you still have a lot more to go. Considering where we've came from. So let's just keep on with the good vibes here. And for me, it would be to the short side. But again, we are minutes away, Obi, from that imbalance.
Yes.
Hence why.
I just pulled up my imbalances.
Anything?
I mean, it
Nothing
hasn't
yet.
Updated yet, but yeah, nothing too crazy here on the NQ. Yeah, you guys can take a look right here. So yeah, I don't really see any names that I recognize either. But yeah, we'll wait for that to come in, and it'll populate with some of the names there. Let's see if any of them kind of show up. Nvidia pushing fresh day lows as again
part of this, eh?
Oh yeah, for sure. SMC. I think people were talking about SMCI as well. SMCI. Let's take a quick look at that one as well. So right here, take a look. Pushing right back into that 1,000 mark, maybe only about 20 points away, 30 points away from that 1,000 mark. Let's see. We came up from 970s yesterday. So yesterday, that aggression was quite interesting there. I necessarily wasn't involved, But yeah, again, we saw how strong the chips were. I was fighting the trend on Nvidia while this was happening. That's a miss on my part. If I'm trading a chip name, chip sector is in play. A kind of spicy moves happening. You got to watch. Or I gotta watch some of the chip leaders. SMCI definitely being a strong player in that in that kind of group there of the semiconductors. But yeah, bigger picture. Can't be forgetting about the bigger picture. Perspective doesn't matter what I think that Nvidia can or cannot do. If the chips are selling off and you're trying to long a chip name, or the chips are aggressively strong, and you're trying to short a chip name, might be something to consider, keeping an eye out for some of those sector leaders, right? So that was kind of a miss on my part yesterday. I didn't really expect Intel to kind of pop on that, but again, why did I do that? It was anchoring to the bad news.
Right.
I was like, this has got to go down.
Yeah.
This has got to go down, and I'm like, all right, well, it did gap down in the pre-market, but it doesn't matter what I think. If it's bidding, if it's reclaiming VWAP, if it's back through open, if it's breaking that opening range high, there's nothing that says short about that kind of action. I don't think so. But yeah, pushing fresh lows there. It's a good thing I didn't get involved in and around that 151 to re-long. I was like, okay, no, why do I want this long? The market is selling off. I'm anchored to that long idea. I'm trying to get back for not really selling when we did push up all the way from 151.40s all the way into 151.70s. Oh boy, are you still short that Amazon?
Yeah, man, it's $1.70 now in the money and still going. This TQ's trade, the futures trade is $1 in the money. We're having a great afternoon right now. We're going to wait. Only 30 seconds left, and we'll get these imbalances. Oh, yeah. So just so everybody knows, we already have that out for Amazon. I probably need to change that. Unfortunately, we're too close for me to deal with it right now. We don't have very many shares. And then I have a half out of what we have left if we take this 90 area. That could easily happen here into the close. So let's see if it does happen in and around 61.90. We also do have a bid down in the teens in case we actually get the flush. We have one in the 40s here at this day low. We actually have 40 flat, and then we have something in the teens in case we really do spit lower here. And there's the imbalances out right now. We'll get that number from Madera when we get it. But for right now, it's looking like Apple's with a nice little sell here. So Apple ticking lower, that should, you would think, start a move to the downside here as we are now getting a new low in the NASDAQ or close enough to it. We'll go into the gates of hell here into the close as it looks like the NASDAQ wants to come in just a little bit. Amazon is still $1.70. Let's just think about getting out. Well, we still have our 179. So let's just change that. We don't need anything to flip up on us. So 178.81, right? Or let's go 86 right there to get out of that one. That will solidify about $1.50 there. So we're happy with that. And then the TQs, trying to make a move back up. So despite it being $4.9 billion to sell from Madera, let's put something on the bid here because it looks like the NASDAQ's trying to go back up here, Obi.
Yeah, a little bit of bounce. I just saw Google kind of come into that 150 60s, and then look at that wick back to the upside there on the Google. So yeah, maybe potentially a little bit of a bounce, but it is 351. What is on the imbalances, you may ask? Sean just went through them. Nothing too crazy as of right now, but let me know if you guys are still holding some positions going into the close, going into that rebound time. Was it 350, 355, 356? Let me see, where is that inbell right here? Okay, so which one am I looking for? That's the one right there. So that's the NQ one right here. So Intel with a 2 million to sell. Let's pull up Intel real quick and see what's going on with Intel, because that's kind of in the direction of where the market is headed towards. So Intel's still chopping that 42. This wick is going to be, that's a little annoying, but yeah, let's take a look at just the price there. 42, so it hasn't really gone anywhere too far off of that 42 that we were mentioning all day and a little bit yesterday. Apple with a sell, pretty much a lot of selling. Amazon sell, Softy sell, nothing too crazy beyond that. Nvidia and AMD, Tesla, Google is also a sell. Google also a sell. So yeah, a lot of the caps and large constituents of the markets are a sell off of the imbalances, but nothing too crazy in my opinion. But that sell-off came in off of that I guess test into that 18.5, and then a continuation below it for about 40 points into the 18,460. But yeah, people talking about, I asked what you guys are holding, if you guys are into the close. And so let's see Meta. I think somebody just mentioning Meta. Let's take a quick look at Meta. I know that Meta is up there as well. We were looking at that name a couple of days ago, I think. Yeah, a couple of days ago. And Meta to the downside. Quite aggressive selling. Take a look at that expanding volume as well, pushing into the lows, going into the close. So a little bit of a similar kind of action happening across the board here. Who is relatively strong as of right now? I don't think really anybody. Google was the one I was watching, but Google giving away that strength real quick going into the close there. So I'll switch back to that one. I'm not really interested in the Intel. Proper Paradox asking thoughts on DJT. So yeah, let's take a quick look at DJT here. And DJT, oh boy, we are selling off on DJT. Back to the downside. So we saw what happened here. Things were getting a little loud on that attempt towards that 75, or attempt to push that 75 straight quadrunk. We saw that happen into VWAP, consolidates just above and below in and around that 72 before it can't really go anywhere, and then continues to the downside, making some fresh lows on the intraday. Pre-market lows still untested as of right now. What's going on there?
GME starting to moon a little bit, so we'll get it. Oops, that's Travolta wondering what's going on. GME right now trying to get going, so into day's high, into the close. So we'll wait to see about GameStop on that one. Actually, Derek, could you do me a favor and just find out what the expected earnings per share is on this one? Because there was talk about them potentially going profitable here on EPS. So we'll wait to see there with GME coming in. All right, Amazon is absolutely throwing up all over itself, so we'll spin the money on that one into the close as it's just going lower, and that's gonna be a good trade for sure. Okay, hello. Amazon right now, $1 and now $2 winner for AMZN. So yeah. Why don't we just take this bid out right now, basically immediately? And there it is, wow. We'll spin that one up and we'll go. Nice move to the downside right there in Amazon. Wow. Hoo-wee.
Nice short. You were short from that 180, right?
Yeah, man, we were short at 180.30 or something there.
Wow, nice.
We just took $2 clean.
Yeah, that was those were the highs. I was watching. I was long into that, and then when it got back below 180, I was like, yeah, I do not want to get long if that 180 breaks back through, because that's a good reason to sell.
I think we just need to. Yeah, no, I mean we wrote down 180 here, and we actually like the Amazon long. And we only really wound up going short. We're long once down here at 179, which was the loser, and then eventually brought it in. But this just goes to show you, Obi, like we covered there at VWAP. That was 179.78 or whatever it is. This is 178.20 now. It's just like how dramatically things can change in an hour. I mean, in the market, sure, it's a huge move down. Don't get me wrong, just because of how it happened. I mean, we were all here together watching this, so it does feel like this 100+ point move down. I don't know who would have called that, but that was a nice move all the way back in, and we could get a lot more because we had broke this down for you on the longer time frame, and the NASDAQ still has a ways to go. But this is good. Like this, it's not good. We don't want to lose on these positions, but this kind of a flush back in today. I mean, we'll see. I feel like we could bounce off this tomorrow. So let's wait. I mean, I hate to make calls like bullish or bearish heading into tomorrow, but let's see if we can hold in and around here. This is going to be a big level for the NASDAQ, 18.4.
Yeah, we're still pushing below.
I know, man. I mean, we now have, the Qs is...
That NVIDIA short...
Starting to get spicy.
Through that low day, what was that, 939? That's wild. They're over 10 points off of those lows there. Take a quick look. Yeah, ARM kind of holding up on top of that. What is that? 127, 126-ish area. 126.90s being the low day there. But what was I looking at? NVIDIA, right?
And has Reddit done anything?
Okay. So NVIDIA, take a look at this. When that kind of low a day, previous low a day, of course, cracks. Look at how the selling kind of comes in. Look at that volume really really getting aggressive into those flushes there. So yeah, definitely interesting stuff. What's happening? DJT.
DJT is down $20 from about an hour ago.
Yep.
So DJT about an hour ago had its best moments at $75. And look, I can't predict the future. That's impossible. If I could, I wouldn't be here. But we talked about it breaking this level right here, $68, $69. That level, $67.50. We said if we broke that level, I didn't know what was next. You bounced around a little bit. You would have had some offers and some ability to get out around 66. But there we go. DJT just gone to the downside with only a minute left. So watch out for that one. Starting to get pretty nasty out there for DJT. And then also Reddit. Basically, not at day's low, but close enough to it, where we had gone long here before into $64. So we'll have to wait. This could be a good long tomorrow. The best part about all of this is the markets are open tomorrow. So if you missed it today, thank you so much. If you missed it today, you wouldn't be watching. But if you missed us earlier today, watch us tomorrow. We're back here tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. We'll go over all this. We got the sticky note. We got the watch list, .tradertv.live. And promise me, Obi, you'll be here tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I will be here tomorrow after a little bit of a nap, for sure.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll all
slumber.
get some kind of rest
slumber
tonight.
Yeah, I've been kind of cutting the sleep. I wouldn't say unnecessarily. I just feel like I'm trying to do like a bunch of things. I have to revamp my whole schedule, and I'm like, all right, well, there's not enough time in the day to kind of do this, so I have to kind of figure out my schedule, make it a little bit more effective and efficient. But that being said, we're catching
I'll
a
see
bit.
everybody on the other side.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Recap show. See you soon.
Yes, sir. Sean's going to go set up for the recap show. Don't go anywhere, guys. We only got about 10 seconds left, so I'm going to hit the countdown timer right now with 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. There she is. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you. Thank you, Adara. And yeah, so there we go. We got we got another crazy day with a lot of opportunity. The nice little sell-off into the close. A lot of shelf breaks I'm seeing looking back at it. You can see that AMD. I was looking at this AMD here. Oh, did I trade it? Oh yeah, I did trade AMD earlier today. Yeah, this was what I was talking about. This is what I was going to say. I got in off of a tape read. I got a little aggressive. I was like, okay, well, if I see that, I definitely want to put some risk on. And then it starts getting aggressive to the upside. I have no idea what's going on. The plan was to take it into VWAP, and then
I don't think so.
Boom, we go to 182 halves, and I'm like, oh boy, I got to leave a runner on. I have to revamp that the structure of that trade there. Yeah, sure, you followed the plan, but part of the system is leave a runner on if it's working. But let me know when you guys are ready at the big desk, and I will get ready to pass it over there. Market's catching a little bit of a chop right after the close. But hopefully you guys had a great trading day today, good or bad in terms of P&L. Hopefully we learned some lessons. I know I definitely did. Mother Market always humbling and teaching lessons every day. Try to get better and try to learn from today's lesson and try to carry it forward into tomorrow. That's that 1% every day. What can I do better, a little bit better even, for tomorrow that can help me out is what is the mindset I am trying to adapt and implement in my life. But without any further ado, I'm going to pass it over to Sean at the big desk, so stick around for the market recap. Take care, guys. See you tomorrow.
Wow, thank you so much, Obi, for that. As we now have Benzinga in our ear, we will bring you GameStop and everything to you ASAP. Wow, what an end of the day there as the NASDAQ, Stream Deck is not loaded over here. I'll load that up in a minute. As the NASDAQ made a move there at whoopsies, what just happened? Oh no. How do I get back to my other screen? Do you know how to do that? Alt Windows, Alt, left arrow. Okay, is this the right one? There it is. Woo. Okay, Stream Deck's thumb for a loop right there. All right, guys, you saw a nice move down for NASDAQ. So right now we'll watch GameStop if I hear anything. Thank you to everybody that's here right now. Shout out to Huang family, Bora, TH, Andrew, and everybody. Great job, Obi. That is for damn sure. We had a nice little move down in the NASDAQ at the end of the day. What's up with that? Well, we were short this name. The best part about it was I feel that NVIDIA. So, I mean, look at this flush. We left this alone there at the end of the day as we were clearly focused on the NASDAQ, but today might have been one of the worst days for NVIDIA in a minute. I mean, here we go. Let's zoom in just a little bit here to see exactly. I mean, here's the red candle. I mean, we get a nice move down here, 950 all the way back to 870, 874. That's because of earnings. We did bounce back up there on that. Or was that earnings there? March 8th? No, that's not earnings for NVIDIA. But a nice move back in. This red candle trying to form out. I still like NVIDIA down here. But again, quite a nice move here at the end of the day as we get, I don't know, I don't want to say destroyed to the downside. 925 still a good level. Let's see what happened to AMD down to 177. So that's a name that we can look at. I will bring you guys everything all about GameStop. We just got to wait for it. EPS expected, EPS of 25 cents. So we'll see if they can, come through. All right, so this is what we're looking at right now. This might be a little hard to see. If I can get me off there. Thanks. Yeah, Microsoft today pretty flat. Google up right now today. You're just going to see a lot of the big names in red if there was anything. So there's NVIDIA down that 1.73%. I actually think it was down more than that. We'll refresh. Oh, it's taking the aftermarket in consideration. So, all right. So some nice downside moves. What was up today? Tesla with a nice move today. How about them Disney shares as Disney gets going today? Again, nice move upside for Disney. Let's have a quick look. We did fade off that 120, but we closed at 120. So that's a great trade. We'll talk about this maybe with Chris, but we've had a nice move upside for Disney, taking out that 118. To me, this is a good sell level. You all know that we're long Disney from 80, but really from 90 to 80, $95. Nice move up right there. What was getting hit today? The utilities, a little bit of downside action here today on the daily. The one name that I think we could probably buy that I saw some of you asking me about was XBI. So right here again, this is the biotech ETF. It's been getting hit downside a little bit. But I like biotech. I like all this new drug discovery. We do like Moderna here. I like Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk. You guys can do the research to what's in right there. But this could be a good play. Back into the 50 period. Watch out for that one on XBI. A recent buy of mine was Snowflake. We bought some of that. Had a nice move up to 160 and change today. But at the end of the day, finishing. GameStop is out. It's 22 cents. For GameStop. So they are positive. 22 cents, missing 25 cents, missing 29 cents. GameStop, a nice downside move here, starting to go. GameStop sales down as well. I'm hearing it in my ear. I don't have it on Benzinga. A miss on sales and a miss on earnings per share. So there goes GameStop right into $13. Looks like they're going to miss everywhere. Honestly, true story. I was in GameStop this weekend. My kids wanted that Super Mario Tokyo 2020, the Olympics game for the Switch. They didn't have it, but there it is. Nice downside move there. We probably just have to get it off of the game store, the Switch store, Nintendo Online. Not good for GameStop. Nice downside move. Drink some water as we wait for those numbers officially. It's GameStop right here. Sooner the better for Chris. All right, Trader Talk. Let's go. It's Chris. Let's go. I don't have it on here. I don't have... hit Trader Talk for me if you guys have it. There it is. Hey, Chris. How are you doing, my friend?
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfectly fine. Thank you so much on short notice coming through today. It was supposed to be tomorrow, but we're doing our podcast, so I wanted to bring you out today. Nice miss. I mean, not a nice miss, but GameStop, again, sales 1.79 versus 205. They miss on EPS and sales. There goes GameStop to the bottom. Is this a name that maybe you look at, Chris, or is this for the birds, this GameStop? I mean, they haven't been a great trade for a while. GameStop right now going lower, Chris, taking down that 12 now. GameStop down 13%, now below some of this support. Next support down here at 12 bucks. Anything on this report for you?
No, we were sitting. Well, I did actually a Twitter, a 1-minute video on rebalancing at the end of the quarter.
Okay.
And that they were going to hit the biggies. So it was really exciting to see them hit the biggies the last 3 hours. And I'll show you my reasoning. I can show you a watch list if you'd like.
Sure, yeah, let's talk about that because that's what our traders are looking for, new trade ideas. So let me know what's on that watch list and what you're looking at.
So the first thing we did in here is we went just to your trusty free site, FinViz. And what we did in there, let me get it so I'm not staring to the left on you. Give me a second. My internet went out right when the market started to get nailed, but I'll show you this. I have a lot of tabs up. So all we did in here is we took a screener.
Okay.
Now, the reason we're doing this is because the disparity between bonds and stocks is the widest I've seen it in about 7 years. And so you have the SPX on the left. So I put a little arrow at the beginning of the year. And on the right, you have the 30-year bond market and what this has done since the beginning of the year. So, and 50-50 funds need to sell stocks and buy bonds to make up for that.
Right. You mentioned that, but you mentioned that to us before, but when does that happen? The third Friday? Is that what it was? Is that the rebalance?
No, the end of the quarter.
End of the
they're
quarter.
all different kinds of rebalances, but this one, the quarterly one, is usually the biggie. But the real thing is it hasn't worked forever because you haven't had this big a disparity. So the whole idea is that's a massive disparity for the quarter. So what do hedge funds have to sell? Probably their biggest holdings.
Right. Makes sense.
So that's how we did the FinViz scan. So all we did in here is we took sector. You could take technology or any sector. We'll just take tech, just as an idea. But we really took any, and we took X funds. So I don't know if you could see this.
Yep.
I know it's sort of small.
No, we can see everything. This is actually works out perfectly fine. We'll remove your head when we get the symbols ready to go there. Chris, and you can set this up if you want and come back to me for a couple minutes.
Oh, no, I can do it fast. I mean, this is something really quick. So all we're doing is we're taking stocks over 50 that have current volume over 750,000. That's personal preference.
Right.
And we're adding one technical indicator. All we're adding is stocks that are up at least 20% for the quarter.
Okay.
And then what we did is we sorted them by price and we built a big old watch list. So let me show you the watch list and what they did today on the close. It's pretty exciting. So here's my watch list. March 25th, end of quarter. I did this yesterday. And you're going to see amazing moves in the last 3 hours. Check this out in Meta. Now, I'm a little annoyed because we did a spread in Meta and we were too right. But I want to show you this anyway. So this is Meta this year. It's gone crazy, like you know.
Yep.
And then go and check what it's done on a 5-minute chart. That's pretty dramatic. And it's not a one-off.
I mean,
So it was Meta. It was the SPX. It was Microsoft. It was NVIDIA.
Are you talking about specifically for today, into today's close?
No, we were positioning for, let's say, Thursday. Usually what happens is it happens at the end of the middle of the week.
Okay.
Because everybody tries to front run everybody else. So usually on a Tuesday or Wednesday of a normal week, because it's a short week, we figured it would be today.
Okay, well, hey, you nailed it. That's a good one. We did have a market side imbalance of 4.9 billion to sell that came out, of course, at 350, and that was a good indicator. And I know you're a busy guy and your internet crapped out, but thankfully our internet didn't do that at all. Check out this trade, my guy. We had the TQQs. We took over 130 points on the NASDAQ as we shorted a triple levered NASDAQ product right here. These are all short. And then I don't get out like anybody else you've seen. So these were all covers right here into the close. goes all the way down, man. And we just kept covering all the way back in. But isn't that kind of crazy the way I trade? Just keep on getting pieces out all the way there. We call it planting purple flowers. You got the purple up here, then the green all the way to the downside. So yeah, we were definitely a part of that short into the end of the day. And we only had a couple sectors that wound up today, including China, which was up. We had XLV with a little bit of healthcare up. The financials up today as well. So yeah, good call on that move down there in the SPX. But my question for you, Chris, is this. Where is this guy? Let me see him. There he is. All right, this is done. So that's done. Great call. We'll pat ourselves on the back. That's good. But what are we expecting tomorrow? I see the NASDAQ bouncing a little bit here. We're coming into a little bit of support. I could see a little bit of a rally early, maybe back up to this like 18.5 or so area on the NASDAQ, and then a potential fade into the close for tomorrow. I mean, we're heading into a long weekend with Easter. Are you looking at potential selling continued into the weekend, or was this move maybe just a flush that you're looking for?
Well, I had out of the money put flies that are now like went through the strike, so probably will keep going down. But all kidding aside, well, let me just tell you, number one, we're short a lot of things, but we're long XPI in the Chinese market. And unfortunately, they got dragged down with everything else on the close, but those could definitely turn back around. But I wanted to show you this. This is the last time I saw this kind of massive disparity between the bonds and the SPX. This is 2016. And I wanted to show you that it didn't end on a Wednesday. So it kept going down the rest of the week, the entire week, from Wednesday to Friday. It never bounced. So I just thought you'd like to see that it might not be over. Then if I go to the SPX just now, where's the support? Well, I think you're right. You see, the support is right there, the prior tops. It's not that far from it, like you said. So you could, I gotta think, if you get that bounce, it's got to be a fade until I see that support tested.
Okay, I was looking at the same thing. You are long FXI or are you long KWeb? Because there's a couple different names here in China. And what is getting you long this? Because unless I misheard you, I like this. We're above the 50 period for me, just on a technical base here. I almost wonder if some of the wool's being sort of covered over our eyes here, because I don't know if things are actually that bad in China. We've started to go back up to the upside. A name like Alibaba is something that's been interesting to me for a while. But again, we're still pretty depressed. I'm looking to rotate out potentially of some of these big US tech names, and maybe China's the right spot, but I wonder if we're just trying to catch a falling knife here. Do you like FXI or did I mishear you?
I was looking at YINN.
Oh, that's right.
That's like the triple. And the problem is we have a call fly for Thursday. So we have on this. You can see my position, the 17, 20, 23. So we did it for $1.20. The problem is if the whole market gets destroyed, you wonder if that's going to work.
Right.
So, I mean, we were trying to take a profit, but then we're already short other things. Why don't we just stay in what we're in? And so at the last minute, we shorted 20 shares for every butterfly we're in. But
it's a little bit of hedge there.
I totally agree with you about it starting to turn the corner regarding that 50, just like you were talking about. But you might get that tech rotation where they go for the things that didn't go up this year. And so I totally see where you're coming from.
Because we had the worry today as well, Chris, that sales in China for Tesla units a couple days ago, and then this morning we got a little bit of a warning, although there wasn't much follow through with that Apple warning, but we did hear also that sales were down in China for Apple, for Tesla, so I'm thinking that bleeds over to Starbucks, Nike, names like that, but there's that yin yang that you brought to us before, so I definitely like all that. Anything on Reddit or anything, or that DJT? I mean, do you guys trade any of those? I know Reddit.
Yeah, we actually traded. Thank goodness we got out.
Yep.
We actually saw that the volatility was in the sky, and we actually did put flies in there around 60 on the opening.
On the opening today, this morning, or?
Yeah, look what the expected move is for next week, 21. You see that on the bottom right?
Yeah, where are we looking? Oh, right there.
Yeah, when we did the butterflies, it was 34. Now, of course, we got out too early. We made like 14%. But the butterflies that we did for 318, I don't even want to know where they are. You know, you always root for it to go up when you're already out of it.
I know. Isn't that true?
373. So it's still okay.
You did okay. You did okay.
But it was all about that. This was a little overcooked into the announcement it was shifting to DJT. So when it was up, that was our theory that would come down to earth and it would take the volatility with it.
Yeah, I was just looking at that as well today with DJT. We had an absolutely monster, wasn't it? Yeah, look at this, man. It's still going here in the after hours with DJT, still down pretty nicely. Let's go to the 1 minute chart. Wow. We were actually talking about this $75 level here that hit earlier. Now you're down to 57 and trying to go lower, as I'm guessing, yeah, like you mentioned, man, some of the volatility here coming a little bit out of the name to the long side and getting back. Remember, this was DWAC. So again, a name change. We've had price discovery before with DWAC. Really for Reddit, I mean, we had some good plays today. We actually nailed the very bottom of this trade on Reddit. Do you have to go at any time, Chris? Because I'll let you go immediately.
No, all I have to do is try to find my cat that's hiding that I haven't been able to find all day.
Yeah, do you have a can of tuna? Do you have a can of tuna?
Something.
Do you have a can of tuna around?
You know, I should put that out. That's a good idea. That's a great idea, but we have
not just a handsome face over here,
that
Chris.
won't work.
Yeah, okay, well, just be careful about whatever you do. Do not put out any traps other than that tuna can. Yeah, we had Reddit down here today early. We got a great fill right here at 63. Took it all the way back up to 68. Good luck on finding the cat, man. Nice move right there. But then we got hit a little bit when it came back in, and then we left it at the end of the day. I kind of look at Reddit as ARM. ARM had a nice move. Here, let's go over with the trade ideas.
I don't want to really talk about ARM. I was short.
Then we'll pass on that.
Some of the best trades, worst trades I have are the ones I don't post for subscribers, thank goodness. Because I've been really bearish on ARM, especially when somebody on network TV pounded the table on it at 145. I can't tell you how many times I've seen that when a secondary comes out or a IPO lockup expiration, that you get all these people on TV promoting it, and it sold off. Now 16 points since then. The problem is I had put flies under the market saying that's all bunk, and then it just blew through it. So thank goodness I was short. Don't laugh. I was short 15 shares against my put flies that are way in the money, and the 15 shares was enough to make up for the loss in the put flies.
The amount of shares that you grab is, the risk associated with the position that you do have on. Your cat's no way by the name of Jinxie, is it? Your cat Jinxie?
No, it's Sammy. But Sam. I'll tell you,
do you know where Jinxie's from?
Cat. I've looked everywhere while I'm trying to trade, so I'm trying to do both. But the cats have a habit of coming out right at dinner time.
Yeah, my cat's name is William, and he's very handsome. Is your cat a black cat by any chance?
Yes.
Yeah, same as mine. Okay, we'll share pictures.
So, and also share charts.
Yeah,
but, just
go ahead.
No, I mean, any charts you want to show me, I mean, let me know.
I've got many more coming, my guy. All right, quickly, just an update for everybody that's watching right now. GameStop still making that move down on the 1 minute chart. We're trying to base out here in and around $13. So we'll have to watch out to see if anything's going to be happening for GameStop pretty soon. Okay, this NVIDIA was a big move down. But you know what's been really bothering me is that this little dip buy opportunity in here, I haven't made any dip buys in NVIDIA, and I just feel like we're missing an opportunity here. We could think it's overdone. That's a nice story. Great. NVIDIA's overdone. It's boiled up to the upside. But you know what? I mean, is there a better name? If we're going to include this into the Mag 7 here, Is this the number one dip buy opportunity that you know of? Is there something else that you like? I like Uber, but honestly, back into here, 870, 860, I feel like we got to buy some NVIDIA here until we're wrong. Let's see it break this 50-period moving average. I mean, if you wait around to buy at the 50-period moving average, eventually this average is going to go to the upside, and you might be wind up buying this 850, 860. I have a bid down here. If we hit this in the next couple days, I want to get long NVIDIA. Am I losing my mind or what? Because I like dip buys in NVIDIA right now.
I think this rebalancing, we just have to let the dust settle on Thursday. And the problem I'm having with NVIDIA is I don't want to get in too early. And I was just looking at it as you're talking and seeing what the trigger would be. And I got to think it's what you see here with that trend line, where you see that washout you're talking about, and then you see a bullish pattern develop, even if you miss the first move.
Right. So you're going to wait. So you're going to wait.
That's what I'm watching.
Okay, so wait for some confirmed support there. Okay, I really like NVIDIA. Give me your opinion then. All right, you know what? I was going to ask you about Uber, but another name that you and I have talked about is going to be Disney, actually, this time, Chris. Let's look at Disney. So let's look at DIS. I'll let you give a second to call up your charts. Come over to my screen. Just come over here quickly, just for a second. I know you and I have talked about this a couple times. I went over the thesis today of why we're long. And the reason why we're long was very, very simple. We had these crazy COVID bottoms down here near $84, $85. The whole world wasn't traveling. Everything was shut down. Disney had its issues. Obviously on the reopen and then the direct-to-consumer with ESPN, with Disney Plus, we had a huge move back up. Then all of a sudden this earnings report happened. We got out of Disney when it broke here. We started buying back because we thought this bottom in and around $80, we can't be that bad, can we? I mean, are we back to COVID bottoms? I don't know. We bought this bottom. We had talked about that. We broke above the 50. We broke above the 200. And now it seems like we're sailing high. I want to get some out right here. The last time I exited was 112. That seems like a miss. But right now we're getting back up to the upside, taking out this 118, 120. Maybe next stop is up here at 125. What is Disney looking like maybe from an option standpoint or from what you're seeing? It's been a nice move up. Again, we have proxy battles coming out. Maybe we wait for their next earnings report, but that's not until May 8th. So what's Disney looking like to you? Do we need to be worried if we're long here on a very nicely done move to the upside?
Well, here we go again. You could take IBM, you could take Disney, you could take Uber, and look how much they're up for the quarter. So you wonder if those are the stocks they're going to nail, but it seems like the hedge funds are really long the tech stocks. So Disney, I know it's parabolic, and it's up, what is that, 20? Well, it's up a lot since you mentioned it when I was on the show.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, you got to give yourself props. It's up about 25%, almost 30%. But I just wonder about these at the next 2 days, if I should be buying downside puts.
Okay, maybe that's the best way to cover your long positions.
Yeah, you could do that, especially when you look at it. It would be violent, like you saw in SMCI the last hour or NVIDIA. So to protect your positions, you can always go in and buy like the 118 puts. They're 15 cents, just in case. One of those just in case trades.
Chris, we have over 2,500 people watching right now. I want to thank you for coming through today on short notice. We're not going to let you go. I just put in the chat if anybody has any questions for you. So hang on maybe for a couple more minutes, and we'll see if the chat does that. So right now, Chris Brecher, thank you so much. He's here with us at Simpler Trading. And if there's any questions for you, let's go. Let's get them in through right now. All right, quickly over here, Fabian. I just want to check out GameStop one more time. Okay, so GameStop, by the way, just for everybody here that's with us, as we'll get some questions for Chris. I just saw in here, all right, the best thing to do would be to search for the symbol. GMER, no, that's not right, gamer. GME. I thought they were pausing and not having a conference call tonight. Right now, there it is right now. GameStop says they will not be holding a conference call today. Chris, I don't think that's very good. Trading following worse, trading they're lower than expected there. We'll wait to see what happens with guidance, but there it is right now. Favorite GameStop plunges after revenue and EPS miss. Shot in the dark here. Are you a gamer at all, Mr. Bretcher?
No, we had talked about a long time ago. My son is, and he's 27 now. He works. I can't even go into what he does because I'm not allowed to know. So let's just leave it like that in computer security. But
okay. Maybe he's a Palo Alto guy.
Yeah, but I will tell you that he has probably 10 computers here, the old computers, and I keep hoping there's Bitcoin on it.
I was going to say he's mining Bitcoin. He's mining Bitcoin, and he's using the power in your house to do that. So you're such a great father.
He played a lot of Minecraft.
Oh, there you
go. And I guess people pay you for picks or shovels. And I bug them like at least once a month, like, are you sure you don't have Bitcoin in those Minecraft things?
Right.
And
he does.
But that's why I've kept his computers just in case, because if I threw him out, all of a sudden he'll say, "Oh, I had a digital wallet on that laptop. That stinks. You say you threw it out."
Could you?
So I have a whole stack of his computers.
Could you just imagine like finding, you open up some sort of a wall and you even see like 3 Bitcoin there, like put 200K in your pocket? I mean, I'm down with that. That is for sure. All right, people have some silly questions in here. Some people want to know if you're hiring and stuff like that. So that's not going to be happening. Any opinion? Okay, here's a good question from a longtime viewer. So let's do this. Come over to my screen right now. All right, so we talked about China for a little bit there, Oleg. He's long yin, so you could look at the yin and yang there as well. But Henry Chung, I think this is a good question here. So, all right, what about any opinion on Boeing? So we've been trading Boeing here on the show for a minute. I've really liked just going back and sort of taking away some of the news. So shout out to Henry, good question. I know that some of our viewers have bought down here. I talked about buying some more for the long term, down at this 177. We talked about whenever you're using dish soap and random products like that to make sure that your products don't have leaks, so on and so forth. Not a great sign for Boeing, but at the same time, I think that, hey man, it's been destructed to the downside. There's a lot of negative news in that. We just had a management shakeup the other day. I like Boeing down here, and quite frankly, I'm not afraid to say I'd buy these dips into 177 again if that's possible. I like the management change. Anything for you on Boeing?
It's really scary because my son was going to California on a United Airlines flight, and they said that you have to wear a parachute. That got me a little scared. That's a little scared in there, but all kidding aside, the only thing I see with Boeing on the negative side is a Barron's article about that this could hurt their cash flow.
Right.
But I thought they were a cash cow, so I don't know about that. Last time they said that, the stock went straight up. Probably the best way to play it is some kind of vertical call debit spread going out into like May, figuring that then you have limited risk but a lot of reward if it does turn around.
So why do you pick how does that work exactly? Like you're picking May. Like, are you just generally out a couple months every time when you're making those plays? Do you pick certain dates? Like I would have thought maybe June because it's half a year.
Yeah, maybe June. Maybe you're right. It's more that it has so much technical damage. It might take a long time to recover. That's the way I looked at it. But now that I looked at earnings are coming up in April, you're probably right to play the June. Probably play the Junes and do something like a 200, 210.
Okay, I think that's a safe way to do that as well. All right, Chris, I don't know if I have you. Do I have you next week or not? I'm not sure. Is there a play right now that you're looking at a little bit shorter term? So that's the next question in the chat, and then I'll let you go because we're past 4:30. Is there something other than, you mentioned a little bit along China, is there anything you're looking at in the next couple of days, maybe besides something related to that rebalancing? If there's anything other than that, maybe that you're looking at that we can get our viewers to look at with you?
Don't laugh on this. Is one of the reasons bonds have been, really heavy is definitely because the commodities. We've been, how many times I've harked about the DBA.
Yep.
Then you had Bostic come out and say that there's some troubling commodity signs. So this is an idea for you, a long shot, that if you do get a rebalancing, that TLT starts to have a heck of a rally. So maybe buying the 94 TLT calls for this week. They're probably pretty cheap, betting on some kind of pop.
There we go. Chris Brecher, thank you so much. And is there anything you want to talk about or anywhere people can find you? You doing any webinars or anything coming up?
I'm actually doing right now for probably 4 hours and Ask Me Anything on StockTwits. I have a ton of followers on there, like 48,000.
Kaboom.
So I have a lot of questions to answer, but there have been great questions. You could just go to Christopher Brecher on StockTwits, ask me a question. Reasonable question. There have been some bizarre questions.
I bet.
And I'm not doing any webinars, just on the Chart Patterns Mastery at least twice a day, and I jump on all day.
Perfect.
If I see something.
Well, thank you for taking the time to jump on with us today. That's Chris Brecher. Go find him on StockTwits and ask him anything you want, especially about those snakes. Thank you, Mr. Brecher. We'll talk to you next time.
All right, take care. Thanks for having me on.
Ciao, no problem, anytime. Okay, that's it. I don't have my, oh, there you go. It's Fabian, what a professional there, running through that. Okay, so we went a little overboard there today, and I want to thank Chris for everything. I mean, that guy's, what a great dude, and what a super smart guy for sure. So Chris Brecher, what's up with that? There he is, what's up? Okay, so we talked a little bit. We'll just go over some of our tweets there. We were tweeting all about this. I'm very, very excited to have Mr. Kunal Desai coming through from at Wall Street, Bulls on Wall Street, going to be coming through tomorrow on our podcast. That should be a heck of a lot of fun, man. You think we're having fun with Brendan. Make sure you definitely check out our sticky note. We nailed that Reddit long today, man. That was a gorgeous trade down there. We got long 63, but we wrote down 62. That was a nice move to the upside. Watch out for DJT as well. Tesla's bottom was 178. We nailed Tesla today. That was a good trade. Amazon, we played off the 180, although we switched it into the short at the end of the day. And I still want to look back at DraftKings. I don't think that story is done. All righty then. What a good show. I want to thank everybody for watching. The one thing that we haven't done yet, and we have to do it every single day because you guys are the best. It's roll call. Let's go, Fabian, with the roll call. It's not working, so roll call is now. All right, so who is here with us right now? Trust me when I tell you we have a real cool sort of graphic for that. Unfortunately, like, I opened up Stream Deck and it's not loading on this computer, so we'll figure that out after. Breaking news. All right, Kunal is going to be with us, me and Brendan, Saturday morning on the podcast. All goes well, man. We'll bring him on the show. Why not? Thank you so much for For Profit saying the best show ever. We really appreciate that. What's up to Daryl Flitch as well? What's up to Tom's Trades? What's up to Michelle Meir? Thank you so much for those kind comments about Chris. I agree, man. Very, very likable guy. Mr. Westermeyer is here. Thank you so much. Next time we'll get together, man. I'll be here. Let's go. It's Chef Joe. Chef Joe gets a roll call for sure. Mike is here. Cling Daddy Sebastian is here as well. Mike the Mangler. Okay. Mike Breeze is here. Frank Boso. The Huang family is here. What's up? Tees Trade with all the trophies and some beers. What's up, Tees? Everybody that's here. Derek Thompson. Bright Awakening. Odyssey Flights. Tokyo. I thought that was Chef there. I think you had a battle there between you and Chef Joe. Hey, thanks for sticking around to you too, Pillsbury. Hey, look, man, traders stay late. That's the hashtag. All I can ask, go over at Trader TV Sean, like, follow, subscribe, all of that, both on Instagram and on Twitter, aka X. Thank you so much. I'll be back tomorrow at 8:30 with my guy Obi. It's already midweek, baby. We're gonna go home here. I still gotta file some taxes. So we're gonna get ready to do that as well. We'll check out some charts. You can never look at enough charts. So join me tomorrow at 8:30. We'll have Sticky Note Nation again. Thanks to my guy Fabian. Thanks to Chris as well. Go find him at Christopher Brecher on StockTwits. Thank you so much. I'm exhausted. I'll see everyone tomorrow.